The Mafia's Quintuplets. It's a surprise pregnancy mafia romance. Written by Bella King. Produced and published by Novel Nectar.
Chapter 1.
Marka. The Kazanov family is getting too bold, and I think you should know about it, Fedor says, sliding a folder across my desk. They've moved 3 dealers into our territory on the west side. I don't immediately reach for it. Instead, I stare at the Manhattan skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my office. 40 stories up, the city looks so peaceful, just orderly grids of light and shadow, with the occasional patch of green. Did you hear me, Mak? Fedor leans forward, his thick eyebrows pulling together like they had strings attached. This is the 2nd time this month. It's serious. I heard you, I grumble, finally taking the folder and flipping it open. Inside are surveillance photos of young men on street corners. They're boys, really, trying too hard to look tough in their designer knockoffs and pathetic gold chains. Expendable pawns sent to test my boundaries. I let out a sigh. Have Leonid handle it. The usual message. Fedor chuckles, the sound devoid of actual humor. Broken fingers or broken kneecaps? Fingers first. We're civilized, after all. I close the folder and toss it aside, already bored with the conversation. These territorial disputes used to get my blood pumping. The complex game of power, respect, and terror. Now they're just tedious administrative details, problems with obvious solutions that don't deserve my personal attention. I've grown up, but the Mafia world is still in its infancy. The Eclipse acquisition is moving forward. The sale will be final as soon as you sign the paperwork, and only then will the Kazanovs learn it's a done deal. Fedor continues, undeterred by my disinterest. Once we control that nightclub, we'll have locked down the entire meatpacking district. That's perfect for expanding our distribution network and laundering operations. His eyes gleam with enthusiasm that I can't help but to envy. How exciting this must all be to him. The paperwork is on top of the pile. I gesture to the stack of documents awaiting my signature. I'll review it tonight. He studies me with narrowed eyes. We share the same Vorobev blood, cousins who grew up more like brothers in this merciless business. But lately, I sense he's growing frustrated with me. He rubs his chin, studying me like I'm that easy to read. You seem distracted these days. Is something troubling you? There is something. Well, everything, really. Everything is troubling me, though I can't articulate exactly why. I've achieved everything my father said mattered: territory, respect, power, and wealth. The Vorobev name makes men tremble throughout the 5 boroughs, and yet I feel nothing but a creeping emptiness. A sense that I'm merely going through motions established by men long dead. Is this all there is? I'm fine, I blurt, swiveling my chair to face the window again, dismissing Fedor's concerns. Fedor sighs, but gets the message and doesn't press the issue further. The captains are waiting for direction on the Colombian shipment. Should I tell them you'll join the meeting, or shall I handle it? Handle it. I wave my hand without turning around. Use the usual routes with increased security on the docks. Nothing flashy. I listen to him walk to the door, but he doesn't leave. He lingers there, his heavy breathing a giveaway of his presence. You know, Mac, your father would never have delegated something so important. I turn slowly, fixing him with the stare that's made hardened criminals confess their sins unprompted. My father is dead. I'm not. You decide who makes better decisions. Fedor's jaw tightens. He nods once and leaves, closing the door behind him with deliberate softness that somehow communicates his disapproval more effectively than a slam would have. Alone again, I loosen the silk tie that suddenly feels like it's trying to hang me. My father ruled through brutality, each act of violence precisely calibrated to maximize terror. I learned his lessons well, perhaps too well. Now, at 36, I rule an empire built on blood and fear, and I'm suffocating within it. I check my watch, and it's nearly 7. Zena will be waiting for me. I stand, shrugging into my tailored jacket and adjusting my cufflinks, which are platinum with the Vorobev family crest etched into them. They were a gift from my father on my 16th birthday, the same day he handed me a gun and ordered me to kill for the first time. I push away the memory. It felt more like a gang initiation than the prestigious event he made it out to be. As I leave, I find the hallway to be empty and quiet. My staff knows better than to linger after hours unless explicitly instructed. 2 guards fall into step behind me as I approach the elevator, maintaining a respectful distance. The private elevator descends directly to the underground garage where my driver, Pavel, stands at attention beside a black Maybach. He opens the door without a word, face carefully blank. I slide into the leather interior, inhaling the scent of power and isolation. Home, I instruct Pavel. Dinner with Zena tonight. Yes, Mr. Vorobev Pavel pulls smoothly into Manhattan traffic, our security vehicle following close behind. I watch the sidewalk through the thick, bulletproof windows, observing people living ordinary lives, laughing couples holding hands, friends gathering at restaurants, and families heading home after work. Their world and mine exist in parallel, never truly intersecting. To them, I'm just another wealthy businessman in an expensive car. They don't see the blood on my hands or know that their neighborhoods operate under my invisible control. My phone vibrates with a message from Zena, pulling my attention away from the outside world. Dinner at 8. Don't be late, brother. I'm making that pasta you like. I smile, the first real one today. Zena, my little sister, is the only pure thing remaining in my life. 23 years old and brilliantly intelligent, she represents everything I've sacrificed to protect. Our mother died when Zena was just an infant, officially from complications after childbirth, though whispers suggested a rival family's involvement. Those whispers stopped when every person who repeated them disappeared. My father never remarried, instead channeling his grief into ruthless expansion of our territory. He raised me to be his weapon, but he allowed me to shield Zena from the worst of our world. I type back, on my way. Save me some wine. The car turns onto the private road leading to our family estate outside the city. Unlike the flashy mansions of new rich criminals, our home is understated in its luxury. A 19th century stone manor set far back from the road, it's surrounded by old-growth trees and discreet security measures. 4 generations of Vorobevs have lived and died here, their portraits watching from walls, judging each successor's worthiness to carry the name. Pavel stops at the main entrance. Will you need the car again tonight, sir? No, you're dismissed until morning. I step out, nodding to the security team patrolling the grounds. They report to Leonid, the only man whose loyalty I trust implicitly, not out of fear, but because he's known me since childhood, before the brutality was beaten into me. The moment I step through the doorway, I feel the pressure slide off my body. Here, with Zena, I can almost remember the person I was before the Mafia. You're early, she calls from the kitchen. I follow her voice, finding her in a flour-dusted apron, her dark hair pulled into a messy bun as she stirs something on the massive professional stove. Mrs. Petrova, our housekeeper since before I was born, hovers nervously nearby. Miss Zina insisted on cooking herself, Mr. Makari, she says apologetically. I told her I could handle it. It's fine, Mrs. Petrova. I wave away her concerns. My sister is stubborn like our mother. Zina beams at the comparison, though neither of us has more than photographs to know if it's true. I wanted to try making your favorite pasta dish from the recipe in that Italian cookbook you brought me, she says. Your staff can set the table, but I'm making the food. I loosen my tie and roll up my sleeves, approaching to peer into the pot. It smells good, better than the disaster with the French sauce last month. She swats at me with a wooden spoon. That was sabotage. Someone turned up the heat when I wasn't looking. I laugh, the sound foreign to my own ears. In this kitchen, with flour on Zina's nose and the scent of garlic and basil filling the air, I can pretend we're normal, that our family business involves importing olive oil instead of weapons and drugs, and the men stationed around our property are ordinary security rather than killers who've sworn their lives to the Vorobev name. Go change, Zina says, waving her spoon at me again. Dinner is in 20 minutes in the small dining room. I acquiesce, heading upstairs to my suite. The bedroom is immaculate as always, with everything in its precise place. I swear it gets cleaned multiple times a day, but I'm never here to prove anything. I strip off my wrinkled suit and step into the shower, scrubbing away the day under water hot enough to burn my skin. Sometimes I stand in the shower for over an hour with my eyes closed. No thoughts, just peace. Clean and dressed in casual clothes that few outside this house would ever see me wearing, I return downstairs. The small dining room still seats 12 comfortably, but it's the most intimate space in this mausoleum of a house. Zina has set 2 places at one end of the table, with candles and fresh flowers between them. Very fancy, I say, as she brings in a steaming platter of pasta. What's the occasion? Can't I just want a nice dinner with my brother? She pours red wine into crystal glasses that belong to our grandmother. Besides, I have news. I tense instinctively. I knew something was up. She notices my reaction and rolls her eyes. Relax, Mac. It's not about all that. She waves her hand dismissively at the empire that funds her comfortable existence but remains largely unacknowledged between us. I've been accepted to the doctoral program at Columbia for comparative literature. My heart jumps into my throat. Zina, that's excellent. You've always wanted... My phone buzzes, cutting me off. Fedor's name flashes on the screen, but I silence it without answering. Important? She asks, her smile fading slightly. Nothing that can't wait. I raise my glass. To Dr. Vorobev, the future queen of academia. She clinks her glass against mine but hesitates before drinking. I was thinking, maybe I shouldn't use our family name. The air goes still between us. The Vorobev name opens certain doors, but permanently closes many others, especially for Zina, who deserves a future unburdened by our bloody legacy. You could use Mother's maiden name, I suggest carefully. Petrov is common enough. Relief washes over her face. That's what I was thinking. Not that I'm ashamed, Mac, but... I cut her off gently. You don't have to explain. I understand better than anyone. We eat in companionable silence for a few minutes. The pasta actually quite good despite Zina's haphazard approach to cooking. I'm about to compliment her when my phone buzzes again. Not Fedor this time, but Leonid. I frown. Leonid would never interrupt unless it was important. Take it, she says with a resigned sigh. It's fine. I step into the hallway, keeping my voice low. What is it? I ask, annoyed to have to leave dinner with Zina. The Kazanovs responded to our message, Leonid says, his voice tight in his throat. They're pushing back against the Eclipse acquisition. They want a meeting. I exhale slowly. Not unexpected, but irritating. The Eclipse nightclub sits at the edge of contested territory. When? I ask him. They're suggesting this Friday night at Eclipse itself, a neutral ground situation before the paperwork is finalized. I consider this. A meeting is better than escalation. Tell them I'll be there. Standard security protocols, but nothing excessive. We don't need a show of force for a simple conversation. Yes, sir. Leonid pauses. Should I brief Fedor? I'll handle Fedor. Just confirm the meeting. I end the call and return to the dining room. Zina is watching me, her pasta already forgotten. Everything okay? She asks, studying my face. Just business, nothing serious. I slide back into my seat and take a bite of my food. This is actually very good. You've been practicing. She smiles, but her eyes remain concerned. You don't have to leave? Not tonight. I reach for my wine glass. Tonight, we're just going to enjoy dinner. A smile creeps onto her face, and her shoulder drop a few inches. We finish dinner exchanging stories and plans for her doctoral program. By the time we reach dessert, store-bought tiramisu that Zina pretends she made, I've almost pushed thoughts of the Kazanovs from my mind. Almost. After dinner, upon learning she's planning to spend a few days in the city, I insist on having Pavel drive Zina back to her apartment before taking me home. She maintains her own place near Columbia, a concession I made when she started graduate school, though the building's security rivals that of some government facilities. Her neighbors include diplomats, a starlet, and 3 investment bankers, so I feel almost at ease with her there. Her security team will be observing her as always, to her annoyance. You don't have to escort me up, she says, as Pavel pulls to a stop outside her building. I'm a big girl now. Humor me. I follow her inside, nodding to the doorman who straightens perceptibly at my presence, catching sight of the SUV carrying her guards driving past the building, clearly on the way to park in the garage. We go up to her apartment, where I perform my customary security check while she pretends not to notice. All clear, I announce, only half joking. Try to stay out of trouble until Friday. I have a business meeting that night, but maybe we can have dinner this weekend. I'd like that. She hugs me tightly. Be careful, Mac. And remember who you are under all of that. She gestures vaguely at what she calls my business persona. That's the problem. I'm no longer sure there's anyone left under the monster I've become. I've played this role for so long that the boundaries have blurred beyond recognition, but I just nod and kiss her forehead before leaving. Pavel is waiting with the car. Home, sir? Yes. I slide into the back seat, suddenly exhausted. As we drive through the nighttime city, I watch the passing lights and shadows, feeling the weight of 2 different lives pulling at me. The brother who celebrated his sister's achievement tonight, and the Bratva boss who will face the Kazanovs on Friday. The emptiness returns, stronger than before. This is what my existence has become. Endless cycles of negotiations and territorial disputes, power maintained through intimidation, and relationships reduced to strategic assets or liabilities. Even in this moment of relative peace, I recognize the hollowness at the center of it all. My phone buzzes with a text from Fedor. We need to discuss Kazanov meeting details. Leonid said Friday? I don't respond immediately, instead watching the city lights blur past the window. Tomorrow, I'll strategize and prepare, embracing the role my father created for me. But tonight, just for these few moments in the quiet darkness of the car, I allow myself to wonder whether there might still be something human left within me beyond the monster I've become. Tomorrow, the cycle will continue, endless and unchanging unless something breaks the pattern, or someone breaks me.
Chapter 2. Will my feet drag as I push through the hospital doors at the end of a grueling 16-hour shift. Every muscle aches, especially my lower back from bending over incubators all night. The fluorescent lights of New York Presbyterian's NICU have left an imprint behind my eyelids that blinks with each tired step. I pull my phone from my scrub pocket, wincing at the brightness before adjusting it. 4 missed calls from Giselle. A text follows. Answer your phone, Wilhelmina. It's my birthday, remember? Guilt washes over me. I've been so wrapped up in work that I completely forgot. Giselle has been my roommate since freshman year of college, the closest thing to family I've had since Mom died. She deserves better than a friend who forgets her birthday. I type a quick reply. Just got off shift. So sorry. We'll pick up something special on way home. The response is immediate. Don't bother. I have plans for us tonight. Be ready by 9 p.m. No excuses. I groan, already dreading whatever plans Giselle has concocted. Her idea of celebration typically involves crowded clubs, expensive cocktails, and staying out until dawn. That's everything I avoid in my carefully structured life. But it's her birthday, and after forgetting it, I owe her this much. The subway ride to our Brooklyn apartment feels endless. I close my eyes, letting the rocking motion nearly lull me to sleep. My mind drifts to baby Emma, the 1-pound miracle I've been monitoring all week. After a terrifying bradycardia episode yesterday, she stabilized beautifully tonight, her tiny fingers grasping my gloved pinky with surprising strength. These are the moments that make the exhaustion worthwhile. Fresh air hits my face as I climb the subway stairs, grounding me back in reality. Our apartment is 6 blocks away, and each step requires conscious effort. I stop at the corner bakery, purchasing Giselle's favorite chocolate croissants as a peace offering, then continue dragging myself home. Inside our apartment, blessed silence greets me. Giselle must have already left for work. She waitresses during lunch and dinner shifts and sometimes tends bar during the late shift at one of those trendy speakeasies in Manhattan, where cocktails cost more than my hourly wage. I kick off my sneakers, dropping my bag in the bakery box on the counter, then head straight for the shower. Hot water cascades over my tight shoulders, washing away the antiseptic hospital smell. I close my eyes, imagining the stress flowing down the drain. 15 minutes later, wrapped in my oldest, softest robe, I feel almost human again. I move to the kitchen window where my collection of plants basks in the afternoon sunlight. This small garden is my sanctuary, my connection to the mother who taught me to nurture growing things. I check each pot methodically. Basil needs water, the succulents are fine, and the peace lily has a new bud forming. At the center sits my prized possession, which is a rose bush grown from a cutting of Mom's garden. Its deep crimson blooms like a vivid memory of her hands guiding mine in the soft earth. You're looking healthy today, I whisper, touching a velvet petal. Mom always said talking to plants helps them grow, though my nursing education suggests it's more about the carbon dioxide from breath than the words themselves. Still, the ritual comforts me. Sleep pulls at my consciousness, an irresistible gravity after so many hours awake. It's a little past 11, and I set my alarm for 7 hours. That's enough to function, but still have time to prepare for Giselle's mysterious evening plans. I fall into bed, asleep before my head fully settles on the pillow. Before I know it, the alarm blares, yanking me from deep slumber. For a moment, I'm disoriented, unsure if it's morning or evening, but the clock reads 6:30 p.m. I've slept for 7 hours straight, but feel like I need 7 more. My bedroom door flies open without warning. Giselle bounces in wearing a silver sequined dress that catches the light with every movement, her red hair styled in loose waves that frame her heart-shaped face. Happy birthday to me. She twirls, the dress sparkling like she's captured pieces of the night sky. Oh, good. You're awake. We have exactly 2.5 hours to transform you from zombie nurse to bombshell. I sit up, rubbing sleep from my eyes. Bombshell seems ambitious. Where exactly are we going that requires this level of... I gesture vaguely at her ensemble. Eclipse. Giselle grins with excitement. Jake got us on the list. Do you know how impossible that is? People wait months to get in. My stomach drops. Eclipse, the notorious nightclub frequented by celebrities, finance bros, and if rumors are true, organized crime figures looking to flaunt their wealth. Exactly the kind of place I avoid. Giselle, I start carefully. I don't think that's my scene. Maybe you should take someone else who'd appreciate it more. I could make us dinner here instead. No. She crosses her arms, all playfulness vanishing. Will, I love you, but you haven't left this apartment for anything but work or groceries in months. It's like you're hiding from life itself. I'm not hiding, I protest weakly. I'm just focused on my career. You're 27, not 70. One night out won't kill you. She sits beside me on the bed, her expression softening. Look, I know the hospital work is important to you. I know those babies need you, but sometimes I worry you use it as an excuse to avoid living. Her words hit uncomfortably close to home. Since Mom died, I've built walls around myself, constructing a life of predictable routines, where nothing can surprise or hurt me. Work, home, and plants, then sleep. Repeatable, safe, controlled. Remember when we first met in college? Giselle continues. You were shy, but still adventurous. You'd try anything once. What happened to that girl? She grew up, I mumble. Responsibility happened. Bullshit. Grief happened, and I've given you space for that, but it's been 10 years, Will. She takes my hands in hers. This is my one birthday wish. For my best friend to come dance with me at the hottest club in Manhattan and remember what it feels like to be young and carefree for one night. Put like that, how can I refuse? Besides, I still feel guilty about forgetting her birthday. Fine, one night, but I'm not wearing anything ridiculous. She flashes a victorious grin. We'll see about that. She bounces off the bed and disappears, returning moments later with an armful of clothing. I've been preparing for this negotiation. Options. The next 2 hours are a whirlwind of rejected outfits, makeup application, and Giselle's running commentary on my criminally neglected potential. I finally agreed to a black dress that's more revealing than anything I'd choose for myself, but not completely outside my comfort zone. The fabric hugs curves I usually hide under shapeless scrubs, stopping mid-thigh in a way that makes me constantly want to tug it lower. Stop fidgeting. Giselle slaps my hand away from the hemline. You look hot. Those legs need to see daylight occasionally. Or nightclub light, whatever. I turn skeptically toward the mirror. The stranger looking back at me is undeniably more polished than usual. Giselle has somehow tamed my unruly brown waves into something sleek and intentional. The minimal makeup emphasizes my green eyes, making them appear larger and more dramatic. I feel like I'm playing dress up, I say, wobbling slightly in the borrowed heels. That's the point of going out. Giselle applies another layer of something glossy to her lips. We get to be whoever we want for a night, no responsibilities and no expectations. The concept is foreign to me. I've spent so long being exactly who I'm expected to be, reliable Wilhelmina, dedicated nurse, and responsible adult, that I'm not sure I remember how to be anyone else. We grab a rideshare to Manhattan, Giselle chattering excitedly about the celebrities who frequent Eclipse, while I nod and try to ignore the growing anxiety in my chest. The car drops us in the meatpacking district, where a line of impossibly beautiful people stretches down the block outside an unmarked door. We're going to be waiting for hours, I mutter, already dreaming of my bed. No, we're not. She grabs my hand, bypassing the line entirely and approaching a mountain of a man with an earpiece and clipboard. Giselle Nelson and Wilhelmina Lamb, Jake McAllister's guests. The bouncer scans his list, face impassive. After an excruciating moment, he nods once and unhooks the velvet rope. Welcome to Eclipse. Enjoy your evening. Inside, I'm immediately assaulted by sensory overload. The music pulses so loudly I feel it in my chest, competing with the rapid beating of my heart. Crystal chandeliers hang from vaulted ceilings, casting prismatic light across the crowded space. Beautiful people move like exotic creatures through the artificial fog, drinks in hand and laughing at jokes I can't hear. "Isn't this amazing?" she shouts over the music, her face alight with excitement. I nod automatically, though amazing isn't the word I'd choose. Overwhelming feels more accurate. The air is thick with expensive perfume and cologne, making it difficult to breathe. Every surface seems designed for Instagram rather than actual comfort, with velvet ropes, gold-trimmed tables, and champagne towers that make me feel gauche. "Let's get drinks." Giselle pulls me toward the crowded bar, expertly navigating the press of bodies with the confidence of someone who belongs in this world of excess. While she orders something complicated and undoubtedly overpriced, I scan the room, feeling increasingly like an imposter. In one corner, a roped-off section hosts what appears to be a minor celebrity and entourage. In another, finance types in expensive suits throw money around with casual disregard, ordering bottles with sparklers that servers parade through the crowd. Here, Giselle presses a crystal glass into my hand. "It's called Midnight Sin. Fitting, right?" I take a cautious sip, surprised by the pleasant balance of sweet and bitter. "It's good." "Of course it is. It costs $28. She clinks her glass against mine. "To my birthday and your reintroduction to nightlife." I manage a smile, determined to at least appear to be enjoying myself for her sake. The alcohol helps, spreading warmth through my limbs and softening the sharp edges of my anxiety. We find a small high-top table to claim as home base, watching the crowd grow thicker as the night progresses. "Jake?" Giselle suddenly squeals, waving frantically at a tall man in a blue blazer making his way toward us. "You made it!" The mysterious Jake turns out to be her latest conquest. He's handsome in that generic Wall Street way, with perfect teeth and an expensive watch that's subtly flashy. He kisses Giselle's cheek, then mine, his cologne overwhelming at close range. "Birthday girl." He hands Giselle a small gift box wrapped in silver paper. "Sorry I'm late. Client dinner ran long." "You're here now," she says, already tearing into the package. Inside is a delicate bracelet that she immediately fawns over, allowing Jake to fasten it around her wrist with obvious satisfaction. I sip my drink, feeling increasingly like a fifth wheel as they fall into conversation filled with inside jokes and lingering touches. After finishing a second overpriced cocktail, I touch Giselle's arm. "I'm going to find the restroom. Be right back." She nods, barely looking away from Jake. "Take your time." The bathroom proves to be as pretentious as the rest of the club, with attendants offering perfume and hand towels, fresh flowers on marble countertops, and stalls with actual doors that reach the floor. I take longer than necessary, fixing my lipstick and adjusting my dress, delaying my return to awkward fifth wheel status. When I finally emerge, the club has grown even more crowded. The dance floor is now packed with writhing bodies moving to a pulsing electronic beat. I scan for our table, but Giselle and Jake are nowhere to be seen. Great, she's abandoned me on her own birthday. I check my phone, but there are no messages, of course. Typical Giselle, caught up in the moment without considering others. I debate texting her, but decide against it. She deserves her birthday fun, and I'd only be dragging her down with my discomfort anyway. Unsure what to do next, I make my way back to the bar, intending to nurse one more drink before calling it a night. The crowd seems to part and reform around me like water, as everyone else moves with ease while I stand out as clearly as a sore thumb. A group of men in expensive suits eye me as I pass, one nudging another and nodding in my direction. I quicken my pace, gaze fixed on the floor, and praying they don't approach. In my haste to escape their attention, I don't see the man stepping into my path until it's too late. I collide with a solid wall of chest, my small clutch purse falling to the floor as I stumble backward, apologies already forming on my lips. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking. The words die as I look up and up into the most intense eyes I've ever seen, dark brown with flecks of amber. They study me with an unsettling focus beneath straight brows. The man towers over me, even in my heels, his presence commanding in a way that has nothing to do with his height, and everything to do with the aura of authority he exudes. He's older than the finance boys, mid-30s perhaps, and dressed in a perfectly tailored suit that screams old money rather than new wealth. His features are striking rather than conventionally handsome, with a strong jaw, prominent nose, and full lips pressed into a neutral line. Not a face that smiles often, I think automatically. I realize I'm staring and snap my mouth shut, embarrassment heating my cheeks. The stranger bends to retrieve my purse, the movement graceful despite his size. When he straightens, there's something in his expression I can't quite place. Curiosity, perhaps? Are you hurt? He asks, his voice deep and lightly accented. Russian, maybe? No, I'm fine. Just embarrassed. I take the purse from his outstretched hand, careful not to touch his fingers. It's crowded and I'm not really. I gesture vaguely at our surroundings, unable to articulate that I don't belong here, that this world of beautiful people and expensive drinks is as foreign to me as Mars. But somehow, he seems to understand. His expression shifts subtly, interest replacing polite concern. First time at Eclipse? I nod, wondering why this intimidating stranger is bothering with conversation. Men who look like him don't typically notice women who look like me, especially in places like this, where models and socialites are a dime a dozen. It's my roommate's birthday, I say, unsure why I'm sharing this information. She dragged me here, then promptly disappeared with some guy in a blue blazer. A brief smile transforms his severe features, revealing perfect teeth and unexpected laugh lines around his eyes. Not a fan of nightclubs? Is it that obvious? I tug self-consciously at my borrowed dress. You look like you're planning an escape route. His gaze is penetrating but not unkind. Most people here are trying to be seen. You're trying to be invisible. The accuracy of his assessment is disconcerting. I shift uncomfortably, ready to make my excuses and retreat, when he gestures toward the bar. Let me buy you a drink, he offers. To apologize for standing in your path? You don't need to apologize. I walked into you. Then let me buy you a drink because you look like you need one more than anyone else in this place. Another almost smile, this one reaching his eyes and transforming them from intimidating to almost warm. Against all my better judgment, I find myself nodding. Okay, one drink. He guides me toward the bar, not touching me, but somehow clearing a path through the crowd with his presence alone. People step aside automatically, some with flickers of recognition or wariness in their eyes, and I wonder briefly who he is. Someone important, clearly. I'm Maxime, he says as we reach the bar, extending a hand. I take it, noting the strength in his grip and the calluses that suggest he does more than push papers despite the expensive suit. Wilhelmina, but everyone calls me Will. Wilhelmina, he repeats, ignoring my correction, my full name sounding strangely formal and intimate in his accented voice. What are you drinking? I glance at the elaborate cocktail menu and feel immediately overwhelmed. Just a gin and tonic, please. He signals the bartender, who appears instantly despite the crowd of people trying to order. Gin and tonic for the lady. Stolichnaya, neat for me. The drinks arrive with remarkable speed. I take a sip, grateful for the simple, familiar taste after the overly sweet concoctions Giselle ordered earlier. So, Wilhelmina, Maxim leans against the bar, giving me his full attention in a way that's both flattering and slightly unnerving. What do you do when you're not being dragged to nightclubs by birthday roommates? I'm a nurse in the NICU at New York Presbyterian. Something shifts in his expression. Surprise? Or maybe respect? Premature babies? I nod, warming to the topic. The smallest, sickest ones. It's challenging, but rewarding. Every day is different. I stop, realizing I'm about to launch into nursing talk. Sorry, not exactly exciting nightclub conversation. On the contrary, he says, his intense gaze never leaving my face. It's the most interesting thing I've heard all night. You save lives while the rest of us. He gestures at the excess surrounding us. Waste them. The statement carries a weight that seems personal, almost confessional. I study him over the rim of my glass, sensing depths beneath the expensive suit and commanding presence. What about you? I ask. What do you do? A shadow passes over his features, there and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. I'm in business, import-export primarily, nothing as meaningful as your work. There's something rehearsed about the answer, but before I can consider it further, the music changes, the beat becoming more insistent. Maxime sets down his empty glass. Would you like to dance? He asks, surprising me. I haven't properly danced in years, and the crowded floor of beautiful people is intimidating. But something about tonight, the alcohol, the strange circumstances, and this enigmatic man's unexpected attention, makes me reckless. Why not? I finish my drink in a single swallow, the gin burning pleasantly down my throat. Fair warning, though, I'm terrible at it. Maxime's lips curve into another of those smiles that transform his severe features. Then we'll be terrible together. He leads the way to the dance floor, and I follow, thinking this is either the most interesting night I've had in years, or the beginning of a cautionary tale Giselle will tell at my funeral. Either way, for the first time in longer than I can remember, I feel fully terrifyingly alive.
Chapter 3. Marka. I step out of the black Maybach, nodding to Pavel to wait. Tonight is business, not pleasure, though my cousin seems determined to blur those lines. The Eclipse acquisition is a necessary strategic expansion. The nightclub offers prime territory and excellent money laundering potential, but Fedor's insistence on celebrating our new venture after the meeting with the Kazanovs seems unnecessary. You'll like Eclipse, he promised earlier. The most exclusive club in Manhattan. Only the elite come here. It's perfect for cementing new relationships. What Fedor really means is it's perfect for flaunting wealth, displaying power, and reminding everyone who controls this city from the shadows. Sometimes, I wonder if he remembers that the point of power isn't showing it off, but wielding it effectively. 2 security guards walk beside me as I approach the unmarked entrance. Leonid leads, scanning constantly like he's expecting an attack. We're using the VIP entrance, so there are no long lines or velvet ropes. It's just us, which makes it easier to pick out danger. We get inside without an issue, and I'm hit by a wave of music and energy. Eclipse occupies a converted cathedral, its Gothic architecture now serving different gods: money, status, vanity. Stained glass windows backlit with blue and purple LEDs cast trippy patterns across the dance floor, where beautiful people perform their pre-mating rituals. Crystal chandeliers hang from vaulted ceilings, while private booths ring the perimeter like confessionals for the wealthy to whisper their secrets. It's another grand playground for the privileged, where nothing real happens, though tonight might be the exception. The only reason I agreed to come was to meet with Kazanov. Mr. Vorobev, the club manager appears, practically bowing. Your table is ready. Mr. Kazanov's representatives arrived 10 minutes ago. I nod once, following him through the crowd. People part instinctively, sensing danger without identifying its source. Some stare too long, drawn to power they can sense but not name. Others avert their eyes, animal instinct recognizing a predator. I've grown accustomed to both reactions. Fedor waits in our reserved VIP section, already entertaining 3 men in flashy suits, who can only be the Kazanov delegation. Their excessive jewelry and over-eager laughter mark them as new money trying too hard. Beside them, my cousin looks positively restrained, though the crystal decanter of vodka on the table suggests they've started without me. Mak. Fedor rises, embracing me with theatrical warmth for our audience. His breath smells of expensive liquor. Finally, I was telling our friends about the expansion opportunities. I extract myself from his embrace, nodding to the Kazanovs with precisely calibrated cordiality. This meeting is a courtesy, not a negotiation. The Eclipse purchase moves forward regardless of their feelings, but maintaining peace serves everyone's interests. For now, the eldest Kazanov representative, Demyan, based on Leonid's intelligence briefing, extends his hand. Mr. Vorobev, it's an honor to finally meet you. I shake his hand firmly, noting the excessive pressure he applies. Small men always squeeze too hard. The pleasure is mine. I sit, smoothly unbuttoning my jacket. A server immediately appears with my preferred vodka, poured without instruction. I assume Fedor must have clued them in, since I haven't been here before. I fake a smile. I trust my cousin has been entertaining you adequately. Very much so. Demyan grins, revealing a gold tooth that confirms every stereotype. He tells us the Eclipse acquisition is nearly complete, a significant addition to your portfolio. The underlying question is unspoken. How will this affect the delicate territorial balance we've maintained? The nightclub sits at the edge of our agreed boundaries, technically neutral ground until now. A business decision, I say smoothly. The property became available at an attractive price. It's nothing more complicated than good investment strategy. Demyan's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Of course, business is business. Still, such a prestigious venue naturally attracts certain clientele. Questions of access and service might arise. Translation. Will the Kazanovs still be welcome once the Vorobev organization controls the property? Will their drug distribution through club staff continue uninterrupted? Fedor jumps in before I can respond. The Eclipse will operate as neutral territory for select associates. Existing arrangements will continue under new management, with appropriate adjustments to reflect changing ownership. I resist the urge to silence him with a look. My cousin speaks too freely and too eagerly. It's why I keep him away from the most sensitive operations, despite our blood connection. The conversation continues in this vein, with veiled references to territory and market share cloaked in business terminology, while everyone pretends we're discussing a legitimate enterprise, rather than the systematic corruption of an entire city. I participate minimally, letting Fedor handle the details while I observe the Kazanovs' reactions, cataloging useful information about their priorities and pressure points. After an hour of this tedious dance, I've learned nothing new, and my patience wears thin. The club grows more crowded, the music louder, and the air thicker with perfume and desperation. I signal to Leonid that we'll be concluding soon, but Fedor misinterprets my gesture. "Drinks," he announces, signaling a server. The night is young, and we're celebrating new partnerships. Demyan and his associates cheer this suggestion, already too deep in their cups. I hide my irritation behind a neutral expression, scanning the room while the others discuss which obscenely expensive bottle to order next. That's when I see her. Standing awkwardly near the bar, she's immediately out of place in this artificial environment. But not because of her appearance. The black dress she wears complements a slender figure, and her face would be considered classically beautiful by any standard. But unlike every other woman in Eclipse tonight, she isn't putting on a show. She looks uncomfortable, tugging self-consciously at her hemline while pretending to check her phone, which she's clearly using as a transparent shield against unwanted attention. When she glances up, scanning the crowd with clear green eyes, I glimpse something rare in this environment. Authenticity. "Mock?" Fedor's voice pulls me back to the conversation. "Your opinion on the champagne?" "Whatever you prefer." I don't take my gaze off the woman, watching as she navigates the crowd with obvious discomfort. A group of finance types notice her too, nudging each other and nodding in her direction, like wolves spotting an injured deer. Decision made, I stand abruptly. "Excuse me, gentlemen. There's a matter requiring my attention." Fedor looks startled. Now? We're in the middle of, "Continue without me." My tone allows no argument. "I'll return shortly." I have no intention of doing that if I can prevent it. I move through the crowd with purpose, and Leonid automatically falls into step behind me. When I glance back with a subtle hand signal, he understands immediately and drops back, giving me space while remaining watchful. The woman is moving faster now, clearly trying to escape the finance wolves' attention. Her gaze is fixed downward, so she doesn't see me until it's too late. She collides with my chest, dropping a small clutch purse as she stumbles backward, apologies already forming on her lips. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking." Her words trail off as she looks up at me, eyes widening slightly. I'm accustomed to a certain fearful reaction, but hers is different. Simple surprise crosses her expression, followed by embarrassment as her cheeks color in a way that seems genuine rather than strategic. She doesn't know who I am. I bend to retrieve her purse, using the moment to study her more closely. There is no recognition in her eyes, and no flirtation in her posture. She's just a beautiful woman clearly out of her element, uncomfortable in the revealing dress that seems borrowed rather than owned. "Are you hurt?" I ask, returning her purse. "No, I'm fine. Just embarrassed." She takes it carefully, avoiding touching my fingers as though contact might burn. "It's crowded, and I'm not really..." She gestures vaguely at our surroundings, unable to articulate what's obvious. She doesn't belong here. Something about her discomfort resonates unexpectedly. I spend my life in places where I don't truly belong, playing roles necessitated by birth and circumstance rather than choice. "First time at Eclipse?" I ask, though the answer is obvious. She nods, still wary but less tense. "It's my roommate's birthday," she explains, the words coming faster now. "She dragged me here, then promptly disappeared with some guy in a blue blazer." I smile despite myself. Her frankness is refreshing after the exchanges with the Kazanovs. "Not a fan of nightclubs." "Is it that obvious?" She tugs self-consciously at her dress again. You look like you're planning an escape route. I study her openly now, intrigued by what I see. Most people here are trying to be seen. You're trying to be invisible. My observation clearly unsettles her. She shifts uncomfortably, preparing to retreat. Acting on impulse, I rarely indulge. I gesture toward the bar. Let me buy you a drink to apologize for standing in your path. You don't need to apologize. I walked into you. Then let me buy you a drink because you look like you need one more than anyone else in this place. I allow myself another smile, surprising even myself with the genuine amusement I feel. She hesitates, clearly weighing stranger danger warnings against some internal calculation I can't decipher. Finally, she nods. Okay, one drink. I guide her toward the bar, not touching her, but aware of how people instinctively clear a path for me. Some faces register recognition, while others merely respond to the authority I project without conscious effort. The woman notices too, darting curious glances at those who step aside. At the bar, I realize I should offer a name, but not my real one. That would end this conversation before it begins if she has any clue of who I am. I'm Maxime, I say, extending a hand. Wilhelmina, she says, her grip firm despite her evident nervousness. Everyone calls me Will. Wilhelmina, I repeat, deliberately using her full name because it suits her, being elegant, somewhat old-fashioned, and with hidden strength in its syllables. The bartender appears instantly, bypassing other waiting customers despite me not having been here before. The small perks of power are so ingrained I barely notice them anymore, though Wilhelmina clearly does, raising her eyebrows slightly at the preferential treatment. What are you drinking? I ask. She glances at the elaborate cocktail menu with obvious overwhelm. Just a gin and tonic, please. I signal the bartender. Gin and tonic for the lady. Stolichnaya, neat, for me. Our drinks arrive promptly. I watch as she takes a careful sip, shoulders relaxing incrementally as the alcohol does its work. So, Wilhelmina, I lean against the bar, giving her my full attention in a way I rarely do with anyone outside business or family. What do you do when you're not being dragged to nightclubs by birthday roommates? I'm a nurse. NICU at New York Presbyterian. The answer surprises me. I'd expected something conventional. Marketing, perhaps, or finance assistant. Not someone who works daily with life's fragility. Premature babies? I clarify, genuinely interested. She nods, animation entering her expression for the first time. The smallest, sickest ones. It's challenging, but rewarding. Every day is different. She stops abruptly, seeming embarrassed by her enthusiasm. Sorry, not exactly exciting nightclub conversation. On the contrary, I say truthfully. It's the most interesting thing I've heard all night. You save lives while the rest of us, I gesture at the excess surrounding us, waste them. The words emerge more honestly than intended, carrying weight I hadn't meant to reveal. Wilhelmina studies me with newfound curiosity, green eyes more perceptive than I initially gave her credit for. What about you? She asks. What do you do? There's the question I always dread in civilian conversations. I offer my standard cover story, developed ages ago for these types of situations. I'm in the import business. Nothing as meaningful as your work. She seems about to press further when the music changes, the beat becoming more insistent. An opportunity to change subjects presents itself, and I take it. Would you like to dance? I ask, surprising myself as much as her. I haven't properly danced in years, not for pleasure at least. Formal events require certain perfunctory movements with appropriate partners, but that's performance, not enjoyment. This impulse is different, disconnected from strategy or obligation. Wilhelmina looks startled by the invitation, then thoughtful. Finally, she finishes her drink in a single swallow that hints at hidden depths beneath her outward propriety. "Why not?" she says with unexpected decisiveness. Fair warning, though, I'm terrible at it. My lips curve into another genuine smile, the second in minutes after weeks without one. Then we'll be terrible together. I lead the way to the dance floor, aware of Leonid watching from the perimeter, of Fedor observing from the VIP section with obvious curiosity, and of the countless invisible threads of obligation and danger that define my existence. For once, I ignore them all. Tonight, all I want to do is to enjoy my time with this lovely woman. It won't last. Nothing real ever does in my world, but for these few minutes on a crowded dance floor, perhaps reality can be suspended. Tomorrow brings violence, strategy, and the endless game of power. But tonight, there is only music, movement, and green eyes that see a man rather than a monster. I place my hands respectfully at Wilhelmina's waist as we begin to move together, feeling tension in her body gradually release as she grows more comfortable with my proximity. The scent of her perfume cuts through the club's manufactured atmosphere. For the first time in longer than I can remember, I feel something suspiciously close to peace.
Chapter 4. Well, I try to quell my nerves as he leads the way to the dance floor, and I follow, heart racing with anxiety and unexpected excitement. As we find a spot among the crowd, the music shifts to something slower, with a pulsing bass line that vibrates through the floor. Maxim places his hands respectfully at my waist, maintaining a proper distance between us. I rest my hands tentatively on his shoulders, feeling solid muscle beneath expensive fabric. This close, I notice details I missed before, like a small scar near his right eyebrow, the precise way his dark hair is cut, and the subtle scent of his cologne mingling with something else I can't identify but find oddly comforting. We move together awkwardly at first, finding our rhythm. I'm hyper-aware of his hands at my waist, warm through the thin fabric of my dress. When I finally gather the courage to meet his gaze directly, the intensity I find there makes it hard to breathe. He's watching me with undisguised interest, as though memorizing every feature. "So," I say, desperate to break the charged silence between us, "do you come here often?" I immediately cringe at the cliched line. Maxim's lips twitch with amusement. "This is my first time, but I've been in places like this primarily for business." I arch a brow. "Import business happens in nightclubs?" "Networking happens everywhere." His tone remains light, but something in his expression closes slightly. "Not everyone conducts business in conventional settings." I nod, sensing a boundary I shouldn't push. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry." "You're not." His hands tighten fractionally at my waist as he guides me through a turn. "It's refreshing, actually. Most people I meet either already know who I am or pretend to." The statement hangs between us, loaded with implications I can't fully decipher. Before I can respond, the music shifts again, this time to something faster with a thumping beat that makes conversation impossible. Maxim raises a thick eyebrow in question. Continue or escape? I surprise myself by moving closer, letting the music guide my movements. For a man so controlled, he dances with unexpected grace, his large frame somehow managing to make me feel graceful by association. As the crowd presses in around us, the distance between us naturally diminishes until I feel the heat radiating from his body. Time becomes an idea, measured in songs rather than minutes. One dance becomes two, then three. I forget to feel self-conscious, caught up in the strange bubble we've created amidst the chaos. When his hand slides from my waist to the small of my back during a particularly crowded moment, pulling me slightly closer to shield me from a group of rowdy dancers, my heart rate spikes in a way that has nothing to do with exertion. After what must be our fifth or sixth song, I'm overheated and slightly dizzy from the combination of dancing, alcohol, and Maxim's proximity. I gesture toward the edge of the dance floor, and he immediately understands, guiding me through the crowd with that same effortless authority I noticed earlier. We find a relatively quiet corner near one of the tall, stained glass windows. The colored lights filtering through cast rainbow patterns across Maxim's face, softening his severe features. I lean against the cool stone wall, grateful for its solid support. Thank you for the dances, I say, suddenly shy again, now that we're face to face without the excuse of music to fill the silence. The pleasure was mine. His voice is lower now, more intimate in our relative isolation from the crowd. You dance beautifully. I laugh, genuinely amused. Now I know you're being polite. I haven't danced in years. Then perhaps we should do it more often. The suggestion hangs in the air between us, loaded with possibilities. I study him, trying to understand what a man like Maxime, clearly wealthy, powerful, and accustomed to getting what he wants, sees in me. I'm not naive enough to think this is just about conversation, but there's something in his gaze that seems more complex than simple attraction. I should probably find my roommate, I say, though I make no move to leave. Make sure she's okay. Of course. He nods, but his eyes don't leave mine. Unless, unless, unless you prefer not to end the evening just yet. He takes a careful step closer, still maintaining a respectful distance. I have access to a private suite upstairs. We could continue our conversation somewhere quieter. My heart pounds against my ribs. This is the moment where sensible Wilhelmina Lamb should politely decline, find Giselle, and return to the safety of routine and predictability. But for once, I don't want to be sensible. Just conversation? I ask, though we both know the question is merely performative. The corner of his mouth lifts in that almost smile. If that's what you prefer. I take a deep breath, making a decision that feels simultaneously reckless and inevitable. Lead the way. As I follow Maxim toward a discreet elevator guarded by security personnel, who immediately step aside at his approach, I feel as though I'm stepping off a familiar path into uncharted territory. I have no idea what happens next, and the uncertainty is terrifying and exhilarating. Tonight, I'm not predictable, responsible Wilhelmina Lamb, NICU nurse with a carefully controlled life. Tonight, I'm someone who follows a mysterious stranger into the unknown, guided by impulses I'd forgotten I possessed. Tomorrow, I'll return to routine and responsibility, but tonight belongs to this moment, this man, and whatever waits behind the elevator doors now closing behind us. Once we're alone in the cab, I turned to him and asked, "If you've never been here before, why do you have a suite upstairs?" His mouth curls slightly upward at the left side. "It's one of the owner's perks. And as of this afternoon, I own Eclipse." I want to ask more, but his closed expression suggests the topic is off limits. Part of me is curious, but I'm not so curious that I risk ruining the moment and this unexpected opportunity to forget who I really am for a single night and enjoy what time we have together. I accept his words with a nod and follow him out of the elevator when it stops on the appropriate floor.
Chapter 5. Marca. The elevator doors slide open to reveal a suite that takes my breath away, and that's saying something when I'm already accustomed to the best. The space is elegantly appointed with sleek modern furniture in neutral tones, accented with subtle artwork that speaks of wealth without ostentation. A massive sectional sofa faces both the view and a fireplace clad in what appears to be rare Italian marble. To one side, a doorway reveals the edge of what must be a bedroom. We'll see in due time. Wilhelmina steps into the room with cautious curiosity, her eyes widening as she takes in the surroundings. So this is what it's like to own a nightclub. Quite the perk. One of the few worth having. I follow her into the space, observing her carefully while gauging her reaction to this glimpse of wealth and privilege. Unlike most who enter my orbit, she seems more interested than impressed, studying the art on the walls with genuine appreciation rather than calculating its value. She approaches a large, abstract canvas, her head tilting slightly as she considers it. This is stunning. Rothko? Her recognition surprises me. I didn't even know the painting was here, so I'm slightly startled that she recognizes the artist. Yes. You know his work? I minored in art history before committing to nursing. Her fingers hover near the canvas without touching it. I've only seen his pieces in museums, never in someone's private collection. Is it real? Should be, I reply. My father used to like Rothko. The admission surprises me, because they usually don't bring up my father if I can help it. I clear my throat and add, I have one of his paintings in my apartment. It looks like you have one here too. She looks at me over her shoulder, sensing the weight behind the statement but respectfully not prying. Your father had excellent taste. In some things, I allow the ambiguity to stand between us. Can I get you something to drink? I'm sure there's a full bar. I don't need to have seen this place before to intuit that it has all the expected amenities. Just water for now, thank you. She wanders toward the windows, drawn to the view. I think I've hit my limit on alcohol for one night. I move to the bar nestled in the corner, selecting a crystal tumbler for her water. Sparkling or still? Sparkling, please. She presses her palm against the glass, leaning closer to look down at the street below. This view is incredible. I pour San Pellegrino for her and a neat vodka for myself before joining her at the windows. The city spreads below us. From this height, the chaos appears orderly and the danger distant. We stand side by side, not quite touching, but the electricity between us almost physical. It's beautiful. Her voice softens. I've lived in New York my whole life, but I never get tired of this view. What part of the city? I hand her the water. Queens originally, Astoria. She takes a sip, her gaze never leaving the vista. Now I share an apartment in Washington Heights with my roommate, the one who dragged me here tonight. The rent is brutal, but the location works well for both our jobs. She gestures to the expanse before us. Nothing like this, of course. And does your roommate make a habit of abandoning you in nightclubs? There's a faint edge to my tone, but she doesn't seem to notice my disapproval. She laughs. Giselle, absolutely. She's the social butterfly to my homebody hermit. I love her, but our ideas of fun rarely align. So, what is your idea of fun, Wilhelmina? I study her. If not nightclubs and dancing with strangers, I mean. She considers the question while taking another sip of her water. Quiet things, mostly. Reading on my fire escape with a cup of tea. Discovering hole-in-the-wall restaurants with incredible food. Walking through the Met when it first opens, before the crowds arrive. She glances at me, a hint of self-consciousness crossing her expression. Boring, I know. I shrug a shoulder. Not boring, authentic, genuine pleasures rather than manufactured experiences. That's a generous interpretation. A small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. What about you? When you're not acquiring nightclubs and rescuing out-of-place nurses, what do you enjoy? The question catches me by surprise. Few people ask about my personal preferences. Most either assume I share the stereotypical tastes of wealthy men or don't care about the person behind the power. I consider my answer carefully, wanting to offer something real despite my habitual caution. I sail, I finally say after a moment of thought. There's a clarity on the water that I don't find anywhere else. Everything unnecessary falls away. I've never been sailing. She turns from the window to face me fully. I'm not sure I'd have the sea legs for it. I could take you sometime. The offer escapes before I consider the inferences. The suggestion of a future beyond tonight is dangerous territory. She raises an eyebrow, a playful smile curving her lips. Forward of you, Maxime, assuming I'll want to see you again after tonight. Hopeful, perhaps. I enjoy the subtle flirtation. Or simply confident in my abilities to ensure you have a memorable evening. Confident or arrogant? Her tone remains light despite the challenge. There's a fine line. I move closer until barely inches separate us. Which side I fall on depends entirely on whether I can deliver on my promises. Her breathing changes subtly, quickening as I enter her personal space. And what exactly are you promising? That depends on what you want. I maintain eye contact, letting her see desire normally concealed. Conversation. Company? Something more. She breaks eye contact first, moving away from the intensity of the moment to settle on one of the low couches. The distance is deliberate, a recalibration rather than a rejection. I follow, sitting close enough to maintain connection without crowding her retreat. Let's start with conversation. She tucks her legs beneath her in a casual pose that contrasts with the elegance of her dress. Tell me something about yourself that isn't related to business or nightclubs. Something more. I consider deflecting, falling back on charm and surface details, but something about her directness deserves reciprocal honesty. I have a younger sister. She's everything good that remains in my life. Her expression softens, sensing the significance without pressing for details I won't provide. Is she like you? Not at all. Genuine warmth enters my voice. She's brilliant and is currently working toward her PhD in literature. She sees beauty where I see strategy and possibilities where I see risks. She sounds wonderful. Her face animates with genuine interest rather than polite conversation. You must be proud of her. Beyond words, she's the one pure thing I've managed not to taint. Something in my phrasing catches her attention, tilting her head slightly as she studies me with renewed intensity. That's an interesting way to put it. What is it you think you'd taint her with? I realize my mistake immediately. Speaking about Xena has lowered my guard, allowing glimpses of truths I normally conceal. I take a small sip of vodka, using the moment to recalibrate. It's all just family politics, complications that come with certain names and histories. She deserves a future unburdened by all of that, and she's pursuing it admirably. I understand that. Her response surprises me. Names can carry weight, even when we don't get to choose them. You sound like you're speaking from experience, I reply, grateful for the shift away from my own revelations. I lean forward slightly. It's an excuse to get closer to her. She sighs, absently tracing the rim of her glass with one finger. My father was a well-respected surgeon, brilliant by all accounts, who died when I was young. His reputation created certain expectations. Excellence isn't optional when you're Dr. Graham Lamb's daughter. Is that why you became a nurse, following in his medical footsteps? Partly. Her shoulders lift in a small shrug. From what I remember of him, I think he would have preferred I become a surgeon like him. Nursing wasn't prestigious enough in his worldview. But it suited you better. I recognized the slight defiance beneath her words. It did. I wanted direct patient care, not surgical distance. Her expression brightens as she speaks about her work. In the NICU, I form real relationships with families during their most vulnerable moments. It's intimate in a way surgery rarely allows. Not that there's anything wrong with any medical profession, but I'm allowed to have a say in what I end up doing. I find myself fascinated by her passion, the way her entire demeanor transforms when discussing her vocation. Unlike the crazed ambition I encounter in my world, her drive stems from genuine compassion, a quality I've learned to view with suspicion, yet find undeniably compelling in her. You love it, I say softly, and it's a statement rather than question. Your work fulfills you. It does. She meets my gaze directly. Doesn't yours? The question strikes deeper than she could know. Does moving drugs and weapons, extracting payments through fear and violence, and killing when necessary to maintain power fulfill me? Once, perhaps, when I still believed in the necessity of my role and the protection it provided for those under my care. But now? It served its purpose, I say with a thin smile. That's more honesty than I've offered anyone outside family in years. Lately, I find myself questioning its value. Then why continue? Her question is so simple yet impossibly complex. I laugh, though the sound is devoid of actual humor. Some paths once chosen don't allow for easy exits. Bridges get burned, but that's the only way forward sometimes. She studies me with unexpected perception, as though seeing beyond the carefully constructed painting I present to the world. That sounds like a poor rationalization. Perhaps it is. Her directness is surprising, but maybe it's because she doesn't know who I really am. Other people are more cautious with their words. I cock my head to the side, looking into her pretty green eyes. But tonight isn't about my professional dilemmas, I say, my voice deepening. What is it about then? She sets her empty glass on the coffee table, a gentle curiosity in her eyes. I lean forward, close enough to catch the sweet floral scent of her perfume. It's like bubblegum and flowers. Tonight is about the unexpected connection between two strangers, about what happens when we set aside our usual roles and simply exist together. Her eyes darken slightly, pupils dilating in response to my proximity. That sounds suspiciously like a line, Maxim. Not a line, an observation. My voice drops lower. You feel it too, this current between us. Something beyond the usual attraction. Something clicking into place. She doesn't deny it while dropping her gaze briefly to my lips before returning to meet my gaze. I don't normally do this. Any of this. Neither do I. That's the absolute truth. Despite countless women over the years, I rarely allow genuine connection. Physical release, yes. Strategic liaisons, certainly. But this vulnerability, never. Somehow, I doubt that. A hint of playful skepticism flashes across her face. I imagine women are quite susceptible to your particular brand of intensity. I smile at her perception. You're deflecting. So are you. She matches my directness. The challenge hangs between us. Acknowledgement of mutual attraction and shared hesitation. For different reasons, perhaps, but equally real. I reach out slowly, giving her time to withdraw, and brush a strand of hair from her face. The gesture is gentle, almost tentative, which is unfamiliar territory for a man accustomed to taking what he wants without question. I haven't enjoyed a genuine conversation like this in longer than I can remember. My fingers linger against her cheek. Most people want something from me: position, protection, or power by association. Their words are premeditated, and their interest is performative. And you think mine isn't? She leans subtly into my touch. I know it isn't. Certainty fills my voice. You have no idea who I really am, or what I control. Your interest is in the man before you, not the name or the resources. She catches my wrist lightly, not pushing me away, but holding me there, her skin warm against mine. And if I did know, would that change things? Inevitably. The honesty surprises us both. Knowledge brings complications, expectations, and even fear sometimes. Are you afraid of being known, Maxim? The question cuts to the heart of something I rarely examine. Perhaps. I turn my hand to capture hers, intertwining our fingers. Or perhaps I'm afraid of what knowing me would do to someone like you. The confession lingers between us like the smoke from candles. In her eyes, I see understanding dawning, not of specifics, but of the essential truth. Whatever I am, whoever I am, carries danger in its wake. I'm stronger than I look. Her voice softens as her thumb traces patterns against my palm. I don't doubt it. I bring our joined hands to my lips, pressing a kiss against her knuckles. Tonight isn't about strength or weakness. It's about choice and presence. It's about staying in this moment without the past or future complicating it. Just now. She reaches up to stroke the line of my jaw, her touch exploratory and tentative. Just now. I lean into her touch. And what do you want in this moment, Wilhelmina? Her breath stills for a second, and her eyes darken as she makes her decision. Right now, I want you to kiss me. With the essential permission granted, I close the remaining distance between us. Our lips meet gently at first, a question rather than a demand. She responds with surprising eagerness, moving her hand to the back of my neck, fingers threading through my hair. The kiss deepens naturally, hunger building as the world around us fades away. She tastes faintly of alcohol, but not in an overwhelming way. Her lips are soft and yielding beneath mine. The following scene is too steamy to include in this version on YouTube. If you would like to listen to the full, unedited version, please follow the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Your book will now continue. Chapter 7. Marka. I wake before dawn, my body conditioned through years of vigilance to never sleep too deeply or too long. The first thing I register is warmth pressed against my side and the unfamiliar weight of another person sharing my space. Wilhelmina sleeps peacefully, her dark hair spilling across my chest, one hand curled loosely over my heart. I study her face in repose, memorizing details I missed in the heat of last night's encounter. There's a small scar near her hairline that's barely visible, making me curious how she got it. Then I notice the perfect arch of her eyebrows and the slight part of her lips as she breathes. She looks younger in sleep, unburdened by the responsibility she wears like armor during waking hours. Something tightens in my chest. It's an unfamiliar sensation that takes me a moment to identify as tenderness. It's been so long since I've felt anything resembling gentleness for anyone but Xena, that the emotion feels almost foreign, like a language I once knew but have long since forgotten how to speak. My phone vibrates silently on the nightstand. Carefully, I extricate myself from Wilhelmina's embrace, easing her head onto the pillow without waking her. She makes a small sound of protest before settling deeper into sleep. I watch her for a moment longer before retrieving my phone. I find 3 messages from Leonid. Fyodor looking for you. Told him you left with security detail. Kazanov's asking questions about last night's meeting. Expecting follow-up. Shipment arriving early. Needs authorization by 11 a.m. Reality intrudes like an unwelcome guest. I glance at the time to find it's only 5:43 a.m. The brief reprieve is ending as my real world reclaims me with its endless demands and dangers. With a small sigh of defeat, I move to the bathroom, closing the door silently before calling Leonid. He answers on the first ring, voice alert despite the hour. Status? I keep my voice low. Everything contained, he says efficiently. Fedor hasn't pushed beyond initial inquiries, and the Kazanovs returned to their territory last night without incident. There's shipment documentation that requires your digital signature. Come to my office at 10. I pause, considering my next words carefully. The woman. Arrange discreet transportation when she wakes. No detail and no follow-up. Arrange a transportation company that knows nothing about me and we haven't used before. Understood. Leonid's tone reveals nothing. And you? I'll return separately. Have Pavel bring the car to the VIP entrance at 6 a.m. or as close to then as possible. The call ends as efficiently as it began. I splash cold water on my face, the shock helping to crystallize my thoughts. Last night was an unexpected, momentary escape from the weight of being Makary Vorobev. But daylight brings clarity, and with it, the understanding that some indulgences can't be sustained. I dress silently, retrieving scattered clothing from across the suite. My movements are the same as always. I'm following the routine of a man accustomed to leaving before dawn, to severing connections before they form. Yet something feels different this time. Something resists the clean break my lifestyle demands. Back in the bedroom, I watch Wilhelmina sleep for another long moment. The sheet has slipped, revealing one shoulder and the gentle curve of her breast. I adjust the covering, an oddly protective gesture that surprises me even as I perform it. It would be easy to wake her, to spend another hour exploring the connection that sparked so unexpectedly between us. I could delay my return, push away reality for a few more precious moments in this temporary sanctuary we've created. I could pretend to be just Maxim, a businessman with no blood on his hands, no enemies plotting his downfall, and no empire built on suffering for a little longer. That would be selfish, maybe even dangerous. The longer this fantasy continues, the more complicated the inevitable ending becomes. It's better to cut cleanly now, before deeper attachments form. Better for her, certainly. Perhaps for me as well, though the sickeningly hollow feeling in my chest suggests otherwise. I take a rose from the arrangement centered on the dining table, placing it gently on the pillow beside her. Placing the rose feels like goodbye, the gesture simultaneously meaningful and inadequate. It's merely a token acknowledgement of something that deserves more than I can safely give. I just hope she doesn't hate me after this. I call down to the club to arrange someone to come in early and have breakfast ready for her at 9, remembering how she mentioned being ravenous after night shifts. Small courtesies that are insignificant in the scope of my resources, yet important in ways I can't fully articulate. My finger hovers over a tray of stationery, I'm tempted to leave a note, or perhaps my private number. But what would that accomplish? A prolonged deception? An inevitably messy ending when truth surfaces, or worse, putting her in danger simply by association with me. In my world, there can be a price others pay for their connection to Makari Vorobev. I won't add Wilhelmina to the list of potential targets in the endless war I wage. Her life, saving the smallest and most vulnerable, matters too much to be compromised by my darkness. Decision made, I step away from the desk without writing a word. Better a clean break, and a single night of memory untainted by complications or danger. Better she think me a callous businessman who took what was offered, then disappeared. That script, at least, carries no risk to her. I check my watch and discover it's 5 minutes after 6. Pavel will be arriving soon, or is already waiting. I take one last look at Wilhelmina, memorizing the perfect curve of her lips and the way her hand curls beneath her cheek. Taking a slow breath, I silently exit the suite, locking the door behind me. Once in the elevator, I remember a snippet of conversation from last night, when she mentioned loving plants and hating flowers because they're already dead. On impulse, I send a text to my IT person instructing her to track down Wilhelmina's address and direct her to order the delivery of an anonymous living rosebush. The feels more significant than the dead flower I left, and I close the messaging app, determined to close out this experience with her in the same way. Now, it's over. The private elevator descends smoothly, each floor taking me farther from the brief sanctuary above, drawing me back into the reality I've crafted for myself. By the time the doors open onto the discreet side entrance of Eclipse, I've locked away the man who held Wilhelmina through the night. My shoulders straighten, jaw tightens, and I force my expression to its customary detachment. Pavel waits with the car, opening the door without comment as I approach. His discretion is absolute and is one of many reasons he remains in my employ, while others have been disposed of for lesser failings. "The residence," I say as the door closes, sealing me in leather-scented isolation. The city passes beyond tinted windows, but the streets are beginning to stir with activity. Delivery trucks, early commuters, and night shift workers head home. It's the humble, ordinary rhythm of lives unburdened by the weight I carry. My phone vibrates again with another message from Fedor. "Where are you?" Urgent situation developing with the Colombians. I ignore it, focusing instead on the encrypted documents Leonid has sent regarding the incoming shipment. The distraction of business is welcome, drawing my mind away from green eyes and soft skin and conversations that felt genuine in ways my daily interactions never do. When we reach the estate, security personnel snap to attention as the gates open. Nothing appears out of place, yet I scan the perimeter automatically, assessing potential threats with the instinct of a predator in contested territory. Only when I'm certain all is secure do I exit the vehicle. "Will you be requiring the car again today, sir?" asks Pavel, his expression carefully neutral. "No, take the morning off. Return at noon." A small kindness to balance the night's events, perhaps. Inside, the house is quiet save for distant kitchen sounds. Mrs. Petrova prepares breakfast, unaware her employer has only just returned. I move silently through marble hallways toward my private suite, intent on showering away the lingering scent of Wilhelmina's perfume before meeting with Fedor. The door to Zena's wing opens as I pass, indicating she has returned at least for the weekend. My sister emerges in silk pajamas, hair tousled from sleep. She stops short at the sight of me, surprise quickly giving way to amusement. She crosses her arms, smirking. "Walk of shame?" You look rumpled. I maintain my composure, though few people can disarm me like Xena. Good morning to you, too. Must have been quite the business meeting. Her eyes dance with mischief. Import-export negotiations running late. Don't you have class today? I deflect, continuing toward my rooms. She falls into step beside me, undeterred. It's Saturday, so nope. I have plenty of time to hear about your mysterious disappearance. Fedor was quite put out when you abandoned him with the Kazanovs. I stop, turning to face her fully. Fedor reports to me, not the other way around, and my whereabouts are not his concern, nor yours. The words come out sharper than intended. Zena's smile fades, replaced by genuine curiosity. This is different, she says quietly, studying my face with the penetrating insight that makes her so difficult to deceive. This wasn't business at all, was it? I resume walking, unwilling to have this conversation in the hallway, where staff might overhear. Xena follows me to my suite, perching on the arm of a leather chair while I remove my watch and cufflinks. She must be special, Xena observes. You never break routine. It was one night, I say, keeping my tone neutral. Nothing more. If you say so. She tilts her head, unconvinced. Though I can't remember the last time you looked quite so conflicted about nothing. I turn away, unwilling to acknowledge the accuracy of her assessment. Don't you have studying to do? Fine. Keep your secrets. She rises gracefully, moving toward the door. Mac? She waits until I meet her gaze. It wouldn't be the worst thing, you know, to find something, someone outside all this. She gestures vaguely, encompassing the mansion, the empire, the life into which we were born. Her words strike closer to home than she realizes. I offer a non-committal hum in response, unwilling to examine the possibility she suggests. Xena lingers a moment longer before departing with a knowing smile that makes her look disconcertingly like our mother in the few photographs we have. Alone again, I strip off yesterday's clothes and step into the shower, adjusting the temperature to nearly scalding. Hot water pounds against tense muscles as I press my palms against cool tile, head bowed beneath the spray. Images of last night surface unbidden. I recall Wilhelmina's sharp intake of breath when I first entered her, the way her back arched as pleasure overtook her, and the vulnerable trust in her eyes afterward. I force away the memories, focusing instead on the day ahead. By the time I emerge, skin reddened from heat, I've successfully compartmentalized the night's events. Wilhelmina Lamb belongs to another life, another version of myself that exists only in brief, stolen moments. Maxime can afford that indulgence, but Makari Vorobev has responsibilities that can't be neglected. An empire that demands constant vigilance, and a sister who requires protection. I dress with military precision in a charcoal suit, crisp white shirt, and platinum cufflinks bearing the family crest before adding my shoulder holster holding the custom Glock that feels like an extension of my arm. Each element of the uniform reinforces who I am and what I must be. When I exit my rooms 30 minutes later, I'm fully armored against vulnerability and against the lingering echo of connection that threatens to distract me. Leonid waits in my study with the day's security briefing. Fedor will arrive shortly, expecting explanations I have no intention of providing. The game continues, the pieces move, and I resume my position at the center of the board. The king, protected by many, truly known by none. Yet as I review threat assessments and territory reports, part of me remains in that hotel suite, watching morning light play across sleeping features, wondering how different life might be if I were truly the man Wilhelmina spent the night with, rather than the shadow I pretend to be.
Chapter 8. Willie. I wake slowly, consciousness returning in gentle waves. Sunlight streams through the windows, revealing the unfamiliar room. For a moment, disorientation grips me. The bed is too large, the sheets are too soft, and the ceiling is too high to be my Brooklyn apartment. Then memory rushes back of Eclipse dancing, and Maxim, followed by the private suite. His hands on my body, and the unexpected passion between strangers. Heat rises to my cheeks as fragments of last night replay in vivid detail. I reach across the massive bed, expecting to find warm skin and solid muscle, but my fingers find only cool sheets. I sit up, clutching the bedding to my chest. Maxime? No response. The suite is dead silent. I scan the room for signs of his presence, but I find nothing. The only evidence that I didn't dream the entire encounter is a single red rose resting on the pillow beside me, its petals perfectly cradled by the white silk. Complex emotions swirl through me, including disappointment, embarrassment, and a strange relief that spares me the awkward morning after conversation with a virtual stranger. I lift the rose, breathing in its subtle fragrance while running my finger along the stem where all thorns have been carefully removed. I normally dislike cut flowers because they're already dead, but I'm compelled to stroke this one gently for a second. I slide from bed, wrapping the sheet around me like a makeshift toga as I explore the suite. The living area remains immaculate aside from two empty champagne flutes on the coffee table. In the bathroom, I find my borrowed dress hanging neatly on a hook, my underwear folded beside it. The consideration in this small gesture contrasts sharply with his absence. A knock at the door startles me. Clutching the sheet tighter, I approach cautiously. Who is it? Breakfast, Ms. Lamb. I crack the door, revealing a young man with a covered tray. He's wearing the uniform of the club below but looks awake and alert. I didn't order anything. Compliments of Mr. Vorobev, ma'am. He arranged breakfast for 9. Vorobev. The name is unfamiliar, but Maxime never shared his last name last night. I step back, allowing the server to bring the tray into the room. He efficiently arranges the spread on the dining table. There are fresh fruit, pastries, smoked salmon, coffee, and orange juice. He turns to me when he's finished and smiles. A car has been arranged whenever you're ready to depart. Simply call 712 on the internal phone to reach the office downstairs. He withdraws discreetly, leaving me alone with the elaborate breakfast and mounting questions. I slowly realize Maxime left no phone number and no promise to call. The finality sits heavily in my stomach, dampening my appetite despite the tempting spread before me. What did I expect? A declaration of feelings after one night? A proposition for marriage because he's utterly obsessed with me? I force myself to eat, though the food tasteless despite its obvious quality. The practical nurse in me knows my body needs fuel, especially after last night's exertions. As I sip excellent coffee, I examine my feelings with clinical detachment. Disappointment. Yes, but why? I specifically told him I wanted just one night, no strings attached. He's simply respecting my stated boundaries. Embarrassment. Unwarranted but persistent. I behaved unlike myself, surrendering to impulse rather than careful consideration. Relief. Both legitimate and concerning. I don't know this man, this Mr. Vorobeh, whose wealth and influence seems known to everyone else. There's something else I'm reluctant to name. A hollow ache that suggests last night mattered more than I anticipated. The connection wasn't purely physical. Something in our conversations, in the way he looked at me, and in how carefully he touched me, suggested recognition beyond mere attraction. I shake my head, dispelling fanciful thoughts. One night doesn't constitute a relationship, and mysterious businessmen who disappear before dawn aren't reliable partner material. Besides, I have responsibilities, a career, and a carefully constructed life that doesn't accommodate complications like Maxim Vorobev. After breakfast, I shower in the ridiculously opulent bathroom. Hot water washes away physical evidence of the night, but does nothing for the memories imprinted on my skin. I can still feel his hands, his mouth, and the weight of him above me. I dry off with a plush towel, catching sight of myself in the full-length mirror. A purple mark decorates my inner thigh, and there's another at the curve where neck meets shoulder. I have physical souvenirs I'll need to hide beneath scrubs and high-collared shirts. I look different somehow. Not dramatically transformed, but slightly altered, as though last night rearranged something fundamental within me. The borrowed dress feels even more inappropriate in daylight, but I have no alternatives. I slip it on, gathering my few belongings, clutch purse, phone, and dignity, preparing to leave this luxurious fantasy and return to reality. Before departing, I take the rose, carefully wrapping its stem in a damp napkin to preserve it for the journey home. It's a keepsake from a night I'll never repeat, but don't wish to forget. The concierge arranges a car with a single phone call. Within minutes, I'm whisked through a private exit, avoiding the main entrance where last night's revelers are replaced by cleaning staff preparing for another evening of excess. The car, a sleek black sedan with tinted windows, feels like a final extension of Maxim's world, though the logo is from a commercial transportation company. The driver asks nothing beyond my address, maintaining professional silence as we traverse Manhattan toward Brooklyn. I watch the cityscape blur past, ordinary people living ordinary lives, completely unaware of the parallel universe of privilege I briefly inhabited. My apartment building appears startlingly shabby after the opulence of the hotel suite. I thank the driver, declining his offer to escort me inside. The journey back to normal life is mine alone to make. Inside, the apartment is mercifully empty. Giselle must still be out, possibly continuing her birthday celebrations, or more likely at Jake's place. I'm grateful for her absence, needing time to process before facing her inevitable questions. I change immediately, hanging the borrowed dress in my closet where it will likely remain unworn again. Comfortable leggings and an oversized t-shirt feel like armor against the lingering sensation of silk and expensive cotton against my skin. In the kitchen, I fill a small crystal vase, my mother's, and one of the few valuable items I own, with water, carefully placing the rose inside. The deep red petals seem to glow against the ordinary backdrop of my apartment, a splash of extraordinary amid the mundane. The familiar routine of caring for my plants is appealing now. I move through my collection, checking the soil moisture, removing dead leaves, and rotating the pots for optimal light exposure. The peace lily needs water, the succulents are thriving, and the herbs require trimming. The monotony of it washes away the dreamlike quality of the past 24 hours. It's so much more normal than the wild world I've gotten mixed up in. When I reach my prized rose bush, I pause, suddenly struck by the parallel between the cut flower Maxim left and this living plant I've nurtured since my mother's death. One beautiful but temporary, the other requiring constant attention but capable of blooming repeatedly. My phone chimes with a text from Giselle. OMG, girl, where are you? Did you go home with someone? Details needed. Reality crashes back fully. I'll need to tell Giselle something. She won't accept vague deflections or change subjects. But how to explain a night that already feels like a dream? How do I describe Maxim, intense, controlled, and surprisingly vulnerable in unguarded moments? I shouldn't say too much. Home now. Long story. Talk later. Her response is immediate. You did! You totally hooked up. I need every detail. Home in 20. I set aside my phone, unready for Giselle's enthusiastic interrogation. 20 minutes isn't enough time to construct the carefully edited version of events I'll share. Excitement and adventure without the confusing emotional undertones. I'm startled by the doorbell ringing and approach, peering through the peephole first before unlocking all 3 locks when I see a delivery woman holding a plant. Yes? I have a delivery for Miss Wilhelmina Lamb. I frown. That's me, but who? I trail off as she hands me a small rosebush with a few tightly closed red buds. There's no card. I say it more like a statement than a question. She looks at her electronic device. The sender is anonymous. Thanks. I dig in my purse for a tip and close the door behind her, staring at the living rosebush. I don't need a card to know it's from Maxime. He clearly remembered my remarks about preferring living plants to dead flowers. It's a more thoughtful goodbye, but that's clearly what it is. Hesitantly, I move toward the plants I've collected and set the small bush next to the fuller, more vibrant bush from my mother. The lone flower he left on the pillow seems even sadder now, and I impulsively dump the vase and throw it away. It feels like severing the connection, or at least a weak attempt to do so. To completely excise the night, I should throw away the living bush too, but I can't bring myself to do that. It's fragile, but alive, waiting to burst into bloom. It reminds me of the passionate hours I spent with Maxim last night, blooming into something new and unexpected. That part of me has wilted again, carefully locked away, but I still can't bring myself to throw out the rosebush. That feels too final somehow, like slamming a door on the moment when I'm tempted to leave it open just a crack. Instead of murdering the rosebush, I retreat to the bathroom, examining the marks on my skin. The one on my neck can be covered with makeup or a scarf. The others will remain private reminders, hidden beneath clothing and professionalism. In the mirror, I search for visible evidence of transformation, some outward sign of the internal shift I feel. But my reflection appears unchanged. Same green eyes, same dark hair, and same mouth that gasped Maxime's name just hours ago. Whatever altered within me remains invisible, a secret between my body and memory. Giselle's key turns in the lock 15 minutes later, earlier than promised, typical of her impatience. She bursts into the apartment like a red-headed hurricane, still wearing last night's silver dress, makeup slightly smudged, but eyes bright with excitement and curiosity. "You disappeared!" she exclaims, dropping her purse and kicking off heels simultaneously. "1 minute you were going to the bathroom, next thing I know you're gone. I texted you like a million times." I check my phone, finding multiple missed messages I hadn't noticed in my distraction. "Sorry, I should have let you know I was leaving." Forget apologies. She waves dismissively, dropping onto the couch beside me. "Tell me everything. Who was he? Where did you go? Was it amazing? It had to be amazing for you to abandon your best friend on her birthday." "You seemed pretty occupied with Jake," I deflect, buying time. I didn't want to interrupt. "Nice try. Spill it." She pokes my arm insistently. "You never do this, ever. So whoever he was must have been spectacular." I sigh, accepting the inevitable. His name was Maxim. We danced, talked, and, yes, went upstairs to his apartment above the club. "Maxime?" She practically squeals. "That's hot. Foreign, rich, details, Will." "Russian, I think, and yes, definitely wealthy." I volunteer the basic facts, hoping they'll satisfy her. He had access to a private suite above the club because he'd just bought the club. Giselle's eyes widen comically. "The penthouse suites! Those are impossible to get. Even Jake was impressed by them, and he knows everybody." She leans forward eagerly. "So, how was it?" "It was..." I search for words that won't reveal too much. "Unexpected? Good. Different." "Different how?" She studies my face with sudden seriousness. "Wait, he wasn't weird or pushy, was he? Because I'll hunt him down if..." "No, nothing like that," I assure her quickly. "He was considerate, intense, but in a good way." The description feels woefully inadequate for what transpired between us, but it satisfies Giselle's concern. her expression relaxing into renewed curiosity. So, when are you seeing him again? Did you get his number? Please tell me you got his number. I shake my head slowly. It was just one night. He was gone when I woke up. I gestured toward the rose bush. He arranged breakfast in a car home, and that was delivered a little while about, but there was no contact information. That motherfucker! Giselle's protectiveness flares instantly. Classic hit and run. No, it wasn't like that. I defend him instinctively, surprising myself. I told him I only wanted one night, no expectations. He respected that. She eyes me skeptically. And you're okay with that? Really? Am I? The question pierces through my careful compartmentalization. I told him one night was all I wanted, yet waking alone left me hollow in ways I hadn't anticipated. It's for the best, I say finally. We live in completely different worlds. It was a fantasy, not reality. Giselle sighs dramatically. Sometimes. Fantasy is worth pursuing, you know. Not everything needs to be practical and sensible, like your precious nursing rotations. The words sting more than they should. My work matters, Giselle. So does living will. Her tone softens. I'm not saying abandon your career for some rich guy. I'm saying you deserve both, purpose and passion. When's the last time you let yourself really want something just for you? The question hangs between us, uncomfortably accurate. When did I last pursue something solely for personal fulfillment rather than practical necessity? Before my mother died, perhaps, when the future seemed full of possibilities rather than responsibilities. It doesn't matter, I say finally. He's gone, didn't leave his number, and clearly wanted the same thing I said I wanted. One night, no complications. Giselle studies me with uncharacteristic insight. But what if you were wrong about what you want? I turn away, unwilling to explore that possibility. I have a shift tonight, so I should rest. Truthfully, I still feel well rested after sleeping in his arms, but I will need a nap before tackling a 12-hour shift later. Recognizing my retreat, Giselle rises with a resigned sigh. Fine, avoid the question, but this conversation isn't over. Just postponed. She squeezes my shoulder gently. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you for doing something spontaneous, even if you're determined to file it away as a one-time experience. After she disappears into her room, I sit alone with thoughts I've been avoiding. What if she's right? What if one night with Maxime revealed something I've been denying? That my carefully constructed life, for all its purpose and structure, lacks something essential? I walk to the plants and touch one of the buds gently, its velvet texture like a tactile memory of a man I'll never see again. I'll return to the NICU, to tiny patients who need my skills and focus. I'll resume my routines, my responsibilities, and my predictable existence. The night with Maxim will gradually fade into memory, an anomaly rather than a turning point, right? Yet as I prepare for bed, setting my alarm, I can't shake the feeling that something fundamental has shifted within me. A door opened that can't be fully closed again, revealing possibilities I've long denied myself. Sleep comes slowly, my body remembering the weight and warmth of another, even as my mind insists on forgetting.
Chapter 9. Marca. I signed the last document with a flourish, sliding the stack across my desk to Fedor. The shipment details are finalized. Have Mikhail oversee the dockside transfer personally. Fedor collects the papers, scanning the modifications I've made to his original plan. His disapproval is evident in the tight set of his jaw, though he knows better than to voice it directly. You've reduced the quantity by 30%. The Colombians overestimate their distribution capacity, I say, keeping my tone neutral. Better to supply what they can actually move than create stockpiles that attract attention. They won't like it. They don't need to like it. They need to pay for it and distribute it efficiently. I lean back in my chair, signaling the end of discussion. Anything else? He hesitates, clearly weighing his words. The Kazanovs were disappointed by your early departure last night. They felt it showed disrespect. The accusation hangs in the air between us. In our world, perceived disrespect is often a prelude to conflict. Under normal circumstances, I would never have abandoned a strategic meeting for personal interests. It was a lapse in judgment that demonstrates how deeply Wilhelmina disrupted my usual calculations. The Eclipse acquisition is a done deal regardless of their feelings. We already signed the paperwork and got the keys. Word will soon reach them, I say dismissively. Send a case of their preferred vodka with my regards. That should smooth any ruffled feathers. Fedor lingers, studying me with barely concealed curiosity. The woman? Was she worth potentially compromising a territorial agreement? My expression hardens automatically, temperature in the room dropping several degrees with my change in demeanor. You're overstepping, cousin. As your second in command, it's my responsibility to identify vulnerabilities. He delivers the statement in a neutral way, though I detect the subtle challenge beneath it. Distractions can be dangerous in our position. Your concerns are noted. I return my attention to the computer screen before me, a clear dismissal. Close the door on your way out. Once alone, I allow my rigid posture to relax fractionally. Fedor isn't wrong. Personal entanglements create vulnerabilities our enemies can exploit. It's precisely why I left the penthouse suite before dawn, and why I provided no means of contact, despite the unexpected temptation to do so. Yet I can't seem to fully compartmentalize the night with Wilhelmina, as I've done with countless other encounters. Something about her lingers, her genuine laugh, her direct questions, the way she looked at me as though seeing the man rather than the power he wields remain on my mind. I open my laptop, navigating to a secured folder before entering a complex password. The information Rachel, my IT person, gathered on Wilhelmina Lamb appears on screen, along with confirmation of the rosebush being delivered. I review the details with a hunger for knowledge that alarms me, but I can't tear my gaze from the screen. She was born in Astoria, Queens, as she said. Her mother died 10 years ago from cancer, and her father is unknown, absent from birth records. She has an undergraduate degree from New York University, nursing, graduated with honors, has been employed at New York Presbyterian for 5 years, specializing in neonatal intensive care. Her apartment in Brooklyn is shared with a roommate, Giselle Nelson. She has no criminal record, excellent credit score despite modest income, and substantial student loans. No political affiliations listed, and she has minimal social media presence. She's everything she claimed to be. She led an ordinary life, remarkable only in its careful construction and evident purpose. She saves the most vulnerable while I profit from others' vulnerabilities. It's a contrast that should repel rather than attract. Yet it produced a connection I find myself unable to dismiss as merely physical. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. Enter. Leonid appears, closing the door silently behind him. His presence usually means sensitive information unsuitable for regular channels. The driving service transported Ms. Lamb and sent over the video of her ride as you requested. The vehicle's surveillance captured this. He places a tablet on my desk, cueing a video from the sedan's interior camera. Wilhelmina appears on screen, carefully cradling the rose I left for her. its stem wrapped in a dampened napkin to preserve it. The gesture is small, yet revealing, sentimental in a way that suggests the night held meaning beyond physical release. I wish I had a video of her receiving the living plant instead, suspecting that will hold even more meaning for her. I watch her gaze out the window, expression pensive, fingers occasionally touching the flower's petals as though confirming its reality. She looks smaller in daylight and more vulnerable than I remember from our heated encounter. When the car reaches her Brooklyn neighborhood, she straightens her posture visibly, as if preparing to don the armor of her everyday identity. "Surveillance is in place?" I ask, returning the tablet to Leonid. Two men rotating shifts, maintaining discreet distance as instructed. Her movements will be monitored without interference. I nod, satisfied with the arrangement. The surveillance isn't about pursuing further contact. Quite the opposite. It's about ensuring her safety, protecting her from potential threats that might emerge simply from her brief association with me. The Kazanovs have proven vindictive before, and they saw me with her last night. I simply want to ensure she's safe before moving on, or that's what I tell myself. Something else, Leonid continues. The background check revealed an interesting detail about her mother's funeral expenses. They were covered by an anonymous donation to the hospital where she received treatment. I raise an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Someone was looking out for them. Perhaps, or clearing a debt. Leonid remains expressionless, though I detect curiosity in his tone. The timing coincides with increased Bratva activity in Westchester County. The anonymous benefactor might have connections to our world. Look deeper, quietly. He nods once, understanding the directive requires discretion even from others in our organization. Will you be requiring anything else regarding Ms. Lamb? I hesitate, an uncharacteristic tell that doesn't escape Leonid's notice. No, simply maintain distance surveillance until we can be certain she's not going to be targeted by the Kazanovs. No contact. After he departs, I remain at my desk, staring at the closed file on my screen. The rational course is clear. Forget Wilhelmina Lamb, focus on business, and maintain the separation necessary for both her safety and my efficacy as Bratva leadership. Yet I find myself reviewing her information again, lingering on details I've already committed to memory. My phone chimes with a message from Zena. "Dinner tonight? Just us?" I reply immediately. "Of course. 7 p.m.? Her response comes quickly. "Perfect, and wear something casual. Sick of seeing you in suits." I smile, realizing it's the first since leaving Wilhelmina's side this morning. Zena remains my one genuine connection, the only person who sees Makari rather than Vorobev, the man rather than the position. Perhaps that's why Wilhelmina's unguarded responses affected me so deeply. They offered a rare glimpse of how interaction might feel without the encumbrance of fear and calculation that usually defines my relationships. I closed the laptop a little too hard, turning my attention to more pressing matters. By the time the sun starts to make its descent, I've resolved most of the urgent business and delegated the remainder to my appropriate lieutenants. A rare free hour appears in my schedule. It's time typically spent reading or checking numbers. Instead, I'm drawn to the garage, selecting keys to the matte black Aston Martin rather than summoning Pavel and the usual motorcade. "Sir?" The security team leader appears instantly, concerned by my unscheduled movement. "Personal errand," I say, offering no further explanation. "I'll drive myself." His discomfort is evident. Protocol suggests I'm aware of protocol. My tone ends further discussion. I'll take a sidearm. No tail. Minutes later, I'm navigating through midday Manhattan traffic, enjoying the rare freedom of movement without security details or observation. The vehicle responds precisely to my commands, powerful and controlled. It's a fitting extension of my carefully calibrated public persona. I have no conscious destination until I find myself approaching New York Presbyterian, slowing as I pass the imposing medical complex where Wilhelmina spends her days saving lives too new to have accrued the stains of this world. I don't expect to see her. The impulse to drive by is irrational, serving no strategic purpose. Yet something compels me to confirm the physical reality of her workplace, to visualize her moving through those halls in scrubs rather than the borrowed black dress, and view competent hands that traced my scars, now tending to society's most vulnerable members. A text from Fedor interrupts this unproductive line of thought. Meeting request from Colombian Connection. Urgent response needed. The real world intrudes, as it always must. I send a brief acknowledgement before turning the car toward Vorobev Holdings, the legitimate business front that occupies the top floors of a midtown skyscraper. Back to negotiations, territory management, and the endless calculation of risks and advantages that defines my existence. As I navigate back through crosstown traffic, my thoughts continue returning to Wilhelmina. Not merely to our physical encounters, though those memories remain vivid, but to our conversations, her directness, her evident passion for her work, and the way she seemed to recognize something in me beyond the carefully constructed facade I present to the world, are difficult to forget. I force my attention to the road, to the business awaiting my return, and to the responsibilities that define my identity far more concretely than fleeting connections with someone from another world. Makary Vorobev doesn't have the luxury of personal entanglements or emotional indulgence. The organization, the family legacy, and Zena's safety are the priorities that must govern every decision. By the time I return to the office, I've successfully compartmentalized thoughts of Wilhelmina, relegating her to a pleasant memory rather than an ongoing distraction. The Colombian representative awaits my arrival, nervous energy evident in his too bright smile and excessive gestures. I slip into the familiar role of intimidating authority with ease, my expression revealing nothing of the morning's uncharacteristic sentimentality. 3 hours of negotiations, veiled threats, and eventual compromise follow. By late afternoon, revised agreements are drafted, territorial boundaries clarified, and profit expectations have been adjusted to realistic levels. I maintain perfect focus throughout, the momentary lapse into distraction firmly corrected. Only after the Colombians depart does Leonid approach with another tablet, his expression carefully neutral. The surveillance report from Ms. Lamb's residence. I accept it without comment, scanning the contents efficiently. Wilhelmina returned safely, spent time tending her plants, and received her roommate approximately 40 minutes later. No unusual visitors, no suspicious activity near the building, and no indication of threat or outside interest in her movements. Relief settles in my chest. It's unwarranted given the low probability of immediate danger, yet present nonetheless. I return the tablet to Leonid. Maintain the surveillance for 72 hours, then we'll reassess. He nods, hesitating briefly before adding, "She placed the rose bush beside another one in her home that seems to be the center of her collection." Rachel must have mentioned the rose bush when she passed on critical background information to Leonid. The detail shouldn't matter. It changes nothing about our situation and offers no strategic advantage or relevant intelligence. but I store this information carefully, a small confirmation that last night held meaning beyond the physical for both participants. Thank you, Leonid. I dismiss him with a slight nod, turning to the window overlooking the city as evening approaches. My phone buzzes with another message from Zena. Still on for dinner? Made reservation at that Italian place you pretend not to like but actually love. I smile despite myself. I'll be there. Finishing up now. The night ahead offers a brief escape in the form of dinner with my sister, which I'll take any time I can get it. Honestly, this business is more of a burden than a gift at times. As I gather my things to leave, I suddenly wonder if Wilhelmina is working tonight, and if tiny lives depend on her steady hands and compassionate care. The thought accompanies me into the elevator, a brief diversion from business concerns that typically occupy such transitions. The momentary lapse into sentimentality is uncharacteristic, but containable. By morning, thoughts of Wilhelmina Lamb will fade further, relegated to occasional memory rather than active distraction. The surveillance will confirm her safety, absolving me of responsibility for potential repercussions of our brief connection. Life will continue as it must, in divergent separate paths never designed to intersect beyond a single night of unexpected recognition. This is the logical conclusion, and the necessary outcome for both our sakes. Still, as I exit the building into the cool evening air, I find myself glancing toward Brooklyn, toward a modest apartment, where a rosebush lives on a plant shelf of a woman who should never be in my world. The plant is a small but permanent bridge between worlds never meant to connect.
Chapter 10. Well, I grip the edge of the nurse's station, a wave of dizziness washing over me so suddenly that the computer screen before me blurs into meaningless shapes. The fluorescent lights overhead seem to pulse, intensifying the nausea crawling up my throat. Will? You okay? Sharon, one of the senior nurses, places a concerned hand on my shoulder. You just went white as a sheet. I'm fine, I lie automatically, swallowing hard against the rising bile. Just stood up too quickly. Sharon's experienced eyes narrow with professional assessment. Bull, you've been off all shift. This is the third time I've seen you nearly keel over. She lowers her voice, keeping our conversation private from passing doctors and anxious parents. When's the last time you ate something? The thought of food sends another wave of nausea crashing through me. Breakfast. Toast. Even that had been a struggle, barely staying down during my commute. Go home, Will. Whatever you've got, we don't need it, spreading through the NICU. Her tone shifts from concerned colleague to authoritative charge nurse. I'll cover your patients for the rest of shift. I can't just leave. I gesture toward the row of incubators, where tiny lives depend on constant monitoring. Emma's feeding tube needs adjustment, and the Ramirez twins. We'll be just fine under my watchful eye, Sharon says firmly. You're no good to these babies if you're sick. Go home, rest, and come back when you're well. Despite my protests, she's right. My professional ethics won't allow me to risk these vulnerable infants' health because of stubborn pride. 20 minutes later, I'm changed into street clothes and heading toward the subway, each step requiring conscious effort as the world occasionally tilts around me. The subway ride is torture, with the swaying motion, the stale air, and the press of bodies radiating heat in the crowded car. I close my eyes, focus on my breathing, and count the stops until I can escape to fresh air and the relative quiet of my neighborhood. In my apartment, blessed silence greets me. Giselle is working a double shift at the bar, leaving me alone with my misery. I collapse onto the couch, too exhausted to make it to the bedroom. The nausea recedes slightly in the stillness, though a persistent headache throbs behind my eyes. A virus, probably. Something picked up from the hospital despite rigorous hand washing and precautions. I should drink fluids, take Tylenol, and sleep it off. All the standard advice I'd give a patient. Something nags at the edges of my consciousness, a possibility I've been deliberately avoiding for days. With reluctant precision, I count backward. It's more than a month since my last period. 6 weeks, actually. I'm never late. My cycle running with clockwork regularity, even during the most stressful rotations and sleepless stretches. No, I whisper to the empty apartment. It's just stress. Or a virus. The nurse in me, the practical, science-driven professional, knows better. The timing aligns too perfectly with that night with Maxime. We used protection, but nothing is 100% effective. The symptoms fit too neatly. Morning sickness that isn't limited to mornings, fatigue and dizziness, and the strange metallic taste in my mouth I've been attributing to hospital coffee. I force myself up from the couch, moving to the bathroom on unsteady legs. The drugstore on the corner sells pregnancy tests. I could know for certain and replace anxiety with fact, one way or another. 15 minutes later, I sit on the closed toilet lid, staring at the plastic indicator in my hand, as if it might change its verdict through sheer will. 2 pink lines. Unmistakable. According to the test's packaging, over 99% accurate. I'm pregnant. The room spins again, though this time not from physical symptoms, but from the seismic shift in my reality. A baby. Maxime's baby. A child conceived during a one-night encounter with a man whose last name I only learned from a hotel employee, who disappeared before dawn, leaving nothing but a rose and arranged transportation. I think of the rose bush in my kitchen and stifle a harsh laugh. I guess it's not the only living thing he gave me after all. I take a second test, needing confirmation despite the first test's clarity. The result appears faster this time, equally definitive. My hands shake as I set it beside the first, creating a small plastic panel of judges that have just sentenced me to life-changing consequences. My mind races through options with clinical detachment, like a defense mechanism against the emotional tidal wave building behind careful compartmentalization. I could terminate. It's early enough that the procedure would be relatively simple. Probably just some pills and a follow-up visit to make sure it all passes safely. My medical benefits would cover it, and no one would need to know. Even as I consider this path, my hand moves unconsciously to my still flat abdomen. In my work, I fight daily for lives that begin against towering odds, pouring every ounce of skill and compassion into giving them a chance. Could I choose differently for my own child? My child. The phrase echoes in my mind, foreign yet increasingly real with each passing moment. The sound of keys in the door jolts me from my spiral. I hastily wrap the tests in toilet paper, burying them in the bathroom trash before splashing cold water on my face. Will, you home early? Giselle's voice carries from the entryway, followed by the thud of her purse hitting the counter. The bar was dead, so they let me... Holy shit, you look terrible. She stands in the bathroom doorway, concern replacing her usual animated expression. What's wrong? Are you sick? The question breaks something in me. Tears I've been holding back spill over, crumbling my careful composure under the weight of reality and the unexpected relief of not facing it alone. Oh God, what is it? Giselle rushes forward, arms wrapping around me as sobs rack my body. What happened? I'm pregnant, I manage between gasping breaths. The test, 2 tests, positive. Her body stiffens momentarily in surprise before her arms tighten around me again. Oh, Will, are you sure? I nod against her shoulder, unable to form more words as careful control dissolves into messy, undignified crying. It's the mystery Russian, isn't it? Maxim. When I nod again, she guides me gently to my bedroom, sitting beside me on the edge of the mattress. Okay, we can figure this out. Her calm practicality anchors me, slowly stemming the flood of tears. I wipe my face with trembling hands. I don't know what to do, Giselle. First, you breathe. She demonstrates exaggeratedly, coaxing a watery smile from me despite everything. Second, we make a doctor's appointment to confirm. Those drugstore tests are good, but you need proper prenatal care regardless of what you decide. The simple logic of these next steps helps restore some equilibrium. You're right. Of course I am. She squeezes my hand. And third, you know I'm with you no matter what you choose, right? Whatever you decide, I'm in your corner. Fresh tears threaten at her support. I don't even know how to reach him. He didn't leave any contact information. Giselle's expression hardens slightly. We could try to find him. Jake knows people who go to Eclipse regularly. Maybe someone recognizes the name. Or maybe the florist would have a record of him ordering the rosebush. I shake my head. Maxime might not even be his real name, and what would I say? Remember our one-night stand? Surprise! If he helped create this situation, he should help deal with it, she insists, protective anger flashing in her eyes. I told him I wanted just one night, no strings attached. The irony of my own words isn't lost on me. He was respecting my boundaries. She sighs, her righteous indignation deflating somewhat. Well, things have changed. You might feel differently once the shock wears off, and that's okay. We sit in silence for several moments, the enormity of the situation sinking in. Eventually, she stands, practical as always. I'm making you tea and toast, then we're calling for the earliest possible doctor's appointment. Left alone, I reach for my phone, opening the calendar app to count more precisely. Based on my last period and that single night with Maxim, I'd be approximately 8 weeks pregnant. Still very early. So still time for all options and all decisions. The bedroom door opens as Giselle returns with tea and dry toast on a tray. Eat. Doctor first, decisions after. I manage a few bites, the simple food settling my stomach surprisingly well. Thank you for everything. That's what family does, she says simply, the words striking deep. Since losing my mother, Giselle has been the closest thing to family I have. Now, potentially, there will be someone else. A blood relation, a child of my own. The thought simultaneously terrifies and awes me. 2 days later, I sit in an examination room at a women's clinic across town, deliberately choosing a facility unaffiliated with my workplace to maintain privacy. Giselle waits in the reception area, having insisted on accompanying me despite my protests that I could manage alone. But I told her to wait outside. I wanted her here. But I also felt like I had to do this alone. So many contradictory thoughts fill my head right now. The doctor, a kind-eyed woman in her 50s named Dr. Garson, reviews my intake forms. So, you took 2 home pregnancy tests, both positive? I nod, hands clasped tightly in my lap. Yes, it's been 6 weeks since my last period. So I'd be 8 weeks by LMP. She makes notes on her tablet. And you're a NICU nurse? So you understand the general process already. In theory, I confirm. Different when it's your own body, though. Dr. Garson smiles warmly. That's always true. Let's start with blood work to confirm the pregnancy and check some baseline levels, then do a transvaginal ultrasound to get a more accurate dating. I submit to the blood draw with professional detachment, watching my own crimson life filling small vials, labeled with codes I recognize from my medical training. The nurse promises results within the hour, leaving me to change into a paper gown for the ultrasound. Lying on the examination table, feet in stirrups, I stare at the ceiling tiles and try to quiet my racing thoughts. Dr. Garson returns with an ultrasound technician, explaining each step as they prepare the equipment. This will feel a bit uncomfortable, she warns as she positions the wand. I close my eyes, focusing on my breathing through the strange pressure. A rhythmic whooshing sound fills the room as she activates the audio. That's unusual, murmurs the technician, adjusting something on the machine. My eyelids snap open, professional alarm bells ringing. What's unusual? Dr. Garson studies the screen with intense focus, moving the wand slightly. I'm detecting multiple heartbeats. Multiple? My voice sounds distant to my own ears. As in twins? She shakes her head slowly, eyes still fixed on the monitor. I'm counting 5 distinct heartbeats. 5? The word emerges as barely a whisper. That's not possible. Extremely rare, but not impossible. She turns the screen so I can see the grainy black and white image. See these areas here? Each one contains a gestational sac with cardiac activity. I stare at the screen, my medical training warring with disbelief. Quintuplets occur in approximately 1 in 60 million pregnancies naturally. The statistical improbability is staggering. There must be a mistake, I say weakly, though I can clearly see what she's indicating. 5 distinct sacs, flickering with pulses of life, where I'd hoped for 0 and had prepared for 1. No mistake, she says gently. You're carrying quintuplets, Ms. Lamb. This will be considered an extremely high-risk pregnancy requiring specialized care. The room seems to contract around me, and the available air is suddenly insufficient. 5 babies. Not one surprise to adapt to, but 5. The physical, emotional, and financial implications cascade through my mind in overwhelming waves. I understand this is shocking news, continues Dr. Garson, her voice gentle but professional. There are specialists we should consult immediately. Multiple gestations of this order present significant risks to both you and the fetuses. I nod automatically, nurse mode engaging as a defense against emotional overload. Increased risk of preterm labor, growth restriction, preeclampsia, and gestational diabetes. The list continues in my head, each complication more serious than the last. Yes, exactly. You'll need frequent monitoring and possibly hospitalization in later trimesters. She removes the ultrasound wand, allowing me to sit up. I'd like to discuss your options comprehensively, including selective reduction. The clinical term registers through my shock, reducing the number of fetuses to improve chances for the remaining ones and decrease maternal risks. A practical medical intervention with profound ethical implications, especially for someone who spends her days fighting for the tiniest lives. I need time, I manage, my voice steadier than I feel, to process this. Of course, Dr. Garson hands me printouts of the ultrasound. These are for you. I'll give you privacy to dress. Then we should discuss next steps regardless of what you decide. Alone again, I stare at the grainy images in my hand. 5 tiny beings, each smaller than a raspberry, yet already with beating fetal poles that will later become fully functioning hearts if I don't stop the process. 5 lives I never planned for, conceived in a single night of unexpected connection. I place my hand on my abdomen, still flat despite the improbable crowd already gathering within. How will I manage? Financially, logistically, and emotionally. A single mother to quintuplets, with no family support beyond Giselle, and no partner to share the overwhelming responsibility. It's impossible. Maxim's face flashes in my memory. Would he want to know? Does he have a right to know? The questions pile up, unanswerable in this moment of raw shock. I dress slowly, movements mechanical as my mind races ahead to impossible futures. When I emerge from the examination room, Giselle jumps up from her waiting room chair, eager for news. Her expression falls as she takes in my shell-shocked appearance. Will? What is it? What's wrong? I hand her the ultrasound printouts wordlessly, watching her confusion transform to disbelief as she counts. A, B, C, D, and E? She looks up, eyes wide with shock. As in, 5 babies? Quintuplets? The word still feels foreign on my tongue. Holy shit. She drops heavily into the nearest chair. How is that even possible? Extremely rare, but not impossible. I cling to medical facts as a lifeline amid emotional turbulence. Approximately 1 in 60 million natural pregnancies. Leave it to you to beat their odds in the most dramatic way possible. Giselle's attempt at humor falls flat, concern overwhelming her usual flippancy. What happens now? The practical question centers me somewhat. I meet with Dr. Garson to discuss options and specialized care. Then, I trail off. The future is suddenly too vast and uncertain to contemplate. Then we figure it out, she says firmly, standing to wrap an arm around my shoulders. Whatever it turns out to be. I lean into her support, momentarily overwhelmed by gratitude for her presence. 5 babies, Giselle. How could I possibly? One step at a time, she interrupts, surprising me with her uncharacteristic practicality. Right now, the step is talking to the doctor. Tomorrow's problems are for tomorrow. I nod. The enormity of 5 simultaneous lives growing inside me is too overwhelming to process all at once. I need to break this down into manageable pieces and approach it with the same methodical care I give my tiny patients. Somehow, against astronomical odds, a single night with Maxime has resulted in not 1 new life, but 5. Whatever connection sparked between us that night has multiplied beyond all statistical probability, binding us together in ways neither of us could have possibly anticipated. 5 babies. My babies. His babies. Our babies. The reality settles over me like a weight and a wonder simultaneously as I prepare to face the first of countless decisions that lie ahead.
Chapter 11. Marca. I sit alone in my office, the manila folder spread open before me. The contents have become a nightly ritual I can't seem to break, and an obsession I refuse to name. Wilhelmina Ann Lamb, 27 years old, and a NICU nurse at New York Presbyterian with an exemplary record. She was orphaned at 17 when cancer claimed her mother and has no other family. The facts are clinical, but I linger on the details that humanize her, like how she donates monthly to a children's cancer charity, how she brings homemade cookies to her co-workers on their birthdays, and how she waters her plants every Tuesday and Friday evening with the dedication of someone who truly understands the value of nurturing life. I've even memorized her schedule by heart. She works nights with 4 days on and 3 days off. This is becoming problematic, I mutter to myself, closing the folder with more force than necessary. The office feels oppressively quiet tonight. I should be reviewing the monthly numbers from our shipping operations or planning our response to the Italians' recent territorial push in Queens. Instead, I wonder what Will is doing at this exact moment. Is she tending to her plants? Reading a medical journal? Sleeping peacefully? With a sound of frustration, I push away from my desk and cross to the bar cabinet hidden behind a false panel in the wall. The crystal decanter catches the low light as I pour vodka into a glass. I don't typically drink while working, but tonight feels different. Heavier somehow. The alcohol burns a clean path down my throat, momentarily distracting me from the confusion that's been plaguing me for weeks. Twice this week, I've composed messages to her, simple texts that I deleted before sending. What would I even say? Hello, this is the man who lied about his identity before sleeping with you. I've been having my men monitor your movements. Coffee sometime? The absurdity almost makes me laugh. There's no universe where someone like Wilhelmina Lamb belongs in my world. Her goodness and her genuine nature would wither in the shadows I cast. And yet, I can't stop thinking about the way she smiled without calculation. The way she spoke about her tiny patients with such fierce protectiveness, and the way she looked at me like I was simply a man. not something to be feared or used. I drain the glass and set it down with a sharp click against the marble countertop. This fixation is unlike me. It's dangerous even. I've never allowed a woman to occupy my thoughts like this, not even when I was young and foolish enough to believe I could have normal connections. The Vorobev name doesn't permit such luxuries. I learned that lesson through blood, the same way I've learned every important lesson in my life. Returning to my desk, I pull up the surveillance footage from earlier today, obtained from a discreet camera positioned near Will's apartment building, capturing her return from work. The grainy image shows her walking with slumped shoulders, moving more slowly than usual. She looks tired, or possibly ill. The urge to send someone to check on her health surges through me, but I push it down. That would cross yet another line in a situation already riddled with ethical compromises. Instead, I focus on work, forcing myself to review shipment manifests that require my approval. The numbers blur before my eyes, failing to capture my attention the way they should. Distraction is weakness. Distraction gets men like me killed. I've admonished my lieutenants for less, yet here I sit, unable to focus because a nurse with kind eyes and a gentle touch has somehow infiltrated my thoughts. A knock interrupts my internal battle. 3 sharp raps, which is Leonid's signature. "Enter," I call, straightening in my chair and sliding the folder into my desk drawer. Leonid steps inside, closing the door behind him. His face betrays nothing, as usual, but something in his posture tells me this isn't a routine report. His normally immaculate appearance shows subtle signs of haste. His tie sits slightly askew, and there's a tension around his eyes I rarely see. "Sir." He approaches my desk, a manila folder clutched in his hand. There have been developments regarding Ms. Lamb. My heart rate accelerates, though I maintain my neutral expression. "What kind of developments?" Instead of answering, he places the folder on my desk and steps back, hands clasped behind him in a stance that somehow communicates both deference and caution. In 15 years of service, Leonid has never appeared uncertain about delivering information to me. This hesitation alone sets off warning bells in my mind. I open the folder slowly, uncertain what to expect. The first item is a photograph of Will entering what appears to be a medical clinic, her roommate Giselle at her side. Will looks pale, her posture tense with what I recognize immediately as fear. Her normally vibrant eyes are shadowed with worry, one hand clutching Giselle's arm while the other rests protectively across her midsection. The timestamp indicates the photo was taken yesterday morning. "What is this place?" I ask, though I already suspect the answer. "Women's Health Associates in Brooklyn," Leonid answers, his voice carefully neutral. Something cold slides down my spine as I turn to the next item, which are medical records bearing Will's name, obtained through methods I deliberately choose not to question. I scan the document, catching phrases like confirmed pregnancy and estimated conception date that align perfectly with our night together. The clinical language feels surreal as I process what it means. Is this accurate? My voice sounds distant to my own ears. "Yes, sir." The information comes directly from their system. He shifts his weight slightly. I took the liberty of verifying through a secondary source. The information is correct. I continue through the documents until I reach an ultrasound image labeled with Will's name and the date from 3 days ago. I stare at it, momentarily unable to process what I'm seeing. Not one amorphous shape as expected, but 5 distinct formations, each labeled alphabetically. These are tiny clusters of cells that will become people. My people. 5, I whisper. Quintuplets, Leonid confirms, his aloof demeanor slipping just enough to reveal that he too finds this information staggering. The doctor's notes indicate it's a natural conception, extremely rare. My first instinct is suspicion. This must be a trap, a manipulation, or perhaps some elaborate scheme to extract money or power. The Bratva has taught me to trust nothing, to question everyone's motives, to assume betrayal lurks behind every unexpected development. But as I study the ultrasound more carefully, taking in the clinical notations and considering the statistical improbability, the truth becomes undeniable. The medical impossibility of engineering such a pregnancy, combined with everything I know about Will's character, solidifies the reality in my mind. These are my children, mine and Will's. The medical records include notes about the maternal risks, says Leonid, his tone careful. Multiple pregnancies of this magnitude carry significant... Leave me, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. He hesitates, perhaps sensing the shift in my demeanor. Sir, there's more information about the maternal risks associated with... Out. This time, there's no mistaking my command. He nods once and retreats, closing the door silently behind him. Leonid's concern isn't without merit. I know enough to understand that carrying 5 babies presents enormous physical challenges. But right now, I can't process anything beyond the basic, staggering fact that Will is pregnant with my children. The moment I'm alone, I rise from my chair and cross to the windows, my body moving automatically while my mind races. Then I do something I haven't done since my father died. I lock my office door. The simple act of turning the key feels like a confession of weakness no Bratva leader should allow, but I can't risk interruption right now. My controlled facade crumbles the moment privacy is assured. I press my forehead against the cool glass, breath creating a fog on the window as emotion rises like a tide I can't stop. 5 children, my children. A legacy I never planned for and don't believe I deserve. For the first time in years, I allow raw feeling to overtake me. Terror floods my system first as I consider the danger this creates and the vulnerability these children represent. Every enemy I've made would see these children as leverage and Will as a path to destroy me. The thought ignites something primal in my chest, a fierce protectiveness I've only ever felt for Xena. I think of my sister and how I've spent my entire life shielding her from the worst of our world. I've killed men for merely looking at her wrong, or for suggesting they might use her to get to me. And now, there will be 5 more people whose safety depends entirely on my ability to protect them from the violent life I've chosen. No one can touch her. No one can threaten her. No one else will raise my children. My fist connects with the wall before I realize I've moved, the pain barely registering through the storm of emotions. I glance down at my knuckles, watching with detachment as blood wells from split skin. The physical pain is nothing compared to the emotional maelstrom tearing through me. Possessiveness, an ancient masculine drive to claim and protect what's mine, mingles with the fear. The thought of Will carrying my children alone, making decisions about their future without me, is unbearable. And beneath it all, something dangerously close to joy flickers, a light I dare not examine too closely. I've never considered fatherhood. The Bratva life doesn't lend itself to stable family relationships beyond the organization itself. Children are liabilities or vulnerabilities that enemies can exploit. I've seen it happen too many times when bosses are brought to their knees by rivals targeting their families. I swore I'd never create such weakness in myself. Yet staring at the ultrasound image again, I can't suppress a surge of wonder. 5 distinct beings, created from a single night of connection with the only woman who's made me feel human in years. The statistical improbability stuns me. 5 new Vorobevs, when I'd resigned myself to Xena and me being the last of our line unless she chose to have a family someday. A family I would keep well clear of Bratva business. I pull my phone from my pocket, almost calling Leonid back to arrange immediate protection for Will, but stop myself. This needs careful planning. The wrong move could terrify her or drive her farther from me. I pace the length of my office, calculating options with none of my usual detachment. Does she plan to keep them? The thought of her not doing so makes me jerk to a halt in my pacing. She's a single woman with a modest income, now unexpectedly pregnant with quintuplets. Would she consider termination? Adoption? The very possibility makes my blood boil with an intensity that surprises me. I have no right to dictate her choices, particularly when I've given her nothing but a false name and a single night. But the thought of my children, my blood, my legacy, being given to strangers makes something dark and primitive rise within me. I need more information, immediately. I unlock the office door from the panel on my desk before I press the intercom. Leonid, my office, now. He appears within moments, composed as ever. I don't bother with preliminaries. I need everything. Her financial situation, her medical options, what she's told her doctors about the father and what she's planning. Leonid nods, unfazed by my intensity. We're already gathering that information. Preliminary reports suggest she's keeping the pregnancy. She's scheduled a follow-up appointment with a high-risk pregnancy specialist. Relief hits me, though it doesn't diminish the urgency. I need to know the moment she makes any decision. In the meantime, increase surveillance. Be discreet, but comprehensive. Sir, if I may, he says carefully. This level of monitoring borders on... I don't care what it borders on. The words come out in an angry rush. She's carrying Vorobev heirs. Everything changes now. The obvious solution crashes through my thoughts with startling clarity. I must bring her here, into my world, where I can protect her properly. The logistics are simple enough. I have the resources to provide everything she and the babies could need. The best medical care, complete security, and every comfort imaginable. But the human element complicates everything. How do I tell a woman who knows me only as Maxim, a businessman she spent one night with, that I'm actually Makari Vorobev, head of a significant swath of the Russian Bratva in New York? Our only Bratva rivals, the Petrovs, control a much smaller territory. How do I tell a woman who saves babies for a living that their father is a man whose hands are stained with blood and whose name is whispered in fear? The truth might send her running farther than any distance could measure. And yet, lies have never been an option with her. From the moment we met, something about Wilhelmina Lamb has demanded honesty from me. Even when I gave her a false name, I couldn't bring myself to craft an elaborate backstory, to truly deceive her about who I am at my core. I dismiss him with a nod, thinking about preparations. In the corridor, Fedor stands waiting, his expression flickering between concern and calculation as he takes in my unusual state. "Is everything all right?" he asks, falling into step beside me. I brush past him without answering, already focused on my next move. Fedor has been pushing for more aggressive expansion lately, suggesting riskier moves that I've consistently vetoed. The timing isn't coincidental. He sensed something shifting in me, perhaps seeing it as weakness to exploit. I've known my cousin long enough to recognize ambition poorly disguised as concern. Right now, Fedor is a problem for another day. Presently, all that matters is Will and the 5 impossible lives growing inside her. She needs to know the truth, however terrifying it might be. She needs to understand the dangers our children now face simply by existing. And I need to convince her that despite everything, despite who and what I am, I can keep them safe. Tomorrow, I'll go to her. Not as Maxim the businessman, but as Makari Vorobev, offering whatever protection and support she'll accept from me. She may slam the door in my face. She may hate me for my deception and for the world I represent. But I'll give her the truth and the choice, even as every instinct tells me to simply take what's mine. Because somehow, in one night, Wilhelmina Lamb taught me something my father, the Bratva, and 15 years of power never could. Some things can't be claimed by force and can only be earned through truth. I will claim what's mine, whatever it takes. But for the first time in my life, I'll try to do it the right way.
Chapter 12. Will? I jump at the unexpected knock on my apartment door. It's my first day off in almost 2 weeks, and I wasn't expecting visitors. Maybe it's a package delivery, or Giselle forgot her keys again. Something she does with alarming regularity despite my suggestions about a spare hidden somewhere. Coming, I call, setting aside my laptop where I've spent the morning researching high-risk multiple pregnancies. The statistics and medical recommendations swim before my eyes, a blur of terrifying possibilities and slim odds. The internet doesn't sugarcoat anything. Quintuplets face significant risks. Premature birth is almost guaranteed, as are low birth weights, along with potential developmental delays and a host of possible complications. And that's not even considering the maternal risks that include preeclampsia, gestational diabetes, and placental issues. The list goes on, each possibility more daunting than the last. I take a fortifying sip of ginger tea, the only thing that seems to help with the constant nausea, before heading to the door. The smell of toast from breakfast still lingers in the apartment, a reminder of the few foods I can currently tolerate. When I swing it open, the world tilts sideways. Maxim stands in my hallway looking even more handsome than I remember. He's impeccably dressed in a charcoal suit that screams expensive tailoring, clean-shaven, and completely unexpected. His presence in my modest apartment building feels like some strange collision of universes that were never meant to intersect. Will. His voice is exactly as I remember, deep and lightly accented. I grip the door frame tightly. How did you find me? Dumb question. He must have my address since he sent a rose bush. Even unsigned, I knew it had to come from him. Why didn't that worry me more at the time? I guess the plant distracted me, and I had still been caught in a post-coital hangover. Instead of answering, he moves forward with an intensity that makes me instinctively back up. I retreat into my apartment, and he follows uninvited, closing the door behind him. Something about his fluid movements reminds me of a predator, being both graceful and dangerous. He looks jarringly out of place among my secondhand furniture and collection of houseplants. The man from the luxury hotel suite now stands in my tiny living room, where the ceiling fan wobbles when set above medium speed, and the couch has a permanent indent from Giselle's movie marathon sessions. His expensive watch probably costs more than 3 months of my rent. I need to speak with you, he says, his gaze taking in every detail of my space with unsettling thoroughness. I cross my arms over my chest, suddenly conscious of the baggy t-shirt and yoga pants I'm wearing. About what? First, I should introduce myself properly. He stands taller, shoulders squaring. My name is not Maxim, it's Makari Vorobev. The name means nothing to me, but something in the way he says it, expecting recognition, makes me tremble. You lied about your name? My voice rises slightly. It's hardly the worst thing a one-night stand could lie about, but it stings nonetheless. Yes. He doesn't flinch from the admission. I'm Pakan, the head of most of the Russian bratva in New York. I stare at him blankly for a moment before the words register fully. Russian bratva? The Mafia. The realization makes me gasp. I've slept with a mobster and I'm carrying a mobster's children. That's not funny, I say, hoping desperately that this is some bizarre joke. I'm not attempting humor. His expression remains serious. I know about the pregnancy, Will, about the quintuplets. My hand moves protectively to my still flat stomach, a reflexive gesture I can't control. Fear replaces shock as thoughts whirl through my mind. How long has he been watching me? How did he access my medical records? What does he want? How do you know that? My voice sounds strangled, even to my own ears. I have resources. He says it matter-of-factly, as if invading my medical privacy is perfectly reasonable. You're not safe, Will. Our children won't be safe once word gets out. Our children. The casual claim sends a surge of anger through me, cutting through the fear. This man, this stranger really, walks into my home and starts talking about our children, as if he has any right to them after one night together. Safe from what, I ask, though I already know the answer. Safe from the world he inhabits, the world of violence and crime that I've only seen in movies. From my enemies. He takes a step toward me, and I counter with a step back. Other families would see you and the babies as leverage against me, as weaknesses to exploit. So we're just liabilities to you? The words come out sharp, fueled by rising indignation. No. He runs a hand through his dark hair, a gesture that seems surprisingly human from someone who otherwise holds himself with such rigid control. You're carrying my children. I want to protect you, all of you. I have an estate outside the city with security, medical facilities. Stop. I hold up my hand, unable to process everything he's saying. You expect me to just, move in with you? A complete stranger who lied about his identity and who apparently has been stalking me and accessing my medical records without my consent? His jaw tightens. I understand this is overwhelming. Overwhelming? I laugh, the sound bitter and slightly hysterical. This isn't overwhelming. This is insane. You're a criminal. You're asking me to raise children in a world of violence and danger. I can keep you safe, he insists, his voice hardening with conviction. My home is the safest place for you and our children. They're not our children, I snap, fear transforming into fury. You contributed genetic material during a one-night stand. That doesn't make you a father. Something dangerous flashes in his eyes, but I'm too angry to care. I gesture wildly around my apartment at the life I've built for myself. Do you think I want that kind of life for my babies? Growing up, surrounded by bodyguards and bulletproof glass? Learning that their father solves problems with violence and intimidation? That's not a childhood. That's a prison sentence. You don't understand the danger. No, you don't understand. I cut him off, my hand shaking with emotion. I'm a NICU nurse. I spend my days fighting for the smallest, most vulnerable lives. I won't bring my children into a world where violence is normalized and their father's business puts targets on their backs. I think of my tiny patients, the premature babies I've cared for over the years. Their struggles are already enormous without adding the complications of a dangerous family background. How many times have I seen infants born to parents involved in drugs or violence? How many times have I silently judged those parents for the choices that put their children at risk before they even took their first breath? Will, be reasonable. His voice remains frustratingly calm, which only fuels my anger. You can't protect 5 babies alone. I want nothing from you. I say, my voice dropping. No money, no protection. Nothing except to be left alone to raise my children far away from whatever bloody business you're involved in. I back toward the door, reaching behind me for the handle. I want you to leave. Now. He doesn't move. We need to discuss this rationally. Think about what's best for the babies. I am thinking about what's best for them. My voice rises despite my effort to control it. A life free from fear and violence is what's best for them. A normal childhood is what's best for them. There's no normal childhood possible now. His accent thickens slightly with emotion. The moment you became pregnant with my children, normal ceased to be an option. I have a right to know my own children. Something in me snaps at his presumption. Who is he to talk about rights when he's violated my privacy so thoroughly? Get out! I yank open the door, pointing into the hallway. Get out before I call the police. For a long moment he stares at me, and I wonder if he'll refuse. Will he show his true colors and force his way into my life the way he forced his way into my apartment? Instead, he takes a step toward the door, pausing just before crossing the threshold. This isn't over, Wilhelmina. His voice is low, almost gentle despite the implicit threat. I'll give you time to process, but we will speak again. The safety of our children isn't negotiable to me. The moment he steps into the hallway, I slam the door with enough force to rattle the frames on my walls. The sound is satisfying in its finality, a physical manifestation of the boundary I've just established. My legs give out as the adrenaline crashes, and I slide to the floor with my back against the door. Tears I was holding back begin to fall, leaving hot tracks down my cheeks as the full weight of the situation crashes over me. Through the solid wood, I hear him remain motionless for several long moments. I hold my breath, wondering if he'll knock again and demand re-entry. Finally, his footsteps retreat down the hallway, growing fainter until I can no longer hear them. I wrap my arms around my middle, a futile protective gesture. The father of my children is a mafia boss. The reality feels absurd, like something from a bad movie. But the fear coursing through me is painfully real. What do I do now? How do I protect 5 babies from a world I know nothing about? How do I keep them safe from their own father and the dangers that surround him? I think of my own childhood, of growing up with just my mother in our small house with the beautiful garden. It wasn't perfect. We struggled financially after Dad left, but it was peaceful, safe, filled with love rather than fear. That's what I want for my children, not bulletproof windows and security details, not a father whose hands might be stained with blood. The memory of my mother's garden brings a fresh wave of grief. She would have known what to do. She always did. When my father walked out on us, she picked up the pieces and created a stable, loving home. When money was tight, she found ways to make ends meet without ever letting me feel the strain. When cancer came for her, she faced it with the same quiet determination she approached everything in life. What would you do, Mom? I whispered to the empty apartment. How do you protect 5 babies from something like this? I push myself up from the floor on wobbly legs and make my way to the kitchen. My hands shake as I fill the kettle for more tea, spilling water on the counter. Deep breaths, I remind myself. Stress isn't good for the babies. The baby's already depending on me to make the right choices. The odds were already stacked against us. A single mother with a modest income trying to raise quintuplets. Add in a mafia boss father, and the situation becomes truly impossible. I sink into a kitchen chair. Should I move? Change my name? Would that even work against someone with Makari Vorobev's resources? He found me easily enough already, accessing information that should have been private. The kettle whistles, startling me from my spiral of panic. I make the tea automatically, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought fails. The familiar routine steadies me somewhat, giving my hands something useful to do while my mind works through impossible scenarios. I carry the steaming mug to the window where my plants thrive in the morning sunlight. The rose bush I've tended since my mother's death stands proudly among them, a living connection to the woman who taught me what it means to nurture. What would she advise in this impossible situation? She'd tell me to be practical, to take things one step at a time, to focus on what I can control rather than what I can't. Right now, I can control my health and that of my babies. I can continue my research, make my medical appointments, and prepare as best I can for 5 premature births, which is what the statistics suggest will happen. I can control how I respond to Makari's intrusion with firm boundaries and legal protections if necessary. I take a sip of tea. The nausea temporarily recedes, giving me a moment of physical relief if not mental peace. My phone buzzes on the counter, and I tense until I see Giselle's name on the screen. The text reads, "Grabbing lunch before work. Want anything? You're probably craving something weird by now." The normality of it almost makes me laugh. Giselle has no idea my world just imploded when the father of my babies revealed himself to be someone dangerous and powerful who won't easily accept my rejection. I text back, "Nothing weird yet. Maybe some crackers?" Nausea's bad today. I don't mention Makari's visit. Not yet. I need time to process it myself before I can explain it to someone else. Settling back on the couch, I pick up my laptop again, but instead of pregnancy research, I type Makari Vorobev into the search bar. The results confirm my worst fears. News articles detail suspected criminal activities, though nothing that ever led to charges. Photos show him at charity events and high-profile restaurant openings, always immaculately dressed, always surrounded by beautiful people, always looking untouchable. One photo in particular catches my attention of Makari with a young woman who bears a striking resemblance to him, perhaps a sister or cousin. His expression in this photo differs from the others. There's something gentle in the way he looks at her, both protective and proud. I close the laptop, unable to reconcile these images with the man I met at the club and the man who just stood in my living room claiming rights to my children. Which version is real? The charming businessman, the hardened criminal, the protective family man? All of them? None of them? It doesn't matter, I tell myself firmly. Whatever combination of personas makes up Makari Vorobev, he belongs to a world I want no part of, a world no child should be raised in. My hand returns to my abdomen. "I'll protect you," I whisper, the promise fierce and desperate. "Whatever it takes."
Chapter 13. Marka. I stand frozen outside Will's apartment, the sound of the slammed door still reverberating through the hallway. My fists clench so tightly that my fingernails dig crescents into my palms. The urge to kick down her door pulses through me with frightening intensity. One swift movement is all it would take. The flimsy lock would splinter instantly under my Italian dress shoes. I breathe deeply, fighting for control. This isn't a business negotiation gone wrong or a rival pushing boundaries. This is the mother of my children rejecting not just my protection, but my very presence in their lives. Through the thin door, I hear her quiet sobs. Each one feels like an accusation, cutting deeper than any knife could reach. She's afraid of me, of what I represent, and the danger I've brought into her orderly life. The realization stings more than I expected. I've spent 15 years building a reputation that makes grown men tremble. Fear is a currency I trade in daily, but hearing Will cry because of me feels like failure in a way I've never experienced before. I press my palm flat against the door, a pathetic substitute for the comfort I want to offer. I should leave. Every second I linger only reinforces her perception of me as a threat. Yet my feet remain rooted to the faded hallway carpet as I strain to hear her movements on the other side. She deserves better than this. Better than a man whose name is whispered in fear throughout New York's underworld. Better than a father who puts his children in danger simply by acknowledging them. Her rejection is entirely rational. Why then does it feel like she's carved out something vital from my chest? With monumental effort, I finally turn away. My footsteps sound unnaturally loud as I move toward the stairwell, each one leaden with reluctance. The security man I positioned in the building earlier gives me a respectful nod as I pass. His presence reminds me that regardless of Will's wishes, I've already begun infiltrating her life. Report directly to me. Orlov straightens his posture slightly. Yes, sir. She doesn't know you're here. Keep it that way. He nods again, returning to his position by the maintenance closet, a perfect vantage point for the hallway leading to Will's apartment. I selected him specifically for this assignment. Orlov has the rare ability to blend into surroundings despite his size, becoming functionally invisible in plain sight. I descend the stairs slowly, each step a battle against the instinct to return to her door, to make her understand the dangers she faces without my protection. But forcing my way into her life would only confirm her worst fears about me. Some battles can't be won through intimidation or brute force. This is unfamiliar territory for a man who has spent his life commanding rather than persuading. Outside, the spring sun feels incongruously bright. The modest Brooklyn neighborhood bustles with ordinary life, but it all seems impossibly distant from my world of luxury penthouses and gritty violence. I approach the idling SUV, expecting only Leonid behind the wheel. Instead, when I slide into the back seat, I find my cousin Fedor already waiting, his expression a carefully composed mask of concern. Leonid meets my eyes briefly in the rearview mirror, the slight tightening around his mouth telling me this wasn't his idea. Fedor adjusts his perfectly tailored suit sleeve. Cousin, I thought I'd join you. Your absence today has left several matters unresolved. He doesn't need to ask the unspoken question. Why the Pakhan of the Vorobev Bratva is making personal visits to a rundown Brooklyn apartment building without explanation or proper security detail. Back to the office. I turn away from Fedor, focusing on Leonid's reflection in the mirror. Fedor and I have grown up together, cousins by blood, but raised more like brothers after his father, my uncle, was killed in the territorial disputes of the 1990s. Where I inherited the leadership position through my father's direct line, Fedor has always operated from the secondary position, advising, supporting, and occasionally challenging my decisions. The dynamics between us have grown increasingly complex as we've aged. He's never openly defied me, but his ambition simmers just beneath the surface of every interaction. As the car pulls away from the curb, I stare out at the passing streets, thinking of Will in that small apartment with her plants and secondhand furniture. She's created a life of quiet meaning, saving the smallest and most vulnerable patients in her care. Now she carries my children, and I've managed to terrify rather than reassure her. Fedor casually examines his manicured nails. I passed 2 of our surveillance teams on the way here. You've had this building watched for some time. May I ask why? His tone is conversational, but nothing about Fedor is ever casual. It's obvious to me that he wants to get information through my reactions and responses. I continue staring out the window, deliberately ignoring his question. You may not. He accepts the rebuff with grace, shifting tactics smoothly. The Kazanovs are pushing again at the docks. Their men approached 3 of our customs officials this morning. His tone holds a note of satisfaction beneath the concern, as if he's pleased to have urgent business pulling me back to reality. Fedor has always been adept at reading my moods, at knowing precisely when to assert his practical value to the organization. Handle it. The usual warning should suffice. I'd prefer to send a stronger message. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. A reminder of what happens when they encroach on Vorobev territory. The old Mach, the Mach from before Will, would have agreed instantly. Perhaps even suggested something particularly memorable to drive the point home. Now, the thought of more violence, more blood on my hands, makes me weary in a way I've never experienced before. No bodies, just the warning. I don't want police attention right now. Fedor studies me with barely concealed disbelief. His dark eyes, so similar to my own, narrow slightly as he processes this uncharacteristic restraint. Ever since Eclipse, you've been... He taps his finger against the leather seat. Distracted, less engaged with daily operations. The timing's not coincidental. Everything changed that night, though not for the reasons he suspects. Fedor gestures vaguely toward the building we're leaving behind. May I ask what's happening here? This doesn't seem like typical Pakan business. I consider lying, but Fedor will discover the truth eventually. It's better he hears it from me than through whispers and speculation. Besides, with the surveillance I've ordered and the precautions I'll need to implement, keeping Will's existence secret from my inner circle is impractical. The woman in that apartment is pregnant with my children. I watch his reaction carefully. Quintuplets, actually. I know it's shocking. Damn near gave me a heart attack. Fedor's composure slips momentarily, genuine shock flashing across his features before he frowns. Quintuplets? That's statistically improbable. And yet, true beyond a shadow of a doubt. He absorbs this information with remarkable speed, already leaping far into the future in his head. He does it all the time, so I know he's trying to calculate the risk involved in this new development. He drums his fingers briefly against his knee. How certain are you of paternity? Certain enough. I don't elaborate on the surveillance or medical records I've obtained. Some details remain mine alone. I see. He adjusts his position, recalibrating his approach. And what exactly are your intentions regarding this woman and these quintuplets? Her name is Wilhelmina Lamb. My tone drops dangerously. I intend to protect her and my children with or without her cooperation. Fedor nods thoughtfully. So you'll need surveillance. I can arrange it discreetly but effectively. Orlov and Yakov would be suitable. Already handled, I say, a hint of smugness in my voice. In truth, I'd reached the same conclusion about which men to assign. The offer is Fedor's way of inserting himself into the situation and establishing relevance. Of course. His gaze flicked toward the rearview mirror, where Leonid studiously keeps his attention on the road. You've thought of everything. The slight emphasis suggests otherwise, but I know it's because he's still thinking of issues that could arise from this. He clears his throat after a quick moment. Is she aware of who you are? What you are? I turn from the window to face him directly. She is now. Ah. The single syllable contains volumes, and I take it from your mood that she was less than receptive to this revelation. I don't dignify the question with a response, but my silence is answer enough. He sighs, his expression shifting to one of fabricated concern as he briefly places a hand on my shoulder. Cousin, I must express concern. This woman has you acting unlike yourself. Our rivals watch for any sign of weakness. A woman and 5 bastards will be the end of the Vorobev empire. The temperature in the car plummets. Even Leonid tenses, his knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. The word bastards echoes between us, deliberately provocative. Fedor has always known precisely how to needle me and how to find the hairline fractures in my composure. Today, he's miscalculated. I don't raise my voice, I don't move, but something in my expression makes him press himself back against the leather seat. Choose your next words very carefully. I growl as heat rushes to my face. He swallows, a nearly imperceptible gesture that betrays his sudden awareness of danger. We might be family, but many men have died for less disrespect than he's just shown. He raises his hands slightly, placatingly. I meant no disrespect. I merely suggest that personal entanglements complicate business. The timing isn't great. The surveillance is non-negotiable. I snap as I turn back to the window, effectively ending the discussion. Fedor nods, suitably chastened, though I don't miss the calculation in his eyes. My cousin has always been ambitious, always watching for opportunities to advance his position within our organization. This unexpected vulnerability, my connection to Will and our unborn children, represents both a threat to his aspirations and a potential leverage point he's already considering how to exploit. As you wish. His tone becomes appropriately deferential now. We should discuss expansion plans for the Greenwich property when we return to the office. The zoning board vote is scheduled for next week. His pivot to legitimate business matters is transparent, a reminder that while I focus on personal concerns, he remains dedicated to organizational prosperity. It's a subtle move in our ongoing game of position and influence. We ride in tense silence for several blocks, the cityscape transforming around us as we move from Brooklyn's residential streets toward the bridge that will carry us to Manhattan. I note Fedor checking his watch repeatedly, a habit that emerges when he's recalculating strategies. Something urgent. He immediately stops fidgeting with his watch. I have a meeting with the union representatives at 4. Nothing that can't be rescheduled if you need me. The offer is hollow. We both know I won't request his continued presence. Fedor is testing boundaries to see how much my newfound distraction has affected normal operations. Keep the appointment. Have Yuri prepare briefing documents on the Kazanov situation. Full threat assessment, possible leverage points, and known associates. I want it on my desk by morning. Of course. He nods, making notes in his phone. The familiar routines of business temporarily mask the undercurrents between us. He seems almost disappointed that I'm re-engaged in the conversation, but he needs to realize that even distracted, I'm still ahead of him. The car falls silent as we cross the bridge back to Manhattan. The gleaming towers of financial power rise before us, a world away from Will's cozy Brooklyn apartment. I've always moved easily between these contrasting New York realities, the legitimized wealth of Manhattan's elite and the shadow economies that fuel much of it. Now those worlds seem irreconcilable in ways they never have before. Inside, I'm spiraling through emotions I haven't allowed myself to feel in years. Regret for the path that led me here. Fear for the children who will inherit my enemies, and desperate longing for a life I glimpsed briefly with Will. I don't want to be this man anymore, the monster whose name is whispered in fear throughout New York's underworld. I wonder if will ever give me a chance to show who I really am beneath my Bratva persona, or if I've already lost her and our unborn children before I ever truly had them. The thought creates an unfamiliar ache in my chest, something dangerously close to grief for possibilities that might never materialize. Leonid clears his throat quietly, catching my attention in the mirror. Sir, may I speak frankly? I nod, curious despite my foul mood. Leonid rarely offers unsolicited opinions, especially in Fedor's presence. His interruption is timed during a moment when Fedor is distracted by his phone, creating an illusion of privacy despite the close quarters. The security measures will protect Ms. Lamb physically, but they won't address the larger issue. His gaze meets mine briefly in the mirror. She rejected your offer because she fears your world, not because she fears you personally. The distinction makes little difference if the end result is the same. Fedor shifts uncomfortably beside me, clearly displeased by Leonid's familiar tone, but wise enough to hold his tongue. The hierarchy within my organization is clear, but complex. Leonid's years of loyal service have earned him certain privileges, including occasionally speaking to me as a trusted advisor rather than a subordinate. Fedor, despite our blood relationship, hasn't yet earned the same level of implicit trust. Leonid navigates through a yellow light. Perhaps, but in my experience, people fear most what they don't understand. Ms. Lamb knows only what the movies and news tell her about the Bratva. She doesn't know the code we live by, or the protections we offer to those under our care. I consider his words. It's true that Will looked at me today as if I were some movie villain, a one-dimensional monster with no redeeming qualities. She doesn't know the Vorobev family operates by rules as strict as any legitimate business. That violence, when employed, is strategic rather than random. I've worked for years to move our operations toward legitimate enterprises. What are you suggesting? He checks the mirrors before changing lanes. Education. Let her learn about you gradually. Show her the man beneath the reputation. She slammed the door in my face, Leonid. I doubt she's interested in getting to know me better. Not directly from you, but there are other ways. Perhaps your sister could make contact. Ms. Lamb might be more receptive to another woman, especially one who understands both worlds. The suggestion gives me pause. Zina has always been my secret weapon in many ways. The gentler face of the Vorobev family, untainted by the violence that defines my reputation. She understands our world, but has been sheltered from its ugliest aspects by my constant vigilance. Fedor looks up from his phone, instantly alert at the mention of Zina. An interesting idea, but perhaps premature. The woman clearly needs time to adjust to the reality of her situation before we complicate matters further. The we doesn't escape my notice. Fyodor is already positioning himself as part of this deeply personal situation. I'll need to watch him carefully in the coming months. I value your concern, cousin. The formality in my tone serves as a subtle reminder of our respective positions. But Will and the children are my responsibility alone. His smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. Family is never one person's responsibility alone. The Vorobev name belongs to all of us. 5 new bearers of that name affects everyone in our organization. His words are reasonable on the surface, making it difficult to outright reject them without appearing irrational. This is Fedor's particular talent, framing self-interest as collective benefit and personal ambition as family loyalty. We'll discuss this further when appropriate. I turn away, effectively closing the conversation as the car turns into the underground parking garage beneath our office building. Leonid maneuvers the SUV into my reserved space, the transition from daylight to shadow feeling symbolic somehow. He opens my door, standing at attention as I exit. Fedor follows, straightening his already immaculate suit. He smooths his tie. I'll have those Kazanov reports prepared and Mac. He pauses, using my informal name deliberately, a reminder of our shared childhood. Congratulations. Children are a blessing, regardless of the circumstances. I can't determine whether the sentiment is genuine or total bullshit. With Fedor, it's often both simultaneously real emotions deployed for maximum effect. I acknowledge his words with a nod before turning toward the private elevator that will carry me to the executive floor. Alone in the ascending car, I finally allow myself a moment of unguarded reflection. The statistical improbability of quintuplets feels like fate's particular joke on a man who never planned for a family by suddenly gifting him 5 at once. The absurdity of it almost makes me smile. When the elevator doors open to the executive floor, I've composed myself again, the mask of the Pakan firmly in place. My assistant rises immediately, tablet in hand, ready to recite the afternoon schedule, and I try to return to business. Through the afternoon, strange surges of hope trough and crest. It's not the confidence that comes from solid planning and overwhelming force, but something more fragile and unfamiliar. It's a hope that somehow, despite everything, this impossible situation might lead to something I never knew I wanted until now. A family. My family.
Chapter 14. The afternoon stretches on as I move around the apartment in a daze, alternating between moments of stunned disbelief and spikes of pure panic. I try to imagine 5 babies in this small one-bedroom apartment shared with a roommate, because I definitely can't afford anything bigger with 5 sets of diapers to buy. I try to picture raising them alone while working as a NICU nurse, envisioning a future where they don't become targets because of their father's identity, but it all falls flat. Each scenario seems more impossible than the last. As the afternoon light shifts across my apartment floor, doubt creeps in around the edges of my determination. How does one hide from a man like Makari Vorobev? How does one protect 5 infants alone? Did I make the right choice by sending him away? Yet, what alternative is there? For the first time since learning of my impossible pregnancy, I wonder if I've made the right choice in deciding to keep all 5 babies. The thought brings immediate, crushing guilt. These are my children. I'll find a way. I have to. The sound of Giselle's key in the lock pulls me from my thoughts. She breezes in with her usual energy, dropping a paper bag on the counter. Saltines, ginger chews, and those weird rice crackers you like, she announces, kicking off her shoes. And peppermint tea, which the internet says is good for morning sickness. Though, why they call it morning sickness when it lasts all day is beyond me. She stops, finally taking in my appearance. I'm sure I look awful, with red eyes, messy hair, an untouched laptop, and a general air of devastation that surrounds me. Will? What happened? Her voice softens instantly, concern replacing her usual flippancy. I open my mouth to explain, but where do I even begin? How do I tell her the father of my babies is Makari Vorobev, head of the Russian Bratva in New York, that he's been watching me and collecting information about me, that he wants to take me to his fortified estate for protection? He was here, I say finally, my voice barely above a whisper. Who was here? She drops onto the couch beside me, her brow furrowed. Maximum! The guy from the club! I wrap my hands tighter around my mug. Except his name isn't really Maxim, it's Makari Vorobev. Giselle blinks, the name clearly meaning nothing to her. He's in the Russian Mafia, the Bratva. He's their leader, controlling a large territory in New York. The words sound ridiculous even as I say them. Her eyes widen comically. Wait, seriously? The father of your babies is a freaking mob boss. I nod miserably. Holy shit. She runs a hand through her hair. That's like a movie plot. Are you sure he wasn't messing with you? Pretty sure. I reach for my laptop, opening it to show her some of the articles I found. He knows about the baby's Giselle. He knows I'm pregnant with quintuplets. He's been watching me and getting information about me somehow. Her expression shifts from disbelief to alarm. That's seriously creepy. What does he want? He says I'm in danger, that the babies will be in danger once word gets out about them. He wants me to move to his estate where he can protect us. Giselle's eyes narrow. And what did you tell him? I told him to get out. I want nothing to do with him or his world. She nods approvingly. Good. Then, more cautiously, she asks, Do you think he might be right about the danger part? The question invokes implications I don't want to consider. I've been so focused on rejecting Makari and his world that I haven't fully processed the potential threat to my babies. I don't know, I say finally. Maybe, probably, but that doesn't mean his solution is the right one. Trading one danger for another isn't a solution. Giselle nods slowly. So, what's the plan? The question catches me off guard. I don't have a plan. I've been reacting, not strategizing. I don't know that either, I say, my voice small. Right now, I'm just trying to process everything. She squeezes my hand. We'll figure it out. I'm with you, whatever you decide. Her loyalty brings fresh tears to my eyes. Thank you. Hey, what are best friends for if not helping you deal with Mafia baby daddies? She grins, trying to lighten the mood. Despite everything, I find myself smiling weakly. Trust Giselle to find humor in even the most absurd situation. Seriously, though, she continues, her expression sobering, we should probably think about security. If this guy really is who he says he is, and if there really are people who might want to use you to get to him, we should probably at least change the locks tomorrow and maybe look into some kind of security system. Good idea. I reach across the table and squeeze her hand. I'm sorry to drag you into this mess. Hey, that's what best friends are for, right? Criminal baby daddy drama is totally covered under the roommate agreement. She flashes a weak smile. Besides, I'm the one who dragged you to that club in the first place. We order takeout neither of us really wants, picking at our food while discussing practical measures. We need new locks, a doorbell camera, and possibly even a consultation with a lawyer about restraining orders. The conversation feels surreal, like we're characters in some bizarre crime drama rather than two ordinary women in a Brooklyn apartment. Later, I lie awake in bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to quiet my racing thoughts. Sleep feels impossible with the day's revelations still echoing in my mind. I try to focus on the present moment to slow my brain. I must drift off eventually, because suddenly I'm jerked awake by a sound that doesn't belong. Splintering wood and heavy footsteps in our living room. For one disoriented moment, I think Makari has returned, making good on his promise that our conversation wasn't over. Then I hear unfamiliar male voices, harsh whispers in a language I don't understand, and realize with bone-chilling certainty that these aren't Makari's men. I fumble for my phone on the nightstand. Before I can dial 911, my bedroom door crashes open, the lock splintering from the force of a booted kick. Two masked men stand in the doorway. Even in the dim light, I can see they're holding guns. I freeze, terror paralyzing my limbs as one of them advances toward my bed. He says something in what sounds like Russian, gesturing with his weapon for me to get up. Please, I manage to whisper, one hand instinctively moving to protect my stomach. I'm pregnant. He responds by grabbing my arm roughly, yanking me to my feet. They're going to take me somewhere. The realization cuts through the fog of fear. They're going to kidnap me. No! I struggle against his grip, panic giving me strength I didn't know I possessed. Let me go. From the hallway, I hear Giselle's voice. Will? What's happening? The man holding me spins around, dragging me with him as Giselle appears in the doorway, her eyes widening with horror as she takes in the scene. Get out! She screams, lunging toward us with reckless courage. Get away from her! Everything happens in terrible slow motion. The second man raises his gun as she throws herself forward. The crack of the gunshot is deafening in the confined space of my bedroom. Giselle's body jerks unnaturally, then crumples to the floor. Blood blooms across her favorite sleep shirt, the oversized NYU tee she's had since freshman year, spreading with terrifying speed. A scream tears from my throat, raw and primal. I wrench free from the man's grasp and drop to my knees beside her. Blood is everywhere, hot and sticky against my hands as I press them to the wound in her chest. Giselle! No, no, no! Stay with me! Please, stay with me! She looks at me with confusion and pain clouding her eyes. Well? Her voice is barely audible, bubbling strangely. I'm here. I sob, applying more pressure to the wound even as I recognize the futility with the clinical part of my brain. The bullet has hit something vital. There's too much blood. Even an OR and a surgeon on hand would have a hard time saving her. Help is coming. Just hold on. The men are silent above us, staring down with what appears to be cool detachment. It's hard to say with them wearing masks, but if they obviously didn't plan for a witness and a shooting, the turn of events hasn't rattled them. I ignore them, focusing entirely on Giselle's rapidly paling face. Love you, Will, she whispers, her hand weakly squeezing mine. I watch the life drain from her eyes, transforming them from the vibrant, mischievous gaze I know so well to something vacant and empty. Her hand goes slack in mine. No? I scream again, shaking her as if I could force life back into her body. Giselle, please. The men are moving again, one grabbing my arm to pull me away from her. I fight wildly, beyond reason or self-preservation, wanting only to stay with my friend. Suddenly, the window explodes inward in a shower of glass. Two new figures enter with astonishing speed and efficiency. These men are also in dark clothing and immediately engage with the intruders. The chaos that follows is a blur of violence, gunshots, grunts of pain, and the sickening sound of bones breaking. I curl my body over Giselle's, trying to protect her even though I know it's too late. When it's over, the two masked intruders lie motionless on my bedroom floor. The newcomers stand watchfully over them, weapons trained on their still forms. One speaks with a faint Russian accent into a communication device strapped to his wrist, his voice calm, despite the carnage surrounding us. Perimeter secured, two hostiles neutralized, collateral damage, the package is safe but traumatized. Package. He means me. I'm the package. Sirens wail in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. I barely register them, still cradling Giselle's body, rocking back and forth as tears stream down my face. The bedroom door opens again, and another figure enters. Through my tears, I recognize Makari's imposing form. He takes in the scene with one sweeping glance. The broken window, the downed intruders, and me clutching Giselle's lifeless body. Will? He moves toward me, kneeling to meet my eyes. Are you hurt? I look up at him, rage cutting through grief like a blade. This is your fault, I spit, my voice raw from screaming. She's dead because of you, because of what you are. He doesn't flinch from the accusation. Yes. His admission only fuels my anger. You said there was danger. You didn't say they would kill her. I'm sorry. The words sound strange in his mouth as if he rarely speaks them. This wasn't supposed to happen. My men were watching the building, but these two found another way in. I looked down at her face, peaceful now despite the violence of her death. My best friend, the closest thing to family I've had since my mother died. The one person who stood by me through everything, including the insanity of quintuplets. She was trying to protect me, I whisper, my anger giving way to crushing grief. She didn't even know what was happening, but she tried to save me anyway. She was brave, he says quietly. I promise you, the men responsible for this will pay. The cold certainty in his voice should frighten me, but I'm beyond fear now. I'm beyond anything except the overwhelming loss and the knowledge that my life as I knew it has ended tonight. The police are coming. They can't help you, Will, not with this. These men were sent by people who won't stop trying. Next time it could be you, which also means the babies will die. I know he's right. Whatever complaint I file, whatever protection order I seek, it won't matter to people who break into homes with guns, people who shoot without hesitation. Come with me, he says, extending his hand. I can keep you safe. I swear nothing like this will ever happen to you or anyone you care about again. The sirens are very close now. I look around at my bedroom, transformed into a scene of horror. Blood stains the floor, the sheets, and my clothes. Glass glitters among the destruction. This place will never be home again. I have nowhere else to go. No family to run to. No friends who could protect me from the kind of men who did this. Numb with grief and shock, I nod once. I need to bring something first. He helped me to my feet, steadying me when I sway dangerously. I move to the window, to my collection of plants illuminated now by the flashing blue and red lights approaching outside. I lift the pot containing my mother's rose bush, clutching it to my chest like a shield. It's the only piece of my old life I want to take with me, this living connection to my mother, the only family I had before Giselle, before these babies growing inside me. Before I turn back to him, I deliberately drop the rosebush he sent into the trash, seeing him flinch from the corner of my eye. Facing him again, I say, I'm ready. Truthfully, I'm anything but. He leads me through the apartment, his men forming a protective barrier around us. I don't look back at Giselle's body. I can't bear to see her like that one more time. As we slip away into the night, sirens wailing behind us. I realize I've crossed a threshold. The ordinary life I built is gone forever, shattered like the window through which violence entered my home. Ahead lies only uncertainty and the grim protection offered by a man whose world I fear almost as much as the dangers lurking outside it.
Chapter 15. Marka. I watch Will through the rearview mirror as our motorcade speeds through the darkened city streets. She sits utterly still, clutching the potted rosebush to her chest like a shield, her eyes vacant and red-rimmed. The blanket Leonid provided slips from her shoulders, but she doesn't seem to notice, focused entirely on some internal landscape of grief I can't access. This isn't how I wanted to bring her into my world. Not with her roommate's blood still drying on her clothes, nor with the haunted look of someone whose life has been shattered beyond recognition. I wanted to convince her and to earn her trust gradually. Instead, violence has forced her hand, exactly as I feared it would. We'll be there in 20 minutes, I say, breaking the heavy silence. Is there anything you need immediately? She doesn't respond, doesn't even blink. The shock has rendered her almost catatonic. I recognize the symptoms from men I've seen after particularly brutal firefights: the 1,000-yard stare, the shallow breathing, and the complete dissociation from present reality. I don't push further. There's nothing I can say that will ease what she's experienced tonight. Instead, I send a text message to Mrs. Petrova, alerting her to prepare for our arrival and emphasizing the need for gentle handling. If anyone can provide the maternal comfort Will needs right now, it's the woman who practically raised me after my own mother's death. The city lights fade as we enter the more exclusive suburbs, properties growing larger and farther apart, until we reach the affluent enclave where the Vorobev estate has stood for 3 generations. The motorcade slows as we approach the first security checkpoint, an unassuming guardhouse that belies the sophisticated surveillance systems monitoring every approach. Armed men in tactical gear step forward, checking beneath each vehicle with mirror poles, despite knowing exactly who travels inside. The lead guard nods respectfully when he sees me, but maintains protocol, scanning retinas and checking identification before allowing us to proceed. I've created these layers of security precisely to prevent the kind of attack that occurred tonight, and the irony that Will is now trapped within my protective measures, after rejecting them, isn't lost on me. Our convoy of black SUVs passes through the first checkpoint at the perimeter, then the second at the halfway point, and finally the third just before the main gates. At each stop, heavily armed men verify our identities with increasing levels of scrutiny. What has always represented necessary protection to me suddenly appears as an intimidating display of force when viewed through Will's potential perspective. The winding driveway opens onto a circular approach before the main entrance to my estate. Floodlights illuminate the stone facade, highlighting the imposing architecture with its Gothic flourishes and fortress-like construction. I've always found the building's solidity reassuring. It's a physical manifestation of the strength and permanence I've fought to establish for the Vorobev name. Tonight, however, I see it through new eyes, and it looks cold and forbidding, more prison than sanctuary. Despite it being nearly 3 a.m, staff await our arrival, standing at attention as the cars pull to a stop. Leonid opens my door first, as protocol demands, but I circle the vehicle quickly to assist Will myself. When I open her door, she doesn't move immediately, as if the transition from car to house requires more energy than she currently possesses. "We're here," I say gently, offering my hand. She looks at it blankly before finally extending her own, allowing me to help her from the vehicle. Her fingers are ice cold despite the warm spring night, and she withdraws from my touch the moment she's steady on her feet. Mrs. Petrova steps forward from the assembled staff, her silver hair pulled back in its usual severe bun. Unlike the others, who maintain a professional distance, she approaches directly, her Russian-accented English warm with genuine concern. "You're safe now, dear," she says, her experienced gaze taking in Will's blood-stained clothing and shell-shocked expression. "Let's get you cleaned up and settled." Will allows herself to be guided toward the entrance, still clutching her plant, but offering no resistance. I follow them into the grand foyer, seeing my home through my new perception. The marble floors gleam coldly under crystal chandeliers that cast prismatic patterns across priceless artwork. A massive staircase with ornate banisters sweeps upward, flanked by classical sculptures acquired by my grandfather during his European travels. Everything is immaculate, polished to perfection, and utterly devoid of warmth or personality. I've spent millions creating an environment that projects power and unassailable taste, never once considering whether it feels like a home. There are no personal photographs and no comfortable spaces on the first floor designed for relaxation rather than impression. Even the flowers arranged in massive urns are chosen for visual impact rather than scent or sentiment. Will looks impossibly small amid all this grandeur, with her simple nightclothes stained with blood and her feet bare against the cold marble. When I step forward to guide her with a gentle hand at her elbow, she flinches away from my touch, the first real reaction she's shown since we left Brooklyn. The rejection stings more than it should. This woman has just lost her closest friend, seen violence erupt in what should have been her safe space, and been forced to seek protection from a man she clearly fears. Her recoil from my touch is the most rational response possible under the circumstances. Still, the way she shrinks from me feels like failure. Mrs. Petrova will show you to your rooms, I say, maintaining a careful distance. Everything you need should be there. But if anything is missing, just ask. Mrs. Petrova takes charge with the quiet competence that has defined her service to my family for decades. Come with me, Miss Lamb, she says gently, not attempting physical contact after witnessing Will's reaction to mine. We have a suite prepared in the East Wing. It's private and quiet there. As they move toward the grand staircase, I notice the slight tremor in Will's legs and the way she grips the banister with intensity to steady herself. The rose bush never leaves her grasp, cradled in her free arm like a child. That plant clearly means something significant to her. Perhaps it's her only anchor to the life that was violently ripped away tonight. Leonid, I say once they've disappeared from view, dropping the controlled facade I've maintained since the Brooklyn apartment. Find the best botanist in the city. I want them here tomorrow morning. He nods without questioning the unusual request, already making a note in his phone. Such immediate compliance is why Leonid has survived so long in my service. He understands when to question and when to simply execute. And the girl's funeral arrangements, he asks quietly. Find her family if she has any. If there's no family, handle it personally, though do get Will's input, but only if she seems up to it. Regardless of who plans it, we're covering the full expenses. Make sure the official report shows no connection to us. It should be a random home invasion gone wrong. The lie tastes bitter, but necessary. The truth would only bring more danger and unwanted attention. If she has family, make sure they're taken care of anonymously. And those responsible? His tone remains professional, but I catch the underlying rage. He takes attacks on my interests personally, and an attack that resulted in death even more so. Find out who sent those men. I want every detail. Who ordered it, who funded it, and who executed it. Every single detail. My voice drops to a threatening whisper. This wasn't just about getting to Will. This was a message to me. Someone thinks they can take what's mine with impunity. The timing suggests Kazanov involvement, says Leonid. They've been probing our territories for weeks. They've probably been following you as well. Making a trip to her place might have led them to investigate why you'd do so, or maybe they just took a chance someone important to you was there. Perhaps, but this feels different. It seems more personal than strategic. The Kazanovs would have sent more men, who were better equipped. This felt hasty, reactive. I shake my head, frustrated by the lack of clear answers. Cover all possibilities. I want information before I decide how to respond. Yes, sir. The grim set of his mouth mirrors my own fury. I dismiss the remaining staff and head to my study, knowing sleep will be impossible tonight. The room is the one space in the house that truly feels like mine. The walls lined with books I've actually read. A desk that bears the scars of years of use rather than pristine decorator perfection. And the leather chair that still carries the faint scent of my father's cologne despite the years since his death. The familiar surroundings do nothing to calm the rage simmering just beneath my controlled exterior. Someone targeted Will to get to me. An innocent woman died because of her connection to my world. The very scenario I warned Will about came to pass despite my precautions, despite the men I had watching her building. I pour myself a glass of vodka, downing it in one burning swallow before refilling. The alcohol does nothing to dull the sharp edges of my fury, or the uncomfortable weight of responsibility pressing down on me. I spend the remainder of the night in my study, coordinating security enhancements and dispatching teams to investigate. Reports come in hourly. The crime scene is secured and sanitized of any evidence linking back to the Bratva. The Brooklyn police are baffled by what appears to be a random home invasion gone tragically wrong, and my men question contacts throughout the city for any whisper of who might have ordered the hit. As dawn breaks, I issue orders to increase personnel around the perimeter, using trusted guards specifically assigned to Will's protection, and carte blanche for her to make any modifications to her suite. Everything must be perfect, not just for security, but for comfort. She's lost everything familiar, so the least I can do is ensure her new environment offers every possible consolation. When morning shifts to afternoon and afternoon to evening with no appearance from Will, I check with Mrs. Petrova. She reports the young woman has barely moved from the window seat in her suite, staring out at the gardens below with that same vacant expression. She's nibbled at food only when explicitly prompted, and spoken only to ask about her rosebush, which now sits on a table near her bed, receiving more attention than she gives herself. She's in shock, Makary Nikolaevich, Mrs. Petrova says, using the paternal form of address she's called me since childhood. The grief must take its course. Pushing will only make it worse. Has she slept at all? I ask, understanding that trauma often manifests in insomnia. Fitfully. The doctor gave her something mild to help, but she fights it. Afraid of the dreams, I think. She frowns slightly. She needs time, but also purpose. Grief without direction can consume a person. Her words remind me of my own experience after my mother's murder. The consuming rage that might have destroyed me found channel in purpose in protecting Zina, strengthening our family's position, and ensuring such vulnerability never touched us again. Thank you for looking after her, I tell Mrs. Petrova, one of the few people who receives genuine gratitude from me rather than commanded service. It is what I do, she says simply. Go rest yourself. You help no one by collapsing from exhaustion. I follow her advice, stealing a few hours of sleep before returning to both business operations and my new project, the one I hope might eventually bring purpose to Will's healing process. I meet with the botanist to get things started on that end before returning my attention to finding the men who did this. For 3 days, this pattern continues. Will exists in a half-present state, eating minimally, speaking rarely, and maintaining the distant gaze of someone who has retreated deeply inside herself. I visit her suite once daily, never staying long, and never pushing for conversation she clearly can't sustain. Instead, I simply sit nearby, sometimes sharing silent meals, sometimes watching as she tends to her rosebush with detached precision. Throughout these days, I maintain my normal business operations from my home office, not willing to leave the estate while she remains so vulnerable. Between conference calls and strategy meetings, I oversee the project I hope might eventually bring a spark back to her eyes. Based on Leonid's intelligence about her passion for gardening, a hobby inherited from her mother and maintained in her Brooklyn apartment, I've commissioned a large greenhouse on the eastern side of the property. The location offers a perfect blend of privacy and security, visible from her suite, but isolated from the main house and staff quarters. Money and influence make the impossible possible. Landscape architects work around the clock, transplanting mature flowering bushes, installing irrigation systems, and creating stone pathways among beds of colorful blooms. The best botanist in New York advises on optimal conditions for various species, paying special attention to roses similar to the one Will guards so carefully. I personally inspect each element, including the temperature regulation systems in the greenhouse, the variety of plants selected, and the comfortable seating areas positioned to capture perfect views of the gardens. Nothing receives my approval unless it meets the highest standards of both functionality and beauty. When one contractor suggests certain shortcuts to meet the accelerated timeline, I dismiss him on the spot, replacing him with someone who understands that perfection can't be compromised. It must be flawless. The project takes shape with remarkable speed, transforming a previously unused section of the grounds into a private garden paradise. The Victorian-style glasshouse gleams in the sunlight, surrounded by carefully arranged plantings that appear to have existed for years rather than days. On the morning of the fourth day, when the work is complete, I receive another piece of information from Leonid's investigation. Intelligence suggests the attack was ordered by someone within my own organization, rather than an outside rival. The betrayal ignites fresh rage, but I compartmentalize it, focusing first on the wounded woman in my care, before turning to vengeance. I find Will in her usual window seat, staring out at nothing in particular. She looks marginally better. She's showered and dressed in clothes Mrs. Petrova must have helped her select, with her hair pulled back neatly. But the vital spark that first attracted me to her remains absent. "There's something I'd like to show you," I say, keeping my distance by the doorway. She turns slowly, her green eyes finally focusing on me. "What is it?" The simple question feels like progress after days of near silence. It's easier to show than explain. "Will you come with me?" For a moment, I think she'll refuse. Then she rises with deliberate movements, like someone much older than her 27 years. All right. I lead her through the mansion's eastern corridors, matching my pace to her slower steps. We exit through a side door I've rarely used before, emerging onto a stone path that winds through newly landscaped gardens. The morning sun casts everything in a gentle light, glinting off dew that still clings to unfamiliar blooms. Will follows silently, showing no reaction until we round a final curve, and the greenhouse comes into view. The structure is impressive even by my exacting standards. The gardens surrounding it overflow with color, carefully designed to appear natural rather than formally arranged. She stops abruptly, her breath catching audibly. "What is this?" "It's yours," I say simply. "I thought you might want a space to continue your gardening. Leonid mentioned it was important to you." I unlock the greenhouse door, stepping back to allow her to enter first. Inside, state-of-the-art equipment sits discreetly among an astonishing variety of plants. A potting station occupies one corner, stocked with every tool and material a gardener might require. Along the far wall, empty spaces await her personal touches and her decisions about what else belongs here. Will moves slowly through the space, trailing her fingers over leaves and petals, her expression shifting subtly with each new discovery. The blank mask she's worn since the attack begins to crack, revealing glimpses of the woman beneath. She pauses before a section of roses similar to her treasured plant, bending to inhale their scent. The simple sensory action seems to center her in the present moment in a way nothing else has managed since the attack. I remain near the entrance, giving her space to explore this gift without pressure. The sight of her moving with purpose for the first time in days feels like its own reward, regardless of whether she chooses to acknowledge the gesture. When she finally turns back toward me, something has changed in her eyes. The vacancy has given way to a complicated mix of emotions. Grief is still dominant, but now accompanied by confusion, wonder, and the faintest glimmer of appreciation. "Why did you do this?" Her voice is rusty from disuse but stronger than before. I consider and discard several potential answers before settling on the simplest truth. Because it mattered to you. She touches a perfect rose bloom, her fingers gentle against the velvet petals. For a long moment she says nothing, and I prepare myself for rejection, for her to dismiss this gesture as an empty attempt to buy her forgiveness or cooperation. Instead, she continues her exploration, moving toward the rear of the greenhouse, where glass doors open onto the garden beyond. I follow at a respectful distance, watching as she discovers the stone pathways winding between carefully selected plantings, the small pond with water lilies just beginning to open, and the comfortable bench positioned beneath a flowering cherry tree. This would have taken weeks to create, she says finally, turning back to face me, appearing faintly confused, or maybe just suspicious. Normally, yes, but money and motivation can compress timelines considerably. She nods slowly, processing this evidence of the power and resources at my disposal. A reminder, perhaps, of why she feared me in the first place. Thank you, she says quietly, the words clearly difficult for her. It's beautiful. This simple acknowledgement feels more significant than any effusive gratitude from another person might. From Will, in her current state, these two words represent a monumental concession. You can come here whenever you wish, day or night. I've arranged for this area to remain private. No security personnel will enter unless specifically called. I don't tell her every inch of the route from the house to the greenhouse is under constant visual and audio surveillance, and there are cameras in the greenhouse as well. It's not to invade her privacy, but to ensure her protection. There's also a panic button on the panel that monitors the temperature and light, but since it's very obviously labeled, I don't mention it now. There's no reason to remind her of all the reasons she has to not want me in her or the baby's lives. The sun shifts, streams through the glass, warming us both as we stand in silence. For the first time since that terrible night, she doesn't step away when I move to stand beside her. Instead, she remains still, her gaze fixed on the garden before us, her expression thoughtful rather than vacant. It's not forgiveness. It's not even acceptance of her new circumstances. But as we watch sunlight dance across the blooms created just for her, I allow myself to hope it might be the beginning of something close to peace between us. The smallest victory, perhaps. But right now, it feels like enough.
Chapter 16. Will. I wake disoriented again, momentarily confused by the unfamiliar ceiling above me. The enormous bedroom, with its silk sheets and antique furniture, feels like a hotel suite, rather than a place where someone actually lives. Then reality crashes back, the memories rushing in with brutal clarity. Giselle, blood, gunshots, the nightmare that brought me here. 3 days have passed since I arrived at Makari Vorobev's estate, though it feels both longer and shorter somehow. Time has lost meaning in this liminal space between my old life and whatever this new existence will become. I push back the Egyptian cotton sheets and swing my legs over the side of the bed. The plush carpet feels impossibly soft against my bare feet. Even the small luxuries here feel excessive, designed to impress rather than comfort. The walk-in closet has been filled with designer maternity clothes in my size, tags still attached. The bathroom gleams with marble and gold fixtures. Everything is beautiful, and nothing feels real. My rosebush sits on the windowsill instead of my nightstand now, catching the morning light. It's the only familiar thing in this gilded cage, the only object that feels truly mine. I cross to it, checking the soil moisture with my fingertip. The familiar routine lets me focus momentarily. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. "Come in," I call, stepping back from the window. A uniformed maid enters, her gaze downcast as she carries in a breakfast tray. "Good morning, Miss Lamb. I've brought your breakfast." She places the tray on a small table by the window and busies herself opening the curtains fully, still avoiding direct eye contact. The deference makes me deeply uncomfortable. I'm not used to being served or having people tiptoe around me as if I might shatter or explode. "Thank you." I approach the table, eyeing the elaborate spread of bacon, fresh fruit, pastries, and what appears to be a custom smoothie designed for pregnancy nutrition. This is too much food for one person. The maid finally glances up, surprise flickering across her features before she regains her composure. "The chef can prepare something different if this isn't to your liking." "No, it's fine. It's just a lot." I sit down, picking up a strawberry. "What's your name?" She hesitates, clearly thrown by the personal question. "Anna, miss." "Thank you, Anna. You don't have to be so formal with me. I'm a nurse, not royalty." A tiny smile appears before she suppresses it. "Mrs. Petrova says we're to give you every courtesy." Mrs. Petrova, the matronly housekeeper who took charge of me that first night, her Russian-accented English somehow soothing despite the circumstances. She treats Mac with a maternal authority that seems impossible given his fearsome reputation, yet he accepts it without question. "Please tell the chef it's delicious but excessive." I try the smoothie, which is surprisingly palatable despite its nutrient-packed appearance. I remember I'm supposed to be eating an additional 1,500 calories daily, at least, and this smoothie might contain them all. Anna nods and retreats, closing the door silently behind her. The interaction leaves me more drained than it should. Even simple conversations require energy I barely have. After forcing down enough breakfast to satisfy pregnancy nutrition requirements, but sadly still unable to even look at the bacon that I wrap in the napkin, I shower and dress in some of the new clothes. The designer jeans have an expandable panel for my growing belly, though I barely show yet despite carrying quintuplets. The doctor Mac brought to examine me yesterday said that would change rapidly in the coming weeks. I touch my stomach gently, still struggling to comprehend 5 lives develop inside me. 5 innocent lives already marked by violence before they've even taken their first breaths. The thought of Giselle hits me again, bringing a fresh wave of grief that nearly buckles my knees. I brace myself against the bathroom counter, breathing through the pain. She died protecting us, and I can't even attend her funeral to say goodbye properly. Leonid, who consulted me to find out if Giselle had family, she didn't besides me, assured me all arrangements have been handled respectfully, and even got my opinion on some aspects. But what does that even mean? Giselle deserved more than arrangements. She deserved to live. When the grief subsides enough to function, I leave my suite. 2 security men stand positioned discreetly in the hallway, pretending not to watch my every move. I think their names are Yakov and Orlov, but I haven't really bothered to learn them for sure. I've just been drifting until now. Their presence is both intimidating and reassuring, a constant reminder that I'm protected, but also that I'm being watched. I make my way through the intricate mansion toward the greenhouse Mach created for me. It's become my safe haven, the only place where I can almost forget the circumstances that brought me here. The staff have been instructed not to enter without explicit permission, giving me a rare taste of privacy in this closely observed life. The greenhouse air envelops me in humid warmth as I enter, the scent of earth and growing things creating a balm for my frayed nerves. I begin my daily routine, checking each plant methodically, pruning, watering, and adjusting positions for optimal light. The familiar tasks require just enough focus to quiet my racing thoughts without demanding energy I don't have. "You should fertilize the gardenias," says a female voice from the doorway. "They're showing signs of nitrogen deficiency." I turn, startled by the intrusion. A young woman stands in the entrance, watching me with open curiosity. She's strikingly beautiful, with dark hair falling in loose waves past her shoulders, and intelligent eyes that seem vaguely familiar. I've seen her in a picture before, with Makari, when I searched his name on the internet. "Who are you?" I ask, instinctively stepping back. She enters fully, closing the door behind her. "I'm Zina Vorobev, Mac's sister." I nod automatically. She has Mac's eyes and strong jawline, though softened into feminine elegance. Where he radiates controlled danger, she projects cultured confidence. I didn't know he had a sister. I remain wary, unsure of her intentions. "I saw you with him at an event, though." "Most people don't," she says, as she walks through the greenhouse, examining plants as she passes them. "He keeps me separate from his business affairs. For protection, he says." She rolls her eyes affectionately at this, though I suspect it's as much for his peace of mind as my safety. I watch her carefully. "Did he send you to check on me?" "No, he doesn't know I'm here." She touches a rose petal gently. "I wanted to meet you myself. After all, you're carrying my nieces and nephews." The casual claim to my unborn children makes me tense. "They're not family yet," she finishes, her gaze direct but not unkind. "Perhaps not by choice, but biology makes its own rules, doesn't it?" I don't have a ready response to that. The connection between these babies and the Vorobev family is undeniable, however much I might wish otherwise. "I'm sorry about your friend," she says, her tone softening. "Giselle, wasn't it? What happened to her was terrible." The genuine sympathy in her voice breaks through my guardedness. "Yes, it was." "Would you like to sit?" She gestures toward a wrought iron bench positioned near the center of the greenhouse. "I've ordered tea, if you'd care to join me." Only now do I notice the tray a staff member has discreetly placed on a small table near the bench. There are 2 cups, a steaming pot, and what looks like cookies arranged with careful precision. Curiosity overcomes caution. I follow her to the seating area, taking the spot opposite hers. Her hands are steady as she pours the tea. "You're nothing like your brother," I say, accepting the cup she offers. Zena laughs, the sound surprisingly warm and genuine. We share DNA and history, but that's about where the similarities end. She stirs honey into her tea. I suppose we're more alike than either of us cares to admit. "In what way?" "Stubbornness, loyalty, a certain selective blindness when it comes to those we care about." She studies me over the rim of her cup. "He cares about you, you know." I scoff before I can stop myself. "He doesn't even know me." "True, but he cares about what you represent." She sets her cup down carefully. "Mac has never allowed himself attachments outside family. You're the first." "I'm not an attachment. I'm a complication." "Same thing in our world." Zena leans back, crossing her legs. "May I be blunt with you, Wilhelmina?" "Will," I correct automatically. "And yes, please. I've had enough of careful conversations and unspoken truths. Mac wasn't always who he is now." She says this matter-of-factly, but her eyes hold old pain. "Our mother was murdered when I was just an infant. He was 8, old enough to understand what happened, and young enough to be fundamentally shaped by it." The information hits me with unexpected force. I knew intellectually that men like Mac must have origin stories and reasons they became what they are. But hearing it from his sister makes it suddenly, uncomfortably real. She continues, her voice soft but steady. "Our father responded by hardening himself completely, and he set about turning Mac into a weapon, an heir worthy of the Vorobev name." She taps a finger seemingly without awareness against her teacup. I was spared the worst of it. Mac made sure of that. How? Despite myself, I'm drawn into her story. He sent me to boarding schools in Switzerland as soon as I was old enough and paid off teachers to never mention our family name. He visited me himself instead of sending men, no matter how dangerous the travel. A fond smile touches her lips. He would show up at these ridiculous all-girls schools in his $1,000 suits, this dangerous-looking man among all these proper young ladies, just to make sure I was safe and happy. The image she paints clashes with the cold, controlled man I've encountered. He doesn't seem like the type to care about anyone's happiness. Oh, he doesn't. Not generally. She brushes a stray lock of hair from her face. I'm the exception, the only person he's allowed himself to truly love. She meets my gaze directly. Until now, potentially. I shake my head, rejecting the implication. He doesn't love me. He's possessive of me. There's a difference. Perhaps. She doesn't argue. Possession is the beginning of love for men like my brother. They have to own something before they can permit themselves to care about it. That's twisted. Yes, it is, she agrees without hesitation. The Vorobev way often is, but it's also honest in its way. She picks up a cookie, examining it, before taking a delicate bite. Mac never pretends to be something he's not. That's worth something, isn't it? I consider this. In his own strange way, Mac has been direct with me from the moment he revealed his true identity. Terrifying and overwhelming, but not deceptive. Not since that initial lie about his name. Even then, he didn't invent a completely different person to be that night. He just remained charmingly evasive about what he did. Surely knowing if I had realized the truth, I would have run from him before we ever went to that apartment above the club. Why are you telling me all this? I ask, finally. Because you're carrying my family's future inside you. She gestures toward my stomach. And because I like you. You have kind eyes. You've known me for 10 minutes. I'm an excellent judge of character. She smiles. That's a necessary survival skill in my world. Besides, Mac wouldn't be so fascinated by someone without substance. The casual observation makes me uncomfortable. I'm not here by choice. No, she acknowledges, her expression sobering. And what happened to your friend was unforgivable. But now that you are here, she hesitates, choosing her words carefully. Perhaps understanding who Mac really is might make your situation more bearable. Who is he really then? I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. Beyond the man who ordered surveillance on me without my knowledge? Who brought me into a world where my best friend was murdered? She doesn't flinch from my anger. He's a man shaped by violence, who still remembers what it was to be kind. A leader who protects what's his with absolute ruthlessness, while privately questioning the cost. A brother who saved me from our father's brutality by absorbing it himself. She leans forward, intensity in her gaze. He built this greenhouse for you in 3 days, Will. Not because he expects gratitude or even forgiveness, but because he thought it might bring you a moment's peace in the midst of chaos. Her words stir something unwelcome inside me, a reluctant acknowledgement that the monster I've feared might be more complex than I've allowed myself to believe. We sit in silence for several minutes. The only sounds, the subtle shifting of leaves and distant birdsong through the greenhouse vents. Xena doesn't press further, seemingly content to let her words sink in at their own pace. Will you be staying here? I ask finally. For a while. She nods. After the recent, unpleasantness, Mac insisted I move back to the estate temporarily. I'm glad. The admission surprises me as much as it seems to surprise her. It would be nice to have someone to talk to besides staff, who won't meet my eyes. A genuine smile lights her face. I'd like that too. It gets terribly boring being the only woman in this testosterone-soaked environment. The staff are trained not to gossip with me, and the security men are too afraid of Mac to have real conversations. For the first time since arriving at the estate, I feel a tentative connection to something beyond my grief and fear. She's nothing like what I expected from Mac's sister. She's open where he's guarded, warm where he's cold, and expressive where he's controlled. Yet there's something in her directness that reminds me of him, a shared quality of unflinching honesty. We spend the remainder of the morning in the greenhouse, Zena helping me with the plants, asking thoughtful questions about my nursing career, and sharing carefully edited stories of her childhood. She never pushes for personal information, seemingly content to let me reveal only what I choose. When she finally leaves for a conference call related to her classes, I find myself looking forward to her promised return tomorrow. That evening, when Mac makes his customary brief appearance to inquire about my comfort, I surprise both of us by answering directly instead of with the monosyllabic responses I've given since arriving. "I met your sister today," I say, studying his face for a reaction. A flicker of surprise crosses his features before his expression returns to its usual careful neutrality. "She mentioned she might visit you. I hope she didn't overwhelm you." "She didn't." I wrap my arms around myself, an old self-protective gesture. "She told me about your mother, about what happened to her." Something almost vulnerable flashes in his eyes before disappearing. "Zena talks too much sometimes. Or maybe you don't talk enough." The observation hangs between us, neither accusation nor forgiveness, but simply an acknowledgement of a truth we both recognize. For the first time since I've known him, he seems momentarily at a loss for words. "Perhaps," he says finally. He meets my gaze directly without the calculation I've come to expect. Does it help? Knowing? The question catches me by surprise with its unexpected sincerity. Does it help to see the broken child beneath the monster? To recognize that even the most fearsome men have origin stories, reasons they became what they are? "I don't know yet," I say honestly, but it's a start. He nods once, accepting this partial truth without pushing for more. As he turns to leave, I'm struck by the strange thought that perhaps we're both equally lost in this unexpected connection. We're a mob boss and a nurse, linked by 5 impossible lives and circumstances neither of us could have predicted. "Good night, Will," he says quietly. "Good night, Mac." After he's gone, I return to the window, looking out at the greenhouse glowing softly in the distance, and the garden he created just for me. A peace offering, a manipulation, perhaps both simultaneously. I place my hand on my stomach, thinking of what Zena said about possession being the beginning of love for men like her brother. The idea should repulse me, but in the quiet darkness of this strange new world, I wonder if understanding the monster might be the first step towards seeing the man beneath.
Chapter 17. Marca. I stand at my study window, ostensibly reviewing quarterly financial projections, but actually watching Will and Zena in the gardens below. They walk the stone path between flowering beds, and Zena's hands move animatedly as she speaks. The distance prevents me from hearing their conversation, but I see Will's posture gradually relaxing, her guard lowering incrementally in my sister's presence. When Will smiles at something, Zena says, a brief, genuine expression that transforms her face. I also smile. Such small victories shouldn't matter to a man who commands an empire built on intimidation and fear. Yet this simple curve of her lips feels more significant than any business conquest. This unexpected friendship between them has become a fixture in the previously solemn household over the past 2 weeks. Every morning after breakfast, Zena seeks out Will, and they spend hours together in the greenhouse or library or walking the grounds. The estate feels different with their feminine presence, less like a fortress and more like the home it was meant to be. I resist the urge to join them, knowing my presence would only reintroduce tension. Instead, I observe from a distance, learning more about Will through the way she interacts with my sister than I could through direct interrogation. I've discovered she laughs with her whole body when genuinely amused. She touches plants with reverence, as if communicating with living beings. She listens intently, her head tilted slightly when absorbing new information. She's also starting to show. I long to put my hand on her belly, but I don't bother to ask, sure she'd rebuff me. A knock at the door interrupts my observations. Fedor enters without waiting for permission, a habit that increasingly grates on my nerves. The Italians are waiting in the conference room. He approaches my desk, glancing briefly out the window to where Will and Zena now examine flowering shrubs. 15 minutes already. Not the best way to start negotiations. I turn from the window reluctantly. They can wait. Punctuality isn't a virtue in our business. True, but there's a difference between strategic lateness and distraction. He adjusts his gold cufflinks, a nervous habit I've noticed increasing lately. The Moretti family doesn't take well to perceived disrespect. Then perhaps they should reconsider their expansion into the docks. I gather the necessary files from my desk. That's disrespect with actual consequences. Fedor's expression remains carefully neutral, but disapproval radiates from him nonetheless. The men have noticed your preoccupation lately. There are questions about your focus. Let them question. Silently. I step closer, using the 3 inches of height I have over him to full advantage. Unless you're suggesting open dissent in my organization. He steps back slightly. Of course not. I'm merely conveying concerns as your second. That's my job. Your job is to support my decisions, not question them. I move toward the door. The meeting starts when I arrive, not before. He follows, matching my stride down the corridor. The woman is changing you, Mac, and not for the better. I stop abruptly, causing him to nearly collide with my back. Choose your next words very carefully, cousin. I speak only out of concern for our family interests. His tone remains even and reasonable. You're patrolling the grounds yourself at night, micromanaging security rotations, spending hours watching her from windows instead of focusing on business. He gestures back toward my study. The Mac I know delegates these tasks to focus on strategy. He's not entirely wrong, which makes his observation more infuriating. I have been handling minor security matters personally, unwilling to entrust Will's safety entirely to others. I found myself checking and rechecking measures that previously would have received only cursory attention. Perhaps I see vulnerabilities my men might miss. I continue walking, forcing him to catch up. The estate security was designed to repel external threats, not protect specific individuals within. And that's precisely my point. He keeps pace beside me. You've always prioritized organizational security over individual concerns. It's why we've thrived while other families fractured. His voice drops lower. Sentimentality is dangerous in our position. We reach the conference room doors, where I hear voices from inside. I pause before entering, turning to face him directly. Family has always been my priority. That hasn't changed. Family, yes. His eyes narrow slightly. But she's not family, Mac. Not really. She's a complication, a vulnerability our enemies are already watching. The Kazanovs have increased surveillance on our movements tenfold since word leaked about your situation. I step closer, speaking in a harsh whisper. When I want your opinions on my personal matters, I'll ask for them. Until then, focus on business, nothing else. Without waiting for his response, I push open the double doors and enter the conference room, where 6 Italian men in expensive suits rise from their seats. The conversation shifts instantly to territorial negotiations, import routes, and mutual protection agreements. I participate fully, presenting the persona of the Pakan they expect, but part of my mind remains in the garden with Will and Xena. That's where I feel at peace. By the time the meeting concludes 2 hours later, we've reached a tentative agreement that benefits both families while costing minimal concessions. I've always excelled at negotiation by reading opponents and leveraging weaknesses. The Moretti underboss leaves visibly relieved, having expected a more contentious interaction. Fedor gathers his notes methodically as the room clears, his tone suggesting surprise. Effective as always. I ignore the implied insult. Have Leonid verify their shipment documentation before committing resources. The numbers seemed convenient. Already arranged. He straightens his impeccable suit jacket. The men expect you at the Brighton warehouse opening tonight. Your absence would be noted. The warehouse represents months of planning, a legitimate front business that will streamline our import operations while providing an above-board income stream. My presence at the opening sends a message about its importance within our organization. I'll be there. The thought of leaving the estate and Will creates immediate unease, but it can't be helped. Arrange additional security here while I'm gone. His expression tightens momentarily before smoothing into compliance. I'll handle it personally. Something in his tone triggers warning bells, but before I can question him further, Leonid appears in the doorway. Sir, Ms. Lamb's physician has arrived for her scheduled appointment. You asked to be notified. Thank you, Leonid. I turn back to Fedor. We'll finish this discussion later. His slight nod contains more resignation than agreement, but I leave without further comment, my thoughts already shifting to Will's appointment. The high-risk pregnancy specialist I've engaged is the best in the city, with experience in multiple births and a discretion well compensated by Bratva funds. I find them in the medical suite I had installed in the East Wing specifically for Will's prenatal care. Dr. Phillips, a reserved woman in her 50s, performs an ultrasound while Xena holds Will's hand. I pause in the doorway, not wanting to intrude on what feels like a private moment. On the monitor, 5 distinct shapes pulse with life, their heartbeats creating a complex symphony through the machine's speakers. Dr. Phillips points to each one in turn, identifying features that appear as indistinct blurs to my untrained eye. Development continues on schedule. Her voice maintains professional neutrality. As expected with quintuplets, they're measuring slightly smaller than singleton pregnancies at this stage. Will's face shows concern. Is that something we should worry about? Not yet. It's typical with multiples. Dr. Phillips adjusts something on the machine. Your blood pressure is slightly elevated, however. I'd like you to monitor it more frequently. Xena squeezes Will's hand. I'll make sure she rests. Only then does Will notice me in the doorway. Her expression changes subtly. It's not quite welcoming, but at least it no longer carries the wariness that characterized our early interactions. Would you like to see them? The invitation surprises me. I step into the room, approaching the examination table with unusual hesitation. The monitor displays what looks like a complex, abstract painting to me. But as Dr. Phillips points out, their tiny hands, the curve of spines, and the chambers of miniature hearts, the reality materializes with stunning clarity. They're healthy? Remarkably so, given the circumstances. She begins printing images from the ultrasound. Ms. Lamb is doing an excellent job growing 5 humans simultaneously. Will looks exhausted but determined, her hand still protectively placed near her slightly rounded abdomen. The sight stirs something primitive and protective inside me. These are my children, my family, my legacy. Their safety suddenly feels more important than territories or shipping routes or power structures I've spent my life building. Thank you, Doctor. I step back, allowing her to complete the examination. Is there anything specific she needs? Anything I should provide? Dr. Phillips gives me a pointed look, clearly aware of who I am despite our careful vetting. Rest, nutrition, and minimal stress. Multiple pregnancies take an enormous physical toll. The more support she has, the better the outcome for everyone. After the doctor finishes her examination and packs her equipment, Leonid escorts her from the estate. Xena helps Will sit up, adjusting pillows behind her back with sisterly familiarity. I'll get you some tea. She squeezes Will's shoulder gently before leaving us alone. An awkward silence falls between us. Despite sharing meals and occasionally exchanging brief pleasantries, this is the first time we've been truly alone since she arrived at the estate. The greenhouse looks good. It does. She smooths the examination gown over her knees. Your sister has quite the green thumb. She gets it from our mother. Before she died, there were gardens everywhere. Xena was too young to remember, but she inherited the talent, I'm sure. Will studies me with new interest. You never talk about your mother. No. I move to the window, looking out at the grounds where my security teams patrol in careful rotations. It was long ago. Not to you, it seems. The quiet observation catches me unprepared. She sees more than I've given her credit for. In the reflection of the window glass, I watch her slide carefully from the examination table, wrapping a robe around herself. Xena mentioned your father's response to her death shaped you both, that he became harder afterward. Xena talks too much. The words lack real anger. My sister has always believed in honesty, even when inconvenient. Or maybe you don't talk enough. I turn to face her, struck by how small she seems in the oversized medical robe, yet how strong is her direct gaze. What would you like me to say? That my father became a monster after my mother's murder? That he trained me to be an even more effective monster to ensure it never happened again? That violence became our love language because any other form of caring was deemed weakness. The words emerge harsher than intended, years of carefully controlled emotion bleeding through. I expect her to retreat, to recoil from this glimpse of darkness. Instead, she steps closer. Yes, that's exactly what I'd like you to say. The truth, without calculation or strategy. The request is so simple, yet so foreign to my existence. Truth without purpose, without agenda, just raw honesty for its own sake. I don't know how to do that anymore if I ever did. She perches carefully on the edge of a chair, suddenly looking tired. Try. Start with something small. I consider this unusual challenge. What truth could I offer that wouldn't frighten her further? What honest thing exists in me that isn't tainted by the life I've led? I watch you and Xena from my study window. When you walk in the gardens, when you work in the greenhouse together, it pleases me to see you becoming friends. Will tilts her head slightly, processing this admission. Why? Because you're both important to me in different ways, and because Xena has few genuine connections. People either fear her because of me, or want to use her to get to me. She needs someone who sees her for herself. And what about you? What do you need? The question blindsides me. No one asks what I need. I take what I require and command what I desire. Needs are vulnerabilities I've spent a lifetime disguising. Before I can formulate a response, Xena returns with tea, effectively ending our unexpectedly intimate conversation. I use the interruption to excuse myself, citing the warehouse opening that requires my presence. Will you be gone long? Will's question surprises me again. Just the evening. Leonid will remain on the premises if you need anything. She nods, something unreadable in her expression. Be careful. The simple phrase, so commonplace in normal relationships, strikes me with unexpected force. When was the last time someone other than Xena expressed concern for my safety? Not for what my death would mean for the organization or the power vacuum it would create, but for me as a person? Always. I spend the remainder of the afternoon preparing for the warehouse event, reviewing security protocols and finalizing arrangements. But Will's question lingers in my thoughts. What do I need? The honest answer feels dangerous even to contemplate. As evening approaches, I'm drawn to my bedroom rather than immediately departing for Brighton. The room represents the one space, even more so than my office, that truly reflects me rather than the image I project to the world. Unlike the overt opulence of the public areas, this space contains personal touches. There are books I've actually read, mementos with genuine meaning, and photographs I keep for memory rather than to impress people. I open the carved wooden box on my dresser, removing the most precious item it contains. I swallow hard when I see the faded photograph of my mother holding infant Xena, with me standing solemn-faced beside them. My father took the picture mere weeks before my mother's death, one of the few tangible proofs that we were once something resembling a normal family. An impulse seizes me, unusual and risky. Before I can reconsider, I leave my room and walk down the corridor to knock softly on Will's door, where she rests after her appointment. I want to show you something, if you're feeling up to it. Curiosity overcomes whatever hesitation she might feel. What is it? Something few people have seen. I extend my hand in invitation. Will you come with me? After a moment's consideration, she nods, rising carefully from her resting position. All right.
Chapter 18. Willie. I follow Mac through the mansion's winding corridors, my curiosity piqued by his unexpected invitation. There remains a careful distance between us, an invisible boundary neither has dared to cross. Until tonight, I walk silently beside him, escorted by Orloff and Yakov at a respectful distance. Their presence has become a constant in my new life, though I've learned to almost forget they're there. Almost. Mac leads me into the west wing of the mansion, an area I haven't yet explored. The decor shifts subtly here. There are fewer ostentatious displays of wealth and more personal touches. A painting hanging in the corridor catches my attention. It's a landscape of what appears to be a Russian countryside in winter. "My mother painted that," he says, noticing my interest. She was talented, though she never pursued it professionally. It's beautiful. I study the careful brush strokes and the attention to detail in the snow-laden branches. "You never mentioned she was an artist." "There are many things I haven't mentioned." He continues down the hallway, stopping finally before a heavy wooden door. "This is my private residence within the estate. No one enters without explicit permission, not even the cleaning staff." The statement carries weight beyond its simple meaning. He's offering access to a space he keeps fiercely protected, just as Xena described him protecting her throughout childhood. Why show me? The question emerges before I can consider its bluntness. He unlocks the door, his expression unreadable. Because you asked for truth without calculation. This is part of that truth. He pushes open the door, standing aside to let me enter first. I step into the room, and it feels far different than the rest of the mansion. It's more personal, more human. This isn't what I expected, I say, moving farther into the space as he shuts the door, leaving Orloff and Yakov on the other side. What did you expect? I run my fingers along the spine of a leather-bound volume on his bookshelf. More intimidation, less literature. A slight smile touches his lips. Contrary to popular belief, crime lords occasionally read. His humor delights me almost as much as the room itself. I continue exploring, examining titles ranging from Russian classics to modern American fiction, ancient philosophy to contemporary political theory. A chessboard sits by the window, a game apparently in progress against an unseen opponent. Xena, he says, following my gaze. We play by text when I'm traveling. She's winning this round. The room opens into a bedroom beyond, visible through partially open double doors. I glimpse a large bed with simple linens, more bookshelves, and what appears to be a collection of antique weapons displayed on one wall. Everything about this space contradicts the cold, impersonal image Mac presents to the world. He moves to a dresser near the window, opening a carved wooden box with careful movements. This is what I wanted to show you. From inside, he removes a photograph, the edges worn with handling. He passes it to me with an almost reverent touch. The image shows a beautiful dark-haired woman holding an infant, with a solemn-faced boy of about 8 standing beside them. The resemblance is unmistakable. Mac's eyes remain unchanged despite the decades between this image and now. My mother and Xena, he says softly. This was taken a few weeks before she was killed. I study the photograph carefully, recognizing Xena's smile in her mother's face, seeing the watchful protectiveness in young Mac's posture even then. You were already guarding them, even as a child. His expression shifts, surprise flickering briefly. Yes, I suppose I was. What was she like? I ask, still looking at the woman whose murder shaped the man standing before me. Kind but fierce when necessary. She loved poetry and gardening and early morning thunderstorms. His voice softens with memory. She taught me chess and made me memorize Pushkin and refused to let my father's business intrude on family dinners. The description paints a picture of normality I hadn't expected with Mac's upbringing. She and Xena were the last good things in my life, he says quietly, a vulnerability in his voice I've never heard before. Until now. His gaze drops to my slightly rounded belly, and the inference steals my breath. These babies have become something precious to him, something beyond power struggles and territorial disputes. The realization shifts something fundamental in how I see him. I return the photograph to his hands, our fingers brushing in the exchange. The brief contact sends an unexpected current through me, a physical awareness I've been fighting since our night together months ago. The tension between us has finally boiled over as weeks of careful distance and cautious interactions dissolve in the intimate space of his bedroom, where his true self is on display. I can no longer deny the complicated pull that I feel toward this man who contains multitudes. The ruthless Bratva boss, who kills without hesitation, the protective brother, who sacrificed his own innocence for Xena's, and now, the uncertain father-to-be, who looks at me with a vulnerability that makes my heart ache. My pregnancy hormones have intensified every emotion and sensation, making me hyper-aware of his proximity as he stands before me, waiting for me to make the next move. When I step forward and place my palm against his chest, feeling his heartbeat accelerate beneath the expensive fabric, the last threads of my resistance snap. It's not just lust, but a need for intimacy that transcends our complicated circumstances. He touches my face with surprising gentleness and pulls me in for a kiss. Our lips meet tentatively at first, then with increasing confidence as the walls between us crumble. His tongue traces the seam of my lips, seeking entrance that I readily grant. The kiss deepens gradually, his movements deliberately restrained as if giving me every opportunity to pull away. "Do you want this?" He whispers against my lips, his breath warm and tinged with expensive scotch. His consideration contradicts everything I thought I knew about him. He commands through force, but is now seeking explicit permission.
The following scene is too steamy to include in this version on YouTube. If you would like to listen to the full, unedited version, please follow the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Your book will now continue. Chapter 19. Marka. I wake before dawn, Will's warm body curled against mine in peaceful sleep. The unfamiliar weight of her head on my chest, her arm draped across my torso, creates a sensation I struggle to identify. Contentment, perhaps. The realization startles me. Contentment has never been part of my vocabulary, not since childhood, and certainly not since assuming leadership of the Bratva. Yet here it is, this quiet moment in the half-light, watching Will breathe evenly. Her face relaxed in sleep, and her dark hair spread across my pillow. The vulnerability of her naked form against mine stirs both protective instinct and desire. I resist the urge to wake her, to claim her body again as I did repeatedly through the night. Instead, I simply watch, committing each detail to memory. I extract myself carefully, not wanting to disturb her rest. Pregnancy with quintuplets drains her energy, and last night's activities certainly didn't help. I shower quickly, dressing in the adjacent bathroom before returning to find her still asleep, now hugging my pillow in my absence. I brush my lips across her temple and leave instructions with the guards outside that she shouldn't be disturbed. She's to sleep as long as she needs. Orlov nods in his usual stoic way. When she wakes, ask if she'd like breakfast brought to my quarters, or if she prefers to return to her suite first. Orlov's expression remains carefully neutral, though I detect the faintest hint of surprise in his eyes at this domestic arrangement. The staff will talk, of course. News of the Pakun taking a woman to his private quarters, not just any woman, but the mother of his children, will circulate through the estate within hours. I don't care. The early morning conference call with our West Coast operations concludes more efficiently than usual. I navigate complex territorial negotiations with a clarity that's been absent for months, quickly identifying solutions to disputes that previously seemed intractable. The operation managers respond to my decisiveness with renewed focus, the entire discussion moving at a pace that would have been unimaginable weeks ago. "Impressive work," says Leonid after the call ends, gathering the files spread across the conference table. "You settled the San Francisco situation in 20 minutes. Last month's discussion on the same issue took 3 hours." I shrug, moving toward the window. The solution was obvious. They were overcomplicating a simple territorial boundary. "Perhaps." He pauses, weighing his next words carefully. "Or perhaps you see things more clearly now." I turn to face him, raising an eyebrow at the insinuation. He meets my gaze steadily, the privileges of his long service allowing him observations others wouldn't dare voice. "Ms. Lamb seems to be settling in well," he continues, his tone deliberately casual. "Zena mentioned she's requested seedlings for heirloom tomatoes in the greenhouse. That's a sign she's making longer-term plans, I believe. The information warms me. Make sure she gets whatever she needs for her projects. Already done. He arranges the files in his meticulous fashion. Mrs. Petrova asked me to mention that you've been taking regular meals for the first time in years. She seems quite pleased about this development. I suppress a smile at the housekeeper's motherly concern. Mrs. Petrova has served the family since before my birth, transitioning from nanny to housekeeper as we grew. She's one of the few people who remembers me before I became Pakhan, before my father's brutality fully shaped me into his image. Will you be joining Ms. Lamb for lunch today? Leonid glances at his watch. It's nearly noon. Yes. Have something prepared and sent to the greenhouse. He nods and departs, leaving me to review security protocols for the upcoming shipment from our Eastern European suppliers. The task, normally tedious, passes quickly as I apply renewed focus to identifying potential vulnerabilities. By the time I reach the greenhouse an hour later, carrying a basket of rare orchid specimens I acquired specifically for Will's collection, the nervous energy that's propelled me through the morning settles into anticipation. I pause at the entrance, taking a moment to observe her before she notices my presence. Will kneels beside a raised bed, carefully transplanting seedlings like they're her children. She wears simple jeans and a loose blouse that doesn't quite conceal the growing curve of her stomach. Her hair is pulled back in a practical ponytail, and a smudge of dirt marks her cheek. She's never looked more beautiful to me than in this moment, surrounded by the life she nurtures with such care. She senses my presence and looks up, a smile spreading across her face before she can think to suppress it. The unguarded welcome in her expression sets off a cascade of unfamiliar emotions in my chest. I brought you something. I step forward, offering the basket. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the rare specimens inside. Paphiopedilum rothschildianum? How did you even find these? They're nearly impossible to source legally. I have connections. I place the basket beside her workspace. These are legal, I assure you. The breeder in Thailand owes me a favor. She examines the plants with careful fingers, her expertise evident in her handling. They're magnificent, perfect specimens. She glances up with a knowing look. And what exactly does this breeder owe you for? I helped his daughter resolve an immigration issue. It's not the complete truth, but close enough. The actual favor involved eliminating a corrupt official who was extorting the breeder's family, but such details seem inappropriate for the moment. Lunch arrives, carried by a staff member, who discreetly arranges it on the small table in the corner before disappearing. We eat amid comfortable conversation, discussing the greenhouse progress and her plans for expanding the herb garden. The domesticity of the scene strikes me as both foreign and deeply satisfying. You seem different today, she says, studying me over her glass of water. Different how? More relaxed, less ... She searches for the right word. Guarded. I consider this assessment. I feel different. Because of last night? A blush colors her cheeks, though her gaze remains direct. Yes, but not just the physical aspect. I reach across the table, taking her hand. Having you in my space, in my bed, waking up with you there. It's been a long time since I allowed anyone that close. Her fingers intertwine with mine. How long? Never, actually. The admission comes more easily than I expected. Not like that. Not with that level of intimacy. She looks surprised, then thoughtful. You've never spent the entire night with someone? Power and vulnerability don't mix well in my world. I stroke my thumb across her knuckles. Sleeping beside someone requires trust I've never granted before. The closest I've come before was just a few hours, like we shared that night at the club. The conversation shifts to lighter topics, but my confession lingers between us. When I eventually return to my office for afternoon meetings, I carry the memory of her smile like a talisman against the darkness of Bratva business. The rest of the day passes in a blur of productivity. Reports that would normally remain untouched on my desk for days receive immediate attention. Decisions I've postponed for weeks suddenly seem simple. Leonid struggles to keep pace with my accelerated tempo, though he adapts quickly, reorganizing my schedule to accommodate my newly returned efficiency. That evening, Will joins me for dinner in my private quarters rather than the formal dining room. We eat at the small table near the window, the conversation flowing naturally between us. Afterward, we retire to my bed, where physical passion gives way to quiet conversation. Will talks about her childhood, her mother's garden that inspired her love of plants, and her dreams before 5 unexpected lives complicated everything. I share carefully edited stories from my early years and memories of my mother, giving glimpses of the boy I was before violence became my primary language. Each night follows a similar pattern for the next week. Will moves between her suite and mine, maintaining the appearance of separate residences while spending every night in my bed. During the day, I visit her in the greenhouse, bringing rare specimens or just lingering to watch her work. The simple pleasure of observing her nurturing hands coaxing life from soil becomes a respite from the harsher realities of my position. Mrs. Petrova notes the changes with quiet approval. "You're eating properly again," she says one morning as she supervises the kitchen staff. And sleeping through the night, I hear. I don't ask how she knows my sleeping patterns. Mrs. Petrova has always possessed an uncanny awareness of the household rhythms. "Ms. Lamb is good for you," she continues, her tone matter-of-fact as she inspects the breakfast preparations. "You haven't looked this well since before your father died." Even Zena comments on the transformation. "You're almost human again," she teases during our weekly chess match, capturing my knight with a move I should have anticipated. "I haven't seen you this alive since we were children." I move my bishop defensively. "I'm simply sleeping better." "I'm sure you are." Her knowing smile suggests she's well aware of exactly why I'm sleeping better. Will mentioned you're bringing her exotic plants almost daily. That's quite the romantic gesture from the fearsome Pakan. "They're just plants," I mutter, though we both know it's more than that. "She's good for you, Mac." Her expression turns serious. "Don't ruin it by being you." The comment stings, though I understand the concern behind it. "I'm trying." "I know." She reaches across the board, squeezing my hand briefly. "That's why I'm hopeful." The changes in me might be subtle enough to escape general notice, but they're glaringly obvious to those who know me best, and to those watching for any sign of weakness. Fedor's calculating gaze follows me during the weekly captain's meeting, his eyes narrowing when I enter the room with a slight smile that I quickly suppress as business begins. The meeting itself proceeds efficiently. Territory reports, distribution updates, and security concerns are all addressed with decisive clarity that leaves little room for the usual prolonged discussions. The captains respond positively to my renewed focus, the meeting concluding in half the time these gatherings typically require. As the men file out, Fedor lingers behind, moving to the bar cart, where crystal decanters contain various top-shelf liquors. He lifts the scotch, examining it with exaggerated interest. "Productive meeting," he says, pouring himself a generous measure without asking permission. "Everyone seems pleased with your renewed focus." I shuffle papers at my desk, not taking the bait. The situations were straightforward. Indeed. He sips the scotch, leaning against the bookshelf casually. The estate has quite the domestic atmosphere lately, almost cozy. I continue reviewing security protocols for the upcoming shipment, refusing to engage with his transparent attempts at provocation. Mrs. Petrova is practically glowing with approval, and Zena seems quite attached to your nurse. He swirls the amber liquid in his glass. One big, happy family. "Did you need something specific, Fedor?" "I have work to complete." His expression hardens slightly at my dismissal. The Kazanov family is testing our eastern borders again. 3 of our distributors reported contact attempts last week. He refills his glass without permission. "The Colombians are questioning our distribution arrangements for the summer shipments. They're sensing weakness. They'll find none." I sign off on the security protocols, setting them aside. "Handle the Kazanovs with the usual warning. I'll speak with the Colombian representative myself." "This isn't the time for family picnics, Mac." His voice takes on an edge. "Our rivals are watching for any sign of distraction. Your domestic situation provides an obvious target. My personal life is not your concern. It becomes my concern when it affects the organization." He pushes away from the bookshelf, moving closer to my desk with a boldness that would have earned another man a bullet. "The woman is a liability. She makes you weaker when you need to project strength." I continue working, refusing to show the anger building beneath my calm exterior. "You overstep, cousin." "Do I?" He places his hands on my desk, leaning forward. "Our enemies are more volatile than ever. The power balance is shifting weekly, and you've placed your pregnant woman and unborn children right in the crosshairs by keeping them here." This observation hits closer to home than I care to admit. I've considered the danger and weighed the risks of keeping Will at the estate versus sending her away to a more remote location, balancing the protection I can provide personally versus the safety of distance. Fedor presses his advantage, sensing he's struck a nerve. "You're attempting a dangerous balancing act, Mak. The Vorobev Empire requires your complete attention, not divided loyalties. I'm handling both. For now, perhaps." His voice drops, taking on a tone of false concern. "What happens when the babies arrive? With 5 infants demanding attention and a new mother needing support, can you effectively lead while changing diapers?" My fingers tighten around my pen, the only outward sign of my rapidly deteriorating patience. "Perhaps," he suggests with careful precision, "it's time to consider whether someone else should take control while you enjoy your growing family." The insinuation that I should step down for someone stronger, meaning Fedor himself, crosses the final line. In a blur of motion, I grab my cousin by the throat and slam him against the bookshelf, my other hand withdrawing the pistol from my shoulder holster and pressing it against his temple. "The next time you suggest I'm not fit to lead," I say with deadly calm before pistol whipping him across the face, "will be your last day breathing." Fedor stumbles backward, blood dripping from his split cheek. His eyes widen with a mixture of shock and fear. He's pushed before and tested boundaries, but never experienced the full force of my violence directed at him personally. I return to my desk, tucking the pistol back into its holster before resuming my paperwork as if nothing happened. "You're dismissed. Send Leonid in on your way out." He leaves without another word, pressing a handkerchief to his bleeding face. Only when the door closes behind him do I allow myself to acknowledge the sweat in my palms. It's not from fear or regret, but from restraint. The old Mac would have done worse than a pistol whipping for such blatant insubordination, especially from family. Privately, I know Fedor isn't entirely wrong. Loving Will openly is a risk. Having her and the children at the estate creates vulnerabilities my enemies will seek to exploit. But it's a risk I'm more than willing to take, though I must now watch my cousin more carefully than ever before. When Leonid enters minutes later, I can tell by his careful neutrality that he's already aware of what transpired. Fedor will need watching, I say without preamble, discreetly. Leonid nods, clearly unsurprised by the order. Already arranged, sir. And increase security around Ms. Lamb and Zena. Assign additional men but maintain their distance. I don't want them feeling imprisoned. Of course. He hesitates briefly. If I may, sir. Fedor won't forget this public humiliation. He's never been one to forgive perceived slights. I'm counting on it. I meet his gaze directly. Let him make his move. I'd rather face the threat I can see coming than wonder where the knife will enter my back. That night, when Will curls against me in the darkness of my bedroom, I hold her closer than usual, spreading my hand protectively over her growing belly. I don't mention the confrontation with Fedor or the potential dangers his ambition creates. Instead, I listen as she discusses her plans for the greenhouse's expansion, nodding in all the right places while calculating risk assessments and security protocols. You're distracted tonight, she says, propping herself up on one elbow to study my face in the dim light. Trouble at work? Nothing unusual. I stroke her hair, drawing her back down against my chest. Just routine business concerns. I hate lying to her, but I can't bring myself to taint this fragile peace we've established with the violence that always lurks just beneath the surface of my world. For now, at least, I'll keep these darker realities separate from the quiet space we've created in this room. As Will drifts to sleep in my arms, I remain awake, planning contingencies and identifying vulnerabilities. Loving her openly is a risk, but losing her is unthinkable. Whatever comes next, I'll be ready.
Chapter 20. Well, a few days later, I stare out the tinted window of the SUV as Manhattan's skyline comes into view, and my chest constricts with anticipation and anxiety. This is my first trip outside the estate since arriving almost 2 months ago. The city looks both familiar and foreign, a reminder of the normal life I once led that now seems to belong to someone else entirely. Orlov glances back from the front passenger seat, his gaze briefly meeting mine in the rearview mirror. We'll arrive in approximately 10 minutes. His attention immediately returns to scanning our surroundings, gaze constantly moving between mirrors and windows. My hands rest protectively on my belly, now noticeably rounded at 16 weeks with quintuplets. The growth seems to have accelerated in the past week, my body shifting and stretching to accommodate 5 fetuses. Dr. Phillips noted the development during her last visit to the estate's medical suite, recommending today's specialized appointment. Mac had been insistent while arranging this excursion. Dr. Phillips has the basics covered at the estate, but for this level of detail, with microvalve development and rhythm differentiation between 5 fetuses, you need a pediatric cardiologist with $1 million scanner. The medical professional in me couldn't argue with his logic. Advanced fetal echocardiography requires specialized equipment and expertise, particularly for high-order multiples, where heart defects occur with greater frequency. My years in the NICU have shown me too many tiny babies struggling with cardiac issues that could have been identified prenatally. Still, the security arrangements for this simple medical appointment border on absurd. Three identical black SUVs form our convoy, one ahead, one behind, and ours in the middle. 6 armed men accompany us, not counting the Orlov and Yakov. Mach himself would have come if not for an unavoidable meeting with international suppliers. Orlov checked something on his phone, his shoulders relaxing marginally. The clinic has been secured. Dr. Reisner's credentials have been verified twice. The building's security protocols exceed hospital standards. I nod absently, knowing these assurances are meant to comfort me. Instead, they serve as reminders of the dangerous world I now inhabit, where routine prenatal care requires military-level security operations. The private medical facility occupies the top floor of a nondescript office building in Midtown. We bypass the main entrance, driving instead into an underground parking garage where 2 more security personnel await our arrival. The excessive protection measures that once seemed paranoid now feel almost normal, a disturbing realization I try to push aside. The elevator opens directly into a reception area decorated with the tasteful restraint that suggests astronomical fees. No other patients wait in the plush seating area. The receptionist makes eye contact the moment I step off the elevator, greeting me by name without requesting identification, another indication of Mac's thorough arrangements. She rises from behind her desk with a white smile. Dr. Reisner is ready for you, Ms. Lamb. Right this way. Dr. Reisner, a pediatric cardiologist with impeccable credentials, according to Mac's research, proves to be a no-nonsense woman in her early 60s, with short gray hair and penetrating eyes behind stylish glasses. She reviews my file while a technician prepares the advanced imaging equipment. She glances up from her tablet, clinically assessing me over the rim of her glasses. 5 fetuses, quite remarkable, naturally conceived. Yes. She makes a note, seemingly unimpressed by the statistical improbability. Any family history of congenital heart defects? Not that I'm aware of. Her stylist pauses over the screen. And the father? The question catches me unprepared, though it shouldn't. Of course, she needs complete medical history for both parents. I don't know his family history. His mother didn't die from heart disease, and I don't think his father did either. I don't know anything about extended family. Dr. Reisner's expression remains perfectly neutral, free of the judgment I'd feared. Not uncommon in my practice. We'll work with what we have. The examination room contains equipment far more sophisticated than anything available at the estate. The ultrasound machine alone looks more like something from a science fiction film than a medical device, with multiple monitors and specialized transducers designed specifically for cardiac visualization. Dr. Reisner gestures toward the examination table as the technician finishes preparations. This will take significantly longer than a standard ultrasound. We'll examine each fetus individually, assessing all 4 chambers, valves, and major vessels. With quintuplets, we're looking at nearly 2 hours. That's fine. My nurse's appreciation for thoroughness overrides any concerns about discomfort. I want the most complete information possible. She applies the warm gel to my exposed belly, now prominently rounded despite being only 4 months along. The pressure of the transducer feels familiar, but the image that appears on the high-definition screen takes my breath away. The clarity surpasses anything from previous ultrasounds, revealing extraordinary detail of the first baby, labeled A on the monitor. This is remarkable technology, I say, my professional interest momentarily eclipsing my maternal emotions. Dr. Reisner adjusts settings on the machine. Her focus, absolute. There are only 3 machines like this in the Northeast. Your partner pulled significant strings to get you immediate access. I don't correct her assumption about my relationship with Mac, instead watching in awe as she captures images of tiny heart chambers, measuring valve openings and blood flow patterns with meticulous precision. She moves methodically through each baby, occasionally requesting minor position adjustments from me to obtain better angles. 3 boys, 2 girls, based on previous scans? She shifts the transducer to focus on baby C. That's what Dr. Phillips indicated. Yes, I concur with that assessment. She taps instructions to the technician, who captures additional images. All genitalia appear consistent with those determinations. The appointment stretches to nearly 3 hours as doctor. Reisner examines each baby from multiple angles, measuring and documenting with exhaustive thoroughness. Despite the discomfort of lying still for so long, I remain fascinated by the detailed images and the doctor's expert analysis. My NICU training helps me understand the significance of each measurement and each assessment of blood flow and valve function. When she finally finishes and helps me clean the gel from my skin, I brace myself for potential bad news. Multiple pregnancies carry increased risks for congenital defects, a reality I've witnessed firsthand in my nursing career. Dr. Reisner reviews the images on her tablet once more before meeting my gaze. All 5 fetuses show normal cardiac development for this gestational age. Chamber formation, valve structure, great vessels. Everything appears within normal parameters. Relief floods through me, momentarily weakening my limbs. No signs of defects at all? None that are detectable at this stage. She removes her glasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose briefly. That doesn't guarantee perfection, Ms. Lamb. Some structural issues may only become apparent in later development. We should repeat this assessment at 20 weeks. Of course. I nod, medical realism tempering my relief. But this is good news. Very good news. A smile briefly softens her professional demeanor, particularly for quintuplets, who typically face higher incidences of abnormalities. All 5 appear remarkably healthy and well-developed for 16 weeks. She provides me with printed images of each baby, along with a USB drive containing the complete scan data. I accept them with trembling hands, overwhelmed by seeing my children's hearts beating in asynchronous rhythm. 5 distinct life forces already forming their own patterns within me. The medical professional in me recognizes the technical significance of normal cardiac development, but the mother in me sees something far more profound. Orloff waits outside the examination room, his vigilant posture never relaxing despite the secure environment. 2 more security men flank the elevator, their attention constantly scanning the reception area. Yakov is with the SUV, I assume, since he didn't come in. Everything go okay? He steps closer, his normally impassive face showing a hint of genuine concern. I nod, still processing the emotional impact of seeing my babies in such detail. All 5 are developing normally. Healthy hearts. His shoulders relax marginally. Good news, Mr. Vorobev will be pleased. On the clinic steps, I paused to text Zena, who had stayed behind with a cold. The bright spring day feels deceptively normal after weeks confined to the estate grounds. People hurry past on the sidewalk, absorbed in their own lives, unaware of the armed men forming a perimeter around me or the bulletproof vehicle waiting at the curb. I snap a picture of the ultrasound and apply a digital frame to the photo Dr. Reisner provided, all 5 heartbeats captured in a single remarkable image, and type, all healthy. 3 boys, 2 girls confirmed. Missing you today. This momentary distraction, this brief illusion of being a normal day, is all it takes for chaos to erupt. On the way back to the car, a nondescript van screeches to a halt beside our convoy. I glance up from my phone as the side door slides open violently. Armed men pour out, their faces covered with balaclavas, weapons already firing. Our security team responds immediately, but the attackers move with military precision, overwhelming the outer perimeter of guards within seconds. Everything happens too fast to process. Orlov shouts something I can't understand over the gunfire, pushing me toward our vehicle. Before we reach it, a man breaks through the security cordon and grabs my arm roughly, dragging me toward the van as I struggle against his grip. Panic surges through my body as I think of my babies. My hands instinctively cover my belly even as I kick and scream. The attacker's grip tightens painfully on my arm as he hauls me backward. I fight with desperate strength, but he's too powerful, too determined. Just as he lifts me bodily from the ground, another vehicle arrives with a squeal of tires. I recognize Mac's personal car instantly. He emerges like vengeance personified, his expression eerily calm as he walks directly into the firefight without hesitation or body armor. In the middle of a crowded street filled with terrified bystanders diving for cover, he raises his gun and shoots my attacker point blank in the head. The sound seems to echo through the chaos. Blood sprays across my face and clothes as the man crumples, releasing me suddenly enough that I stumble backward. Mac catches me before I fall, scanning my body for injuries, but his eyes are wild with a fear I've never seen in him before. Are you hurt? Are the babies okay? His voice sounds rough, strained beyond recognition. I can't form words as I stare at the dead man whose blood now soaks my maternity dress. Mac pulls me against his chest, shielding me from the continuing gunfire as his men eliminate the remaining attackers. When he pulls back to look at me, perhaps expecting gratitude for the brutality he just performed in my honor, his expression falters. I'm trembling uncontrollably, my eyes wide with horror, my breath coming in shallow gasps that can't seem to pull enough oxygen into my lungs. Around us, civilians scream and run while police sirens wail in the distance. A woman lies injured on the sidewalk, caught in the crossfire. An elderly man cowers behind a newspaper stand, his face ashen with terror. The street has transformed into a war zone in mere seconds. Mac hustles me toward his car, his arm like an iron band around my waist. We need to leave now. Police will be here soon. Those people? I try to look back at the injured bystanders, my nurse's instincts fighting through the shock. My men will handle it. He pushes me into the back seat, sliding in beside me and signaling his driver. Go now. As we speed away from the scene, blood drying tacky on my skin and clothes, reality crashes down with crushing weight. This is Mac's world. This is what he brings with him everywhere: violence, death, and collateral damage. The man I've been sharing a bed with, whose gentleness with me that seems so at odds with his reputation, just executed someone in broad daylight without hesitation. It's like he reads my thoughts. I had no choice. Mac reaches for my hand, which I instinctively pull away. He would have taken you and probably killed you eventually. Those people on the street had nothing to do with this. My voice sounds strangely disconnected from my body. That woman was hit. She needs medical attention. My men will ensure she gets it. He tries again to touch me, his expression haunted. Will, please. I did what was necessary to protect you and our children. That's precisely the problem. Violence is always the answer in Mac's world, and the only solution he knows. The blood drying on my skin, the image of the man's head exploding from Mac's bullet, and the terrified civilians caught in the crossfire. This is the reality he inhabits daily. Tears begin to flow, hot tracks cutting through the blood spatter on my cheeks. I can't do this. Can't do what? His voice sharpens with apprehension. I can't have our children growing up around so much death and depravity. The words pour out through rising panic. Surrounded by men whose first instinct is to reach for a gun. What kind of life is that? What kind of people will they become? Mac's face pales, understanding dawning in his eyes. I won't raise them to think this is normal. I sob, my hand still protectively cradling my belly. No matter what I feel for you, I have to protect them first. He recoils slightly, his expression transforming to something I've never seen before: raw vulnerability and fear. We can work this out. His voice drops to an urgent whisper. I can change things and adapt. Send you somewhere safer. Somewhere your enemies won't find me? I shake my head, tears flowing freely now. There is no such place. You said it yourself. As long as they're your children, they'll be targets. The car speeds through city streets, putting distance between us and the bloodbath we left behind. I stare at my blood-spattered hands, at the precious ultrasound images now stained crimson at the edges. Mac watches me with growing desperation, likely sensing me slipping away. Tell me what you want. Anything. I'll make it happen. What I want is impossible. I want a normal life for my children, free from bulletproof cars and security details, free from the constant threat of kidnapping or assassination, free from the shadow of their father's empire built on blood and fear. I close my eyes, unable to look at him as I make the hardest decision of my life. I need to leave, to take our children somewhere they can grow up safe. There is nowhere safer than with me. His voice breaks on the last word. What happened today proves that's not true. I finally meet his gaze, letting him see the shattered trust in my eyes. This is who you are, Mac. This is the world you've built, and I can't let our children be part of it. We ride in agonized silence back to the estate, the gulf between us widening with each passing mile. My body still trembles with shock, with the horror of watching a man die inches from my face, and with the realization that the father of my children, the man I've begun to care for despite every rational objection, lives in a reality I can never accept for our children. The ultrasound images in my lap show 5 perfect hearts beating in healthy rhythm, depending on me to make the right choice. No matter how much it hurts Mac and me.
Chapter 21. Marka. I won't raise them to think this is normal. No matter what I feel for you, I have to protect them first. Will's declaration destroys me more thoroughly than any business rival ever could. The words echo in my mind during the silent drive back to the estate, each syllable cutting deeper than any blade. My empire, my power, and my reputation are all suddenly meaningless against the prospect of losing her and the 5 lives she carries. I watch her from the corner of my eye, her face turned toward the window, tears still tracking through the blood spatter on her cheeks. Her hands haven't left her belly since the attack, as if physically shielding our children from the violence they've already witnessed. The sight burns like acid in my chest. Back at the estate, I insist on having Dr. Phillips examine her immediately. Will doesn't protest, her nurse's training overriding her desire to escape me as she acknowledges the medical necessity after such trauma. I pace outside the medical suite while the examination takes place, ignoring Leonid's attempts to brief me on the aftermath of the attack. Dr. Phillips emerges after 20 minutes, her expression professionally neutral. Physically, she's unharmed. All 5 fetuses show normal heartbeats and activity, but she's experiencing acute stress reaction. The psychological impact shouldn't be underestimated. I nod, relief at their physical safety tempered by the awareness that the damage runs deeper than flesh. Thank you, doctor. When I enter the examination room, Will has already changed from her blood-soaked dress into scrubs provided by Dr. Phillips. She sits on the edge of the table, staring at the ultrasound image in her hands, the one from the specialist in the city, now stained with her attacker's blood. They're all okay? I approach cautiously, like she's a wounded animal who might bolt at any sudden movement. She nods without looking at me. Physically, the implication hangs between us, heavy with accusation. Something fundamental has broken between us, trust shattered by bullets and blood. Without another word, she slides from the examination table and walks past me, her body language clearly communicating her desire for distance. I follow her through the corridors of the estate, maintaining space between us until she reaches her suite, not mine, where she's spent every night for the past week. but the rooms originally assigned to her upon arrival. She immediately begins pulling clothes from drawers with shaking hands, tossing them haphazardly into an open suitcase on the bed. I stand in the doorway, watching her frantic movements with growing desperation, trying to formulate arguments that might convince her to stay. What are you doing? What does it look like? She doesn't pause in her task and doesn't even look at me. I can't stay here. I step into the room despite her unmistakable anger radiating toward me. The world outside this estate is more dangerous for you now. Those men weren't random criminals. They were sent by enemies who know exactly who you are and what you mean to me. She continues gathering clothes, her movements increasingly agitated. They'll keep coming, won't they? No matter where I go, no matter what I do, they'll keep trying because I'm connected to you. My voice rises as fear fuels my words, which is exactly why I am the only one who can keep you safe. Will finally stops, turning to face me with tears streaming down her face. Safe? You call what happened today safe? People were shot in the street, Mac. Innocent bystanders caught in crossfire. A woman was bleeding on the sidewalk while you hustled me away. Because you are everything to me now. I step closer, desperate to make her understand. You and those babies, I can't lose you. And that's the problem. Her voice drops to almost a whisper. Your love is as destructive as your hate. You only know one way to solve problems. That's not true. The accusation stings precisely because part of me fears it might be accurate. I don't want them growing up numb to violence the way you have. She gestures toward her belly, tears flowing freely as she continues packing. I don't want them thinking it's normal to solve problems with bullets, or to have bodyguards instead of friends, or to be afraid of their own shadows. Years of my carefully constructed control crumble in the face of losing everything that has suddenly become precious to me. Our argument spirals as emotions overwhelm reason. We shout at one another, but more out of love and fear than anger, moving closer with each heated exchange until we're standing toe to toe in the center of the room. You think I don't know what I am? I demand, my voice breaking with the strain of containing emotions I've suppressed for decades. You think I want this life for them? For you? I grasp her shoulders with gentle urgency, revealing the torment beneath my composed exterior. I would burn it all down if I knew how to be something different. Will's expression shifts, anger giving way to something more complex. I love you. The words emerge through her tears, a confession that clearly costs her. God help me, I do, but sometimes love isn't enough when set against violence that's become as natural as breathing to you. The confession, both her love and its insufficiency, shatters the last barrier between us. Grief and desire collide as I pull her into a desperate kiss that she returns with equal fervor. The following scene is too steamy to include in this version on YouTube. If you would like to listen to the full, unedited version, please follow the link in the description or go to bellakingbooks.com. Your book will now continue.
Chapter 22. Will. Morning light bleeds through the curtains as I wake in an empty bed, the space beside me still warm from Mac's presence. The memory of last night floods back in painful clarity. The attack in the city, my declaration that I need to leave, and then the desperate intimacy that followed. My body aches pleasantly from our lovemaking, a complete contrast to the emptiness in my chest. I sit up slowly, running my fingers through tangled hair. My scattered clothing still litters the floor where it fell in our frantic need to connect one last time. The half-packed suitcase lies overturned beside the bed, its contents spilled across the carpet. It's a fitting visual representation of my chaotic life. I get out of bed and gather the suitcase, setting it back on the bed and beginning the packing process again. This time I work quickly, my mind made up despite the emotional turmoil of the previous night. I select only essential items and practical clothing, leaving behind most of the designer maternity wear and jewelry Mac lavished upon me during my stay. Each item I place in the suitcase feels like another step towards a future I can't clearly envision, but know I must pursue for my children's sake. The sundress I wore my first day in the greenhouse lies folded neatly in a drawer. I touch the fabric briefly, remembering Mac's expression when he found me there, among the plants he'd created just for me. So much has changed since then. What began as captivity slowly transformed into something else entirely, something I never expected to find with a man like him. With reluctance, I leave the dress behind. The memories attached to it belong to a life I'm now abandoning. I can't wear it any longer anyway. In the bathroom, I find myself staring at myself in the mirror. My hair is tousled, lips are slightly swollen from passionate kisses, and there's a small mark darkening on my collarbone, where he nipped me. I touch it gently, a physical reminder of what I'm leaving behind. The woman staring back at me looks both stronger and more vulnerable than the person who arrived at this estate 8 weeks ago. The hot shower does little to ease the tension in my muscles, but the routine brings comfort from being so normal. I dress in practical layers, jeans with an elastic waistband to accommodate my growing belly, a loose sweater over a sleeveless shirt, and comfortable walking shoes. These are clothes for a woman planning to disappear, not the glamorous maternity wear that hangs in the closet. Outside my window, increased security patrols circle the property, with guards positioned more prominently than usual. That's another reminder of the danger that now shadows me because of my connection to the Vorobev name. The estate that once felt like a gilded cage now seems like the only barrier between my unborn children and those who would harm them to hurt Mac. I rest my hand on my growing belly, feeling the occasional flutter of movement that has become more pronounced in recent weeks. Already, I can distinguish different patterns. The one who kicks most actively in the morning, baby C according to the ultrasound. The gentle flutter that seems to respond when I play classical music, baby E. And the strong movements that often synchronize with their siblings, babies A and B. Baby D is positioned so that I can't get a full read on her actions, so she remains my darling mystery. We'll figure this out, I whisper to them, though uncertainty colors my voice. What exactly am I planning? Where will we go? The practical nurse in me catalogs the challenges ahead, finding specialized medical care for a high-risk quintuplet pregnancy, securing safe housing, and perhaps establishing a new identity. The obstacles seem insurmountable when considered all at once. I check the emergency funds I've been quietly setting aside from the generous allowance Mac insisted on providing. It's not nearly enough for what lies ahead, but a start. The irony isn't lost on me of using money from the very man I'm fleeing to finance my escape. But these babies deserve every advantage, regardless of its source. A soft knock at the door interrupts my spiraling thoughts. I tense, bracing for another confrontation with Mac, uncertain whether my resolve will withstand seeing him again in the clear light of day. Instead, I open the door to find Xena standing in the hallway, her expression determined, and a small leather bag slung over her shoulder. May I come in? She glances past me to the half-packed suitcase on the bed. I step aside, allowing her entry. Mac told you. He didn't have to. She moves to my closet, pulling out a light waterproof jacket, comfortable sleepwear, and a warmth-conserving thermal blanket still in its packaging. I heard what happened in the city. I knew you wouldn't stay after that. To my surprise, she begins adding the items to my suitcase, carefully organizing the contents. I watch, confused, as she transfers my toiletries into travel-sized containers she's brought with her. What are you doing? I ask, stopping mid-fold of a sweater. She continues her work without pausing. If you're leaving, I'm going too. The declaration stuns me into momentary silence. Mac's beloved sister, the one person he's protected his entire life, wants to leave with me? Xena, you can't. Mac wouldn't like that. This isn't about what my brother wants. She finally looks up and her dark eyes are filled with determination. It's about what I want. What I've wanted for years. She moves to the bathroom, gathering my medications and prenatal vitamins, organizing them with the precision of someone who has planned for contingencies while continuing to speak. I've always hated this lifestyle, Will. This house that has always haunted me. It's a gilded prison where I've been protected but never truly free. I follow her, struggling to process this revelation. But you've always seemed so comfortable here. Your literature research, your friends from university. Practice? A humorless laugh escapes her as she zips a toiletry bag closed. I've had escape plans since I was 14, including accounts Mock doesn't know about, connections outside the Bratva, and a whole identity he never created. The research is real, but it's also an excuse to travel, to maintain contacts in the academic world, where the Vorobev name means nothing. Then, why did you stay? I ask, genuinely curious. All these years if you hated it so much? Her movements slow, a shadow crossing her face. For him. Because I couldn't abandon the brother who sacrificed everything to shield me from our father's cruelty and the brutality of this world. He gave up any chance at being normal to keep me safe. Even now, he lets me pretend at independence while maintaining invisible security that follows me everywhere. She turns to face me fully, her expression softening as her gaze drops to my belly. But now, I have more family to protect. These babies deserve a chance at the normal life Mac and I never had. The simple statement brings unexpected tears to my eyes. Pregnancy hormones have left me emotionally raw. But this goes deeper. It's the realization I'm not facing this alone. These babies will have family beyond myself and their complicated father. Together, we finish packing with an efficiency born of shared purpose. Xena proved surprisingly practical, adding more items I hadn't considered. A burner phone, cash in various currencies, and a small first aid kit with specialized items for pregnancy, including nausea. Where did you get all this? I ask, watching her add a satellite phone to the mix. I've been preparing for years. She checks each item carefully. Different scenarios, different needs. A pregnant woman with quintuplets wasn't exactly on my list of contingencies, but I adapt quickly. The comment draws a reluctant smile from me. Apparently, a family trait. Some things are genetic. She matches my smile with one of her own, the resemblance to Mac momentarily striking. How are we getting out? I ask finally, zipping the suitcase closed. The estate is crawling with security. That's already arranged. She checks her watch. We need to go now. The servant corridors will take us to the garage without passing the main security checkpoints. I hesitate, glancing around the room one last time. Despite my determination to leave, this departure feels rushed and unfinished. Shouldn't we at least leave a note? Not necessary. Her expression turns enigmatic. Mac knows. This revelation stuns me more than anything else. He's letting us go? Just like that? It's complicated. She takes my suitcase, gesturing for me to follow. I'll explain on the way. The servant corridors are narrow and dimly lit, clearly designed for household staff to move through the mansion unobtrusively. Xena navigates them with easily, suggesting she's used these passages before. The staff quarters we pass are silent at this early hour, though the kitchen already shows signs of activity, as the day's first meals are prepared. I used to explore these passages as a child, she whispers as we descend a narrow staircase. Mac would get so angry when he couldn't find me, until he realized I was mapping escape routes. Then he helped me identify the ones that bypassed security. The comment reveals yet another layer to the complicated relationship between the siblings. Mak was simultaneously protecting his sister while preparing her for independence he likely never expected her to claim. We emerge into the garage, where an unmarked sedan waits. It's not one of the usual Vorobev fleet vehicles with their bulletproof glass and reinforced doors, but something inconspicuous that wouldn't draw attention on regular roads. It seems like something the servants might drive to run errands. Most surprising of all is Leonid, Mac's most trusted lieutenant, who steps forward to take our bags and load them into the trunk. His presence confuses me even further. If anyone represents Mac's authority within the organization, it's this stoic, efficient man who never leaves his side. Everything is prepared, he tells Xena, his typically impassive face betraying unusual concern. The coastal property is secured and stocked. We couldn't arrange for Dr. Phillips since it might be too conspicuous. But I found a new specialist. Dr. Wilson will arrive weekly for medical checks. I've sent you the files about him, including his photo, so you don't let in the wrong person. The satellite phone is programmed with emergency contacts only. Thank you, Leonid. She squeezes his arm with familiar affection. Any changes to the timeline? A shadow crosses his face. Accelerated. The Kazanov situation required an immediate response. Xena nods as if this cryptic exchange makes perfect sense. Be careful, all of you. I look between them, trying to make sense of this unexpected alliance. I don't understand. Why are you helping us leave? Leonid turns to me, his expression softening marginally. My loyalty has always been to the Vorobev siblings personally, not to the organization. I've watched over them since they were children. Their father trusted me with their safety above all else. Mac arranged this, says Xena, guiding me toward the car. After what happened yesterday, he realized he couldn't keep you safe here while also dealing with the threats against you. The pieces slowly connect in my mind. When he said he'd burn it all down, he meant it. Leonid opens the car door for me. What my employer is attempting has never been done before. There will be resistance, violent resistance. The estate will become a target. What exactly is he planning? The question seems important, though I'm not sure why. I've made my decision to leave, regardless of Mac's intentions. Leonid and Xena exchange a look, loaded with meaning I can interpret. It's better if you don't know the details, she says finally. For your own safety and the baby's. Plausible deniability matters in the world we're leaving behind. He checks his watch. You need to leave now to reach the checkpoint before the shift change. The route is clear for the next 30 minutes only. 4 men emerge from a side door, taking positions in 2 additional vehicles, one that will drive ahead and another that will follow. Unlike Mac's usual security detail with their obvious earpieces and bulky jackets concealing weapons, these men are dressed casually, their protection disguised as ordinary travel companions. I don't recognize any of them, and realize I'm slightly sad not to be able to tell Orlov goodbye. He's the talkative one of my 2 guards, which means he says roughly 20 words per day, instead of Yakov's 1 or 2. These men, Yuri, Anton, Boris, and Gorba, will escort you to the safe house, says Leonid. They answer only to me and to Mak directly, and no one else in the organization. They'll remain with you as long as necessary. The implications of this arrangement aren't lost on me. Mak doesn't trust his own security structure with our safety. The thought should terrify me, but instead, it reinforces the rightness of my decision to leave. Fedor? Xena asks quietly. Under observation. Leonid's expression hardens. He remains problematic. I remember the cousin Mac mentioned occasionally, the ambitious family member whose loyalty seemed increasingly questionable. I've yet to meet him, having the sense he didn't want to meet me. Or maybe it was Mac shielding me all along. It's another piece of the complicated puzzle I'm leaving behind. As we settle into the back seat of the sedan while Anton settles behind the wheel, Zena takes my hand. It's going to be okay, Will. The coastal property is beautiful and completely off the grid. No one knows about it except Mac, Leonid, and now us. The car pulls out of the garage, following a service road that circumvents the main gate and its security checkpoint. Dawn is just breaking over the horizon, painting the sky in muted pinks and purples. I watch the estate recede in the distance, the imposing mansion growing smaller until it disappears around a bend in the road. How long has Mac been planning this? I ask, still struggling to reconcile last night's emotional confrontation with this seemingly well-orchestrated departure. She stares out the window, her profile reminiscent of her brother's in the soft morning light. The safe house has always existed as a contingency, but you're leaving specifically? I think he's been preparing for it since you arrived. What do you mean? My brother is many things, but he's not delusional. She turns to me with a sad smile. He knew from the beginning that you might not be able to accept his world, that you might eventually need a way out. He's been preparing contingencies since the day he brought you to the estate. The thought brings fresh pain. Even while building something with me, while sharing his bed and making plans for our children, Mac was simultaneously preparing for my inevitable departure. The realization speaks to a lifetime of loss and betrayal I can barely comprehend. Are you sure you should come with me? He's your brother, Zena. You're all he has. The idea of him utterly alone breaks my heart. Not anymore. Her gaze drops meaningfully to my belly. And Mac asked me to go with you, to help you, and to protect you if necessary. He knew you'd need someone you trust, and if I'm honest, I was always leaving. I was supposed to go to Oxford next month, but my heart wasn't in it. I just wanted out. Helping you and them gives me purpose beyond escape. I shake my head, still not understanding. But he loves you more than anyone. Which is exactly why I agreed. Her expression turns fierce, suddenly reminding me powerfully of Mac. Because I love him too. And right now, the best way to help him is to keep you and the babies safe while he does what he needs to do. The car merges onto the highway, joining early morning commuter traffic heading away from the city. Our convoy maintains careful spacing, not close enough to be obviously connected, but within sight of each other. Anton and Yuri, in the passenger seat, remain silent, focused on their tasks with professional detachment. As the city recedes behind us, I stare out the window with my hand pressed against the glass. My heart feels like it's been carved out of my chest, first with the loss of Giselle, and now Mac. Whatever his flaws, whatever the danger his world represents to our children, the connection between us was real. The memory of him whispering promises against my belly last night, vowing to become someone worthy of being their father, brings fresh tears to my eyes. The babies kick more vigorously than before, a chorus of tiny movements beneath my palm. I brush away tears, remembering I need to stay strong for them and for Zena, who has given up everything to join me in this uncertain new beginning. How far is this safe house? I ask, trying to focus on practical matters rather than the ache in my chest. About 3 hours up the coast? She passes me a bottle of water from a small cooler at her feet. It's completely isolated, with a private cove and a house overlooking the ocean. Beautiful, but nearly impossible to approach without being seen. The nearest town is small enough that strangers are noticed, but large enough that we won't stand out too much with proper cover stories. Another fortress? I whisper, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice. A temporary asylum, she corrects gently. Until you decide what comes next? The wording catches my attention. You mean until we decide? She shakes her head. This is your journey, Will, your children and your future. I'm here to help, not to make decisions for you. But what about what you want? I turned to face her fully. You said you've been planning an escape for years. A complicated emotion crosses her face. Let's just say our temporary goals align. Beyond that, we'll see what happens. The cryptic answer suggests layers of planning I'm not privy to, reinforcing my suspicion that Mac, Xena, and Leonid are engaged in something more complex than simply helping me leave. Will Mock join us there? The question emerges before I can stop it, betraying a longing I've tried to suppress. There or somewhere? Her expression turns guarded. Eventually, if he can. If he can? She stares straight ahead, her profile suddenly reminding me painfully of her brother. What Mac is attempting is dangerous, Will. There are no guarantees. The statement makes me suck in a breath. Despite my determination to leave, despite knowing our relationship is impossible as things stand, the thought of Mac in danger creates a surge of panic. What exactly is he doing? Creating a different future. She takes my hand, squeezing gently. For all of us, if he succeeds. Morning light spills across the highway as we travel north, the landscape gradually changing from dense suburbs to scattered towns and eventually open countryside. I rest my head against the window, exhaustion from the emotional turmoil of the past 24 hours finally catching up with me. As sleep begins to claim me, I find myself wondering if this departure is truly an ending or merely a pause. Is it a necessary separation, while Mac attempts whatever dangerous transformation he believes might make a future possible for us? Or will it be permanent? The uncertainty should frighten me, but instead it carries a strange comfort. For the first time since the attack, I consider maybe we can still have a future with Mac.
Chapter 23. Marka. I stand at the window of my study, watching the unmarked sedan disappear down the service road, taking Will and Xena away from the estate and away from me. The rising sun catches on the car's retreating form before it vanishes around a bend, leaving only an empty driveway and manicured grounds. Their absence creates an immediate void, a silence that seems to echo through the mansion that suddenly feels too large, too empty, and too meaningless. For a long moment, I remain motionless, memorizing the last glimpse of the vehicle carrying everything I never knew I wanted until it was too late. Then I turn away, crossing the estate with swift, purposeful strides that send staff scurrying from my path. No one dares meet my gaze or offer morning pleasantries. They recognize the cold mask of the Pakhan has returned, perhaps more terrifying for its brief absence during the weeks Will shared my bed. In my bedroom, our bedroom, for that brief, precious time, I permit myself exactly 1 hour of private grief. I lock the door, a luxury of weakness I rarely allow, and catalog the traces of Will's presence that linger mockingly. There's a forgotten hair tie on the nightstand. The subtle scent of her shampoo lingers on my pillows when I lift them to my face, and a dog-eared pregnancy book she'd been reading is still open to a chapter on fetal development at 16 weeks. Her absence feels like a physical wound, raw and bleeding beneath my carefully controlled exterior. For 59 minutes, I allow the pain to wash over me in waves. Not just the loss of Will, though that cuts deepest, but the accumulated losses of a lifetime. My mother's murder, my childhood sacrificed to violence, and the humanity I surrendered piece by piece to become the leader my father demanded. In the privacy of these walls, I acknowledge the price I've paid and recognize the cost was too high. When the hour ends, I lock it all away. Grief, regret, and longing are all sealed behind the walls I've spent a lifetime building. I emerge from my quarters with cold purpose, my expression so forbidding that a maid actually drops her cleaning supplies when I round a corner unexpectedly. I have no time for wallowing in self-pity or regret. The attack on Will in broad daylight has confirmed my worst suspicions, and my cousin's role in it can no longer be ignored. What I initially took for simple ambition has transformed into something far more dangerous. Fedor hasn't just been questioning my leadership. I believe he's been actively undermining me and putting Will and our unborn children directly in harm's way to weaken me as a distraction for his takeover. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Leonid. I step into the security office without knocking. My study. Now. He follows without question, his expression carefully neutral until the door closes behind us. They arrived at the first checkpoint safely, 30 minutes ahead of schedule. I nod once, acknowledging but not discussing this information. Personal matters must wait. The attack yesterday. Show me everything you've compiled. For the next 3 hours, we review surveillance footage from multiple angles, tracking the movements of Will's attackers backward through the city. Leonid has been thorough, identifying license plates, faces, and connections that paint a disturbing picture. The men weren't random thugs, or even standard Kazanov foot soldiers. They were specialized contractors, the kind used for particularly sensitive operations, where deniability is essential. This one. I tap the screen, freezing on a face partially visible beneath a baseball cap. I've seen him before. Lev Sokolov. He pulls up a file. Former Spetsnaz. He now works mostly for a handler within the Petrov network, but the Petrovs have no quarrel with us currently. He still freelances. Someone hired them through intermediaries. I study the image, memorizing every detail. This level of operational security suggests serious resources and planning, not a typical Kazanov move. No, their methods are usually more direct. The implication hangs between us like a noose, neither willing to voice the suspicion aloud without absolute proof. If the attack didn't originate with our known enemies, then the threat comes from within. The only person with both motive and resources to orchestrate such a betrayal is my own cousin. Pull the financial records for the past 6 months. I want data for all accounts, including the offshore holdings. I meet his gaze directly. Do it quietly. He nods, understanding the gravity of what I'm asking. Investigating family is the gravest breach of Bratva protocol, perhaps second only to betraying family. If I'm wrong, the consequences to our organization's stability would be severe if word leaked out. If I'm right, the damage is already done. For the next 3 days, I work tirelessly, sleeping only in short bursts between reviewing the evidence Leonid compiles. Financial records show odd transfers through a purposefully confusing array of shell companies. Communication logs reveal encrypted messages sent from an IP address within the estate during key planning periods. Surveillance footage captures brief meetings with known Kazanov intermediaries that never appeared in Fedor's official reports. The pattern becomes undeniable. Small inconsistencies align into a damning picture of treachery so profound that even I, who have never fully trusted anyone in our world since my mother's death, feel the sting of betrayal. Fedor, who grew up alongside me, who shared blood and history and secrets, has been systematically undermining my position for months. The final confirmation comes on the 3rd night. Leonid places a laptop before me, his expression grimmer than I've ever seen. The Brooklyn apartment attack. We recovered deleted security footage from a convenience store across the street. The grainy video shows a black SUV identical to those in our fleet parking near Will's former building. 2 men emerge, faces carefully turned from cameras, but one speaks briefly into a phone before entering. The timestamp matches exactly with the night Giselle died. Audio enhancement from another camera picked up part of the conversation. Leonid plays the clip. The sound a barely audible but unmistakable exchange between two men. Target confirmed. Proceed as ordered for execution. No witnesses. The voice they're speaking to belongs to Mikhail, Fedor's personal security chief. Rage unlike anything I've ever experienced courses through me, a white-hot inferno that threatens to consume rational thought. I grip the edge of my desk until the wood creaks beneath my fingers, fighting for control. They weren't there to kidnap her, I say, the realization crystallizing with terrible clarity. They were there to eliminate her before the pregnancy became widely known. They always planned to kill Giselle too, in order to eliminate witnesses. Leonid nods, his usual impassivity cracking slightly. Based on the communications we've intercepted, Fedor learned about the pregnancy the same day when you reluctantly told him. He ordered the hit immediately, viewing her as a threat to his ambitions. The thought of Giselle's death being collateral damage in Fedor's bold move against me sends fresh fury coursing through my veins. More than that, the knowledge that he targeted Will, planning to murder her and our unborn children, awakens something primal and merciless within me. I could kill him now. One word to Leonid, and Fedor would disappear before morning. The satisfaction would be immediate, and the vengeance appropriate to his betrayal, but the consequences would ripple outward, creating new dangers for Will and our children. The Bratva doesn't tolerate internal bloodshed without repercussions. Factions would form, allies would question my stability, and enemies would seize the opportunity to strike. No, Fedor's death alone solves nothing. The entire system that allows men like him to exist, to target innocents for the sake of power, must be dismantled. The empire I've spent my life building must burn if Will and our children are ever to be truly safe. I can't stop this sort of corruption everywhere, but I can end it here in my city, at least for now. In the process, it will extract me from it permanently if everything goes to plan. We need to accelerate the contingency plan, I say, channeling rage into calculating precision rather than blind vengeance. All phases, simultaneously. His eyebrows rise slightly, the only indication of surprise. The risk factor increases exponentially. So does the reward. I move to the secure safe behind a false panel, extracting documents prepared years ago but never implemented. The Eclipse's grand reopening this weekend is our opening. The plan takes shape with meticulous attention to detail. Over the next 48 hours, I meet with only my most trusted lieutenants, men who have proven their loyalty through decades of service, not through family ties or political ambition. Leonid spreads blueprints of the Eclipse nightclub across my desk, tracing maintenance corridors and exit routes marked in red, while four of my most trusted men, Yakov, Orlov, Lev, and Sasha, lean in, memorizing each detail. These are men who have proven their loyalty through years of service rather than through family ties or political ambition, and I trust them with not only my life, but also the future I hope to build with Will and our children. The tunnel access is here. Leonid taps a spot beneath the private VIP lounge. Its original construction from Prohibition that was sealed off during previous remodeling, but reopened by our crew disguised as building inspectors during our round of renovations. It seemed like a handy escape in the event one was ever needed. Good thinking ahead, my friend, I say. Orlov studies the exit points with narrowed eyes. Where does it lead? 3 blocks east through the maintenance shed for the old subway line. Leonid slides photographs across the table. The plan continues taking shape as I deliberately feed Fedor false information about a high-level meeting with Colombian distributors at the Eclipse, inviting him to join the discussion in my office, where I can watch him absorb the news with predatory satisfaction. The Colombians are nervous after the Kazanov incursion into their territory. I slide a folder across my desk. This meeting finalizes our protection agreement. A barely perceptible twitch pulls at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleam with restrained anticipation as he processes the opportunity I've unwittingly presented to him. Or so he believes. Smart move, cousin. This solidifies our southern corridor. I want you to handle security personally. I note how he straightens slightly at being handed the very control he needs to execute whatever plan he's formulated. There's no one else I trust for something this sensitive. Fedor nods, not even attempting to hide his pleasure at being handed the security arrangements. I'll oversee everything myself. That evening, I sit across from him in my office with the chess set between us, but we're not playing yet. Fedor gestures to the crystal decanter with exaggerated hospitality. Drink. Please. He pours 2 glasses of amber liquid, handing one to me with a gesture of fraternal camaraderie. But when he turns to replace the stopper, I catch the slight unsteadiness in his hand, the only betrayal of his anticipation that he can't fully control despite years of practice at deception. I raise the glass to my lips without letting the liquid touch them, while his gaze tracks the movement with an intensity that would be imperceptible to anyone who hadn't spent a lifetime reading the micro-expressions of dangerous men. And when he glances at his phone, I empty the glass into the soil of the large fern beside my chair, reasonably certain what the drink contains. Fedor raises his own glass in a toast, his voice carrying layers of meaning only he believes he understands. Tomorrow will change everything. Yes. I meet his gaze directly, letting a touch of genuine emotion show through my carefully maintained mask. It certainly will. A flicker of uncertainty crosses his features before smooth confidence returns, and he clearly believes his plans remain undetected, while he has no idea that my men have already swept the club for his devices and planted our own explosives throughout the structure, precisely positioned for maximum structural impact, but carefully rigged to avoid the main floor. I made sure of it. Staff loyal to me will do a floor sweep under the guise of a plumbing issue in the lower level when the time is right. After he leaves, I make final preparations, transferring significant assets to secure accounts established years ago under identities not even my lawyers know exist. Paperwork for Will and our children rests in offshore vaults secured by biometric locks that only I can access, and the foundations for our new life are established as invisible rails, laid for a journey that now depends on perfect execution. In the pre-dawn hours, I record a message for Will on an encrypted device, allowing the camera to capture a version of me few have ever seen. Just a man speaking truths long buried under years of violence and control. I was 11 when I first saw someone die. My voice sounds foreign to my own ears, stripped of the authority I normally project. 16 when I first killed. Neither leaves you, but for different reasons. I speak of the boy I was before violence claimed me, dreams long abandoned, and regrets that haunt my quietest moments, telling her how she awakened parts of me I believed dead, and how our children represent a future I never dared imagine. This is the only gift worthy of what you've given me. I finished the recording, my throat unexpectedly tight. Freedom from the Vorobev legacy. The eclipse pulses with blue and purple lights that dance across the restored cathedral's Gothic arches, casting eerie shadows through stained glass that once depicted saints, but now fractures the light into kaleidoscopic patterns over the dance floor. I arrive precisely at 9:30, flanked by security as usual, though tonight my normal team has been replaced by the 4 men who know the truth, and we are met at the entrance by Fedor, who clasps my shoulder with performative warmth that doesn't reach his calculating eyes. Colombians called. They're running 20 minutes late. He guides me toward the VIP section with a proprietary air that suggests he already considers the club his own. I've secured the entire upper level. I scan the club, noting the positions of Fedor's men. There are too many, deployed in patterns that suggest offensive rather than defensive strategy. While near the bar, I spot 2 unfamiliar faces trying too hard to blend in, their posture and alertness marking them as Kazanov soldiers brought in for additional assurance of my demise. Drink while we wait? He gestures to a bottle of rare cognac already opened on the VIP table, the amber liquid catching the pulsing blue light in a way that would seem inviting if I didn't know better. Later, I need to review the final terms. I check my watch with deliberate casualness, observing the brief disappointment that flashes across his face before he masks it. He wants me incapacitated before the Colombians arrive, or rather, before whoever is actually coming arrives. And the cognac is almost certainly drugged as a backup to whatever he slipped into my scotch last night. Which makes me wonder briefly if he suspects I avoided drinking it. The timer on my phone counts down from 30 minutes, and everything proceeds according to plan, until the unexpected happens in the form of a face I recognize immediately across the crowded dance floor. Ivan Petrov, son of the Petrov family patriarch and a notoriously unpredictable wildcard in Bratva politics, makes his way through the crowd with his security detail clearing a path, and his presence threatens to unravel everything if he recognizes me after the explosion. Unexpected guest at 3 o'clock, I murmur to Orlov, who gives an imperceptible nod before sliding away to alert the others. Fedor follows my gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. Problem? Nothing worth discussing, I wave dismissively, redirecting the conversation. Tell me about the additional security measures you've implemented. As he launches into a detailed explanation, I check the time again. 23 minutes remain before detonation, and Ivan is moving closer, working his way through the crowd toward the VIP section, likely seeking to pay respects, as is customary between families, which increases the odds of him later telling others he saw me. Good. I just need to get him out of here before the explosion. I don't want him killed when I have no current conflict with the Petrovs. Excuse me. I stand abruptly, interrupting Fedor's monologue about the perimeter guards. I need to use the restroom before the Colombians arrive. Fedor's eyes narrow slightly with suspicion. I'll have Mikhail escort you. No need. I know where it is and have been pissing alone longer than you've been alive. I chuckle like it's a joke, and he gives an uncertain laugh before I move toward the private bathroom adjacent to the VIP area, forcing casualness into my stride, even as I feel his gaze burning into my back. Inside, I lock the door and immediately tap my earpiece. Ivan Petrov is here. Adjust timeline. Leonid's voice crackles with static through the secure channel. Understood. New detonation in 18 minutes. Tunnel access remains clear. I splash water on my face, steadying myself for what comes next, before leaving the bathroom to find Fedor waiting, his casual stance belied by the tension in his shoulders and the tightness around his eyes. Colombians just called again. Traffic delay, so there'll be another 15 minutes. His gaze is too intent, too predatory, and the lie is transparent enough that I know he's changed his plan, which means I need to accelerate mine. Then I have time for that drink. I move toward the VIP table, watching relief flash across his features as I reach for the cognac that would ensure I'm defenseless when his real plan unfolds. Behind him, Ivan Petrov climbs the stairs to our section, his bodyguards clearing a path through the crowd. I raise the glass deliberately before letting it slip from my fingers. It shatters on the floor, spraying expensive cognac across my pants and jacket sleeve, while drawing the attention of nearby security. Clumsy tonight, I mutter, brushing at the spreading stain with mock annoyance. Nerves, perhaps. Fedor's smile tightens with barely controlled frustration. I'll get another. The moment he turns, I tap a rapid sequence on my phone. The timer jumps from 15 minutes to 2. Not ideal, but necessary. Ivan Petrov is about to arrive, and while I want him to see me here, I need him gone immediately after. His testimony later of witnessing me alive and speaking to me at the eclipse will do more to sell the lie of my death than any staged footage. Mikhail, Fedor calls to his security chief. Mikhail, the brute whose hand never strays far from the gun under his coat. Another cognac for my cousin. I push back from the table, glancing down at the spreading wet mark. I'll clean up. Don't want to smell like spilled brandy when the Colombians arrive. I rise from my seat with smooth purpose, heading toward the private bathroom once more, where my exit waits, with the tunnel access hidden behind a maintenance panel. 2 minutes is tight, but if I move now, I can make it. Except Mikhail steps directly into my path. Let me check it first, Pakan. He blocks the hallway, broad chest and narrowed gaze daring me to insist otherwise. His hand rests on his holster. There's no mistaking the message. They suspect something, or they know everything. Either way, the pretense is gone. I glance toward Fedor, who watches without intervening, his expression unreadable but his eyes sharp and calculating. I force a smile. Of course, security first. Mikhail disappears into the bathroom, and just like that, my exit is compromised. I pivot, mind racing. The hatch behind the panel is out. I have one other way to reach the tunnel, through the kitchen and down the back service corridor. It's less discreet and more exposed, but it's all I have left. Unless... Ivan. I scan the floor just as Ivan Petrov steps onto the landing, flanked by 2 bodyguards and broadcasting entitlement like cologne. He greets Fedor with the traditional bratva kisses, then turns to me with cheerful obliviousness. Makary Vorobev. Entertaining at a nightclub? Hell must be icing over. Ivan! I clasp his hand, pull him in close. There's a Kazanov hit team here. Get out now. His face shifts immediately. Surprise disappears behind cold computation. Where? Near the bar. 2 men. More outside, most likely. They're using tonight as cover. It's not a lie. Fedor brought in outside muscle for this hit, and the Kazanov name makes for an ideal red herring. It'll trigger retaliation, suspicion, and weeks of distraction. Ivan nods once and signals his men. They form around him like clockwork and begin extracting him from the building, drawing attention as they move. Perfect. Fedor's men glance toward the disturbance, and some reach for comms. Others shift position, distracted. I slip behind one of the carved columns lining the corridor. The timer on my phone reads 0:47. The path through the club is open. Kitchen, corridor, hatch, time to vanish. I catch Orlov's attention across the room, giving the predetermined signal with a subtle gesture that would be meaningless to anyone else, and he taps his earpiece, alerting the others that the extraction is happening now, ready or not. I glance toward the main floor, where I see staff quietly directing first-floor non-VIP guests toward the exit. In moments, the innocent guests will be out of the club, and only the ones on this floor will remain. Fedor turns, realizing I'm no longer beside him, and scans the VIP section with increasing urgency until he sees me across the room. For a brief moment, recognition passes between us. He knows that I know, and I know that he knows, as the pretense dissolves like sugar in rain. "Find my cousin," he snaps to his men with uncharacteristic loss of composure, loudly enough I can hear and interpret it from here by the shape of his lips as he snaps the command. "Now!" The timer reads 0:32, with each passing second bringing destruction closer. I move swiftly through service corridors, using the confusion as cover, while distant shouts suggest Ivan's confrontation with the Kazanov soldiers is escalating exactly as I hoped. Two of Fedor's men spot me rounding a corner and scramble for their weapons, but Lev and Sasha intercept them from behind, neutralizing them so quickly that there's no time for anyone to fire back. "This way," Lev says, leading me down a narrow passage that reeks of spilled beer and cleaning chemicals from years of nightclub operations. We push through the swinging doors into the kitchen, but instead of chaos and noise, we find eerie stillness. The space, normally loud with orders, clattering pans, and shouted instructions, is completely deserted as planned. Pans sit cooling on still warm burners, half-prepped ingredients rest on cutting boards, abandoned mid-task, and a digital timer beeps from an oven no one remains to attend. There's even a finished crème brûlée waiting on the pass, its caramelized top beginning to sweat in the heat. Lev sweeps the room. "Clear," he says, confirming what we already expected. No staff and no witnesses. Every soul who should have been here is already gone, ushered out according to the quiet evacuation orders passed down earlier this evening. We have the time and the cover we need. We cross quickly to the employees-only door that leads to the back corridor, but the handle won't budge. Sasha gives it a shove, then steps back with a grimace. "Locked. External padlock, maybe? That wasn't in the blueprints." "Fedor's doing," I mutter, already scanning for alternatives. We move to Plan B. Sasha nods toward the dumbwaiter in the wall, a relic predating all renovations conducted in the past 30 years. "That thing gonna hold us?" "Not all at once, but it'll get us where we need to go." I speak more confidently than I feel, but it seems to reassure them. Without hesitation, Sasha yanks open the small metal door, revealing the narrow shaft just large enough to accommodate a crouched adult. Dust floats in the air inside, undisturbed for decades, until now. "Lev, you're first," I say. He climbs in without a word, curling himself into the space before easing down into the dark. Sasha follows, cramming in his much larger frame. "One more leg day, and I'd never have made this fit," he mutters. The countdown in my head ticks relentlessly onward. The timer on my phone reads 9 seconds. I slide into the dumbwaiter last, knees tucked tightly to my chest. The wood groans beneath my weight, but it holds. I reach up and pull the door closed behind me just as the kitchen doors crash open once again. Mikhail storms in, his boots hitting the tile with force in the sharp cadence of a man expecting resistance or confrontation. He holds his gun at the ready, his body tense, gaze sweeping the space as he takes in the strange stillness. This is clearly not what he anticipated. He pauses just inside the threshold and surveys the empty kitchen with a mounting sense of confusion. The place looks abandoned mid-shift. He was expecting to find someone, anyone, he could corner, interrogate, or intimidate for information, but there's no one. He moves farther into the room, the muzzle of his weapon cutting methodically through the air. He checks behind the counters, opens the walk-in fridge, and shoves aside a prep table with unnecessary force, but still nothing. The dumbwaiter motor kicks in with a grinding groan. The shaft trembles as it begins its descent, the platform shuddering beneath me with every inch it lowers. I press myself tighter into the shadowed corner of the compartment and hold my breath. Mikhail stiffens. He hears it. His head snaps toward the shaft just as I slip beneath the kitchen level. I catch the blur of his movement through the wooden slats, a shadow turning sharply, boots pivoting as he crosses the floor. He's coming straight for the dumbwaiter, but it's too late. By the time he reaches the opening, I'm gone, swallowed by the darkness of the tunnel. He might notice the dust disturbed along the track, or hear the groan of the pulley fading into the depths, but he never saw me clearly enough. It won't matter, because some of the explosives are in the kitchen, and he'll be blown apart in the next few seconds. We rigged this area to blow too, wanting to hide any evidence of the escape tunnel. I fully expect Fedor to slither away, but he'll have to make do without his hulking sidekick from now on. The dumbwaiter lurches to a halt in the basement. I kick open the narrow door and tumble out onto the concrete floor. Lev and Sasha are already waiting with weapons drawn, tense and alert for any pursuit. Move, I say, and together we sprint for the tunnel entrance, just as the world above us begins to explode with a force that seems to compress the air in my lungs, the first blast rocking the foundation and sending us staggering against the rough stone walls. Ceiling tiles crash down around us, and pipes burst with hissing urgency, spraying water and steam in blinding clouds that fill the narrow corridor with chaotic energy. The second and third explosions come in rapid succession, precisely as planned. The carefully placed charges systematically dismantling the building from the inside out, with controlled destruction that cascades through the structure while minimizing casualties on the upper floors. We reach the tunnel entrance as the final, largest explosion rips through the main floor directly above us, the shockwave throwing us forward into the dark passage as the ceiling behind us collapses in a thunderous avalanche of concrete and steel, sealing our escape route and any possibility of pursuers following our trail. For several minutes, we lie in darkness, breathing dust-filled air as aftershocks rumble through the ground above us, and debris continues to settle with ominous creaks and groans. Eventually, Lev clicks on a flashlight, the beam cutting through thick dust to illuminate our pale, dirt-covered faces. "Everyone intact?" I ask, taking inventory of my own body and finding nothing broken, though my ears ring painfully from the blast's concussive force. They nod, rising shakily to their feet, and we move swiftly through the narrow tunnel, navigating by the beam of Lev's flashlight through a passage that smells of damp earth and mildew, untouched for decades, until Leonid had the forethought to make these preparations in the event we ever needed a hasty, hidden escape from the club. I remind myself to wire him a large bonus for thinking ahead once we're out of here. After 20 minutes of silent progress, we reach a metal ladder leading upward to a rusted hatch, and together we shove the manhole cover up and out of our way. We emerge 3 blocks from the eclipse, inside a maintenance shed for the old subway line, exactly as planned in our meticulous preparations. Leonid waits with a nondescript van, engine running, his expression betraying none of the tension the situation warrants. It's done. The building collapsed exactly as designed. First responders are already declaring it a mass casualty event, which would have been far worse if there hadn't been a plumbing leak that evacuated most of the guests. He gives me a brief, satisfied smile. The club was destroyed, but casualties were confined to the VIP level, and I heard someone say the basement level was also destroyed. I nod. Mikhail would have been right there when it happened. I don't have to worry about him telling Fedor I might have escaped. Relief fills me. And Fedor? I accept a bottle of water and a towel to wipe the dust from my face, the grit between my teeth a reminder of how close I came to joining the real casualties. Escaped through a service exit. He's already making calls, assuming control of operations. Perfect. Let him believe he orchestrated my death, unaware he's merely a puppet dancing on strings I've carefully arranged for his inevitable downfall. He has no idea our explosives replaced his at this point in time. He'll likely assume the mercs he hired to install them botched the timer, making them go off too soon. By the time he realizes, if he ever does, the next phase will be in place. We drive in silence to a safe house on the outskirts of the city, a modest apartment in a building owned by a shell corporation 5 layers removed from any Vorobev connection. The television is already on when we arrive, every channel showing helicopter footage of the eclipse, which is now a smoldering crater of twisted metal and shattered glass, where a cathedral-turned nightclub once stood. Breaking news from Manhattan, announces the reporter, her voice tight with controlled excitement that barely masks the ghoulish fascination disasters create. A massive explosion has destroyed the newly reopened Eclipse nightclub. Sources confirm Russian business magnate Makarij Vorobev was meeting with associates when the blast occurred. Authorities presume all inside have perished, though recovery efforts continue. Preliminary reports suggest a possible gas leak, but investigators haven't ruled out foul play. Footage cuts to a reporter interviewing a shell-shocked witness, a young woman with mascara streaked down her cheeks. It was like a bomb went off. The whole building just collapsed. Another channel shows Fedor arriving at the scene, his performance impeccable, face ashen, movements frantic as he demands information from first responders, his grief appearing genuine to anyone who doesn't know him as I do. They're reporting at least 15 fatalities, says Leonid, passing me a secure tablet showing police communications. Body parts make exact counting difficult. The parts and bodies come from unclaimed bodies discreetly diverted from city morgues. Their dental records were altered or replaced with ours in advance, ensuring when authorities conducted forensic identification, the results would be indisputable. DNA samples, carefully planted, will complete the illusion. Their families, where applicable, though most were unclaimed John Does bound for a pauper's burial, will receive generous, untraceable compensation. Phase 1 complete, I say, accepting a change of clothes from Sasha, the simple jeans and hoodie, a vast divergence from the designer suit, now covered in dust and debris from my former life. We begin dismantling operations tomorrow. That night, in quarters far less luxurious than those I've known most of my life, I remove the ultrasound image of my 5 children from my coat pocket. The paper is creased now, smudged with dust from the explosion, but their tiny shapes remain clear in the clear image from the cardiologist's machine that captures the miracle Will and I created together. I trace each one with my fingertip, marveling at the tiny hands and feet visible even at this early stage, and for the first time in my life, destruction brings not just satisfaction, but hope. Each piece of the Vorobev empire that falls create space for something new to grow in its place, something untainted by blood and fear. The man I was is truly dead now. The monster my father created finally laid to rest alongside the organization that demanded his existence. And from these ashes, perhaps a father worthy of Will and our children might emerge.
Chapter 24. Will. I stand at the kitchen window, cradling a mug of ginger tea between my palms while watching the sun over the ocean. The babies stir inside me, their movements growing stronger each week as they develop from the tiny bean-shaped images on that first ultrasound to distinct little people with their own patterns and personalities, even in the womb. My fingers trace absent-minded circles over the stretched skin of my belly, responding to a particularly vigorous kick from Baby A, the most active of the five, unless he swapped positions with a sibling. "Good morning to you, too," I whisper, allowing myself a small smile, despite the heaviness that has settled over me since arriving at this isolated coastal property 3 weeks ago. The sound of tires on gravel draws my attention to the driveway, where a familiar black sedan pulls up alongside the house. My heart accelerates with the irrational hope that accompanies every arrival, even though logic tells me Mac won't be stepping out of that car. The disappointment when Leonid emerges alone is no less acute for being expected, and I turn away from the window, unwilling to watch him approach the house with whatever news has brought him here unannounced. Xena appears in the doorway moments later, her dark hair tied back in a practical ponytail, and her expression carefully neutral as she observes me. "Leonid is here. He says he needs to speak with us both." Something in her tone makes me look up sharply, a cold dread settling in my stomach that has nothing to do with morning sickness. "What's happened?" She shakes her head slightly, a gesture so reminiscent of her brother that my chest constricts painfully. "He wouldn't say until we were both present." When he appears in the kitchen doorway, his face tells me everything before he speaks a single word. His normally impassive features are drawn with a gravity I've never seen before, and for the first time since I have known this stoic man, he seems uncertain how to proceed. "What is it?" Xena's voice cracks slightly, betraying the fear she tries to conceal. "Is it the Kazanovs? Have they found us?" He shakes his head, moving his gaze between us before settling on me with uncharacteristic gentleness. "There was an explosion at the Eclipse nightclub in Manhattan last night. The building collapsed entirely." The mug slips from my suddenly numb fingers, shattering on the tile floor and splashing tea across my bare feet, but I barely register the heat or the broken ceramic. My mind struggles to process his words, refusing to make the connection that's already causing Xena to grip the kitchen counter for support. "Mac?" Her question is hard to hear. "Makari was inside meeting with Colombian distributors." Leonid's voice maintains its professional detachment, but his eyes betray the emotion he normally conceals. "The explosion occurred in the basement and structural supports. The building. There were no survivors from the VIP section." The words echo meaninglessly around me as the room begins to tilt and spin. A strange, high-pitched ringing fills my ears as my knees buckle beneath me. I collapse not gradually, but all at once, as if someone has cut the strings holding me upright. The sound that tears from my throat is primal and unfamiliar even to my own ears. It's not a scream or a sob, but something more elemental, the raw vocalization of a pain too profound for words. Xena reaches me first, encircling me in her arms as we both sink to the floor among the broken ceramic and spilled tea. Her body shakes against mine, her grief as potent as my own, and through the haze of shock, I feel a distant relief that she's here, that neither of us must bear this moment alone. "It can't be true," I manage to say between ragged breaths that refuse to fill my lungs properly. "He can't be." The word "dead" sticks in my throat, refusing to be spoken aloud, as if my denial might somehow alter reality. Mac, with his imposing presence and carefully controlled power, seems too substantial to simply cease existing. The man who commanded rooms with a glance, who built an empire through will and calculation, who survived countless attempts on his life before I even knew him. How could he be gone? We received confirmation from multiple sources. Leonid kneels beside us, his usual stoicism cracking to reveal genuine sorrow. The authorities are still recovering remains. DNA testing will take time, but eyewitnesses confirmed his presence inside just before the explosion. Who did this? Zena's question cuts through her tears, a sudden hardness entering her voice that reminds me forcefully of her brother. Was it the Kazanovs? Leonid hesitates, smoothing his expression into careful neutrality. Initial reports from Ivan Petrov suggest Kazanov involvement, but nothing's confirmed. Fedor survived. He had stepped outside moments before the explosion. He's already working to stabilize the organization and promising retribution. The mention of Fedor sends a chill through me despite the warmth of the kitchen. Something about the timing feels wrong, with Mac sending us away to safety, then dying less than a week later in what was surely not a random attack. The coincidence is too convenient, too perfectly timed to throw everything into chaos. The thought slips away as grief overwhelms suspicion when the reality begins to sink in. Mac is truly gone, regardless of who orchestrated it or why. The father of my children, the complex man I had only just begun to understand, has been ripped away before we could resolve what lay between us. Our last night together, with the argument, the desperate lovemaking, and the promises whispered against my skin, suddenly bears the unbearable mark of finality. I need to see, I whisper, though I'm not entirely certain what I mean. To see the news reports, the sight of the explosion, his body, all feel equally impossible and necessary. Leonid nods as if he anticipated this, reaching for a tablet in his jacket. The news coverage is extensive. I thought you might want... He trails off, uncertain how to finish the sentence. But I take the tablet with trembling hands. The screen displays a news website with footage of what remains of the eclipse, a smoldering crater of twisted metal and concrete, with emergency vehicles surrounding the perimeter. The headline reads, "Nightclub explosion claims Russian business mogul and a dozen more." Zena looks away, unable to bear the images, but I force myself to absorb every detail, searching for what? Evidence that it's a mistake? Proof that Max somehow escaped? The desperation of my hope shames me even as I cling to it. The next hours pass in a blur of numbness and overwhelming emotion. I oscillate between hysterical sobbing that leaves my throat raw and my pregnant body aching with the strain, and a detached calm that frightens Zena more than my tears. When Dr. Wilson arrives for an unscheduled appointment, probably called by Zena, he administers a mild sedative after noting my elevated blood pressure and the stress evident in my physical state. "The babies need you calm," he says gently as he helps me to the bedroom, speaking in the same soothing tone I once used with anxious mothers in the NICU. "Grief is natural, but your body is already under tremendous strain carrying quintuplets. You must rest." The medication pulls me under into a fitful sleep, filled with fragmented dreams of Mac reaching for me through flames, his voice calling my name as walls collapse around him. Each time I jolt awake, disoriented and gasping, reality crashes back with renewed brutality. He's gone. Days begin to blend together, marked only by the prenatal checkups and the steadily increasing movements of the babies inside me. I move through the safe house like a ghost, performing necessary tasks with mechanical precision while my mind remains trapped in a loop of memories and regrets. I should have stayed. I should have found another way to make it work. I thought love wasn't enough, but I was wrong. The litany of should-haves haunts me through sleepless nights and hollow days. The full complexity of my feelings for Mac confused me with its intensity. He was a monster in many ways, the embodiment of everything I feared and rejected. He was violence personified, a man who killed without hesitation and commanded an empire built on blood and suffering. His world represented everything I never wanted for my children. Yet he was also the man who held me at night with surprising tenderness, who built me a beautiful garden when words failed him, who kissed my belly and whispered to our unborn children in Russian, calling them his legacy with reverence in his voice. The contradiction of him, the violence and the vulnerability, the cruelty and the care, haunts me more thoroughly than any ghost could. You didn't eat again. Zena stands in the doorway of my bedroom one evening, a plate of untouched food in her hands. Her face shows the strain of the past weeks, with dark circles beneath eyes red-rimmed from her own private grieving. Unlike me, she channels her sorrow into action, ordering baby supplies online, converting the largest bedroom into a nursery, and researching quintuplet care with the same thoroughness she once applied to academic studies. I look away from her concern, unwilling to see the worry etched into features that remind me so painfully of her brother. I'm not hungry. The babies are? She crosses the room with quiet determination, setting the plate on my nightstand before sitting beside me on the bed. They need you to eat even when you don't want to. Her directness pierces through the fog of grief. The babies continue growing regardless of my emotional state, demanding nutrition and care I alone can provide. I reach reluctantly for the plate, forcing myself to take a small bite of the bland toast she's prepared, knowing the plainer foods are easier on my still present morning sickness. I'm starting to think it will never end. That's better. She watches me eat with the attentiveness of a nurse, relaxing slightly as I continue taking small bites. Doctor, Wilson says you're still on track for weight gain, but he's concerned about your protein intake. Yeah, my medical training makes me acutely aware of the nutritional needs of a high-risk multiple pregnancy. I'll try harder. It's just, I know. She takes my hand. Her fingers cool against my skin. I miss him too, more than I thought possible. The simple acknowledgement breaks something inside me, and fresh tears spill down my cheeks. Why does it hurt so much? We barely knew each other. We spent more time fighting than anything else. Zena's smile is sad, but knowing. Time doesn't dictate depth, Will. Some connections form in an instant and last forever. He was going to change everything for us. I rest my hand on my growing belly, feeling the ripples of movement beneath. He promised to find a way out, to create a different life. And now we continue without him. Her voice carries the same resolute determination I heard in Max when he made difficult decisions. We raise these children to know who their father really was, not just what he did. Her words stay with me through the night as I lie awake, listening to the distant crash of waves against the shore. In rare moments of peace, usually at dawn when the house is quiet and the ocean is visible from my bedroom window, I talk to the babies about him. Your father had the most penetrating gaze, I tell them softly, running my hands over the stretched skin where they press against the boundaries of my body. He could look at someone and see straight through any pretense. It made him dangerous, but it also made him perceptive in ways few people ever develop. He knew when I was afraid, even when I tried to hide it. I share stories about their complicated father, how his smile transformed his entire face on the few occasions he allowed genuine happiness to show, how his hands could be impossibly gentle despite their strength, and how he loved them enough to send us away when he couldn't guarantee our safety. I don't know what else to say or how to explain their existence is both a miracle and a burden, the product of a love that never had the chance to fully form before violence claimed it, like everything else in the Vorobev legacy. How do I tell them they were created in a moment of connection between two people from entirely different worlds that could never peacefully coexist? As the days pass, Xena and I establish a routine that brings structure to the shapeless expanse of grief. In the mornings, we walk along the private beach, since the exercise is good for my circulation, and the salt air somehow making it easier to breathe. In the afternoons, we work on the nursery, painting walls in soft yellows and greens, or assembling furniture delivered under false names. Between all that, I rest a lot and try not to cry so much. 5 cribs arranged in a semicircle, Xena muses as we unpack the 5th identical white crib. They'll be able to see each other this way. I run my hand along the smooth wooden rail, imagining tiny fingers gripping it someday. They'll need to learn they're individuals from the beginning. It would be easy to treat them as a collective instead of as separate people. We could paint each crib a slightly different color, subtle enough that it doesn't clash, but distinct enough for identification. Mock would have liked that. The words slip out before I can stop them, and for once, saying his name doesn't shatter me. We should also add name plaques. It pains me that my babies will bear a different surname than Max, or even mine. Xena and I are different people now, at least officially. She smiles, and it's a genuine expression that lightens her features. He was obsessed with you from the first night, you know. I've never seen him so fixated on anyone. He called it a talk about you more than once, even before he found out about the pregnancy. Really? I pause in unpacking onesies, hungry for any detail about Mac I didn't already know. Oh, yes. When he discovered you were pregnant, he was terrified, but also transformed, as if he suddenly had purpose beyond the next territorial dispute or business deal. She traces the pattern on a baby blanket with careful fingers. When he brought you to the estate, he called me first thing. Don't frighten her, Xena. She's not like us, as if I was some sort of monster who might scare you away. The memory brings a reluctant smile to my face. You were the least frightening person in that entire mansion. Except Mrs. Petrova, she says, referencing the grandmotherly housekeeper who had fussed over my nutrition and rest with Soviet-era efficiency. Except Mrs. Petrova, I agree, and for the first time since receiving news of Mac's death, I laugh. A small, rusty sound, but genuine. The moment passes quickly, loss settling over us again, but something has shifted. The grief remains, but alongside it grows a tentative acceptance. Mock is gone, but parts of him continue in Xena, in me, and most importantly, in the babies developing inside me. In the evenings, I often find myself drawn to the living room windows that face the ocean. The endless expanse of water provides a strange comfort, its constant motion and immensity somehow putting my pain into perspective. I'm not the first to love and lose, nor will I be the last. Countless others have stood at windows like this one, watching waves that existed long before their grief and will continue long after. 4 weeks after Leonid's devastating news, I sit in the same spot watching a storm gather on the horizon. The sky darkens with heavy clouds, and the waves grow wilder, crashing against the shore with increasing violence. The scene matches my mood, restless and turbulent, with pressure building toward some inevitable breaking point. The nightmares have grown more vivid with each passing week. Sometimes, I see Mac reaching for me through flames, his voice calling my name as walls collapse around him. Other times, I dream of our children asking questions about a father they'll never know, while I struggle to explain a man who is both monster and protector, criminal and lover. I wake from these dreams drenched in sweat, my heart racing as my hands instinctively search for him in the empty space beside me. Tonight, after another troubled dream, I wander through the nursery Xena has painstakingly prepared. The room is peaceful in the pre-dawn darkness, with the 5 identical cribs arranged in a semicircle facing the window that overlooks the ocean. There are no name plaques yet because I haven't figured out what to name them. It's a decision I should be making with Mac, so I keep putting it off, though he'll never be able to offer input. Tiny clothes sorted by size, weight in labeled drawers, and a hand-painted mural of a garden stretches across one wall, Zena's tribute to the greenhouse Mock built for me, and a reminder of beauty in the midst of chaos. My mother's rose bush rests on the windowsill, brought by Leonid during one of his infrequent visits. It makes me think of the red rose bush Mac sent me after our night together, that I threw away in front of him in my anger and grief after Giselle's death. It seems somehow like foreshadowing that I left that plant behind to die, just like I eventually left Mac behind. And he died. It was to protect our babies, but it causes guilt and pain when these thoughts hit me. I run my fingers along the edge of the nearest crib, imagining the tiny life that will soon occupy it. Your father would have been so proud, I whispered at the empty room, the words catching painfully in my throat. He was many things, not all of them good, but he wanted all 5 of you. The admission brings unexpected comfort. Whatever else Mac was, however complicated our brief relationship, his love for our unborn children was genuine. I saw it in his eyes when he first learned about the pregnancy, felt it in his touch when he placed his hand on my growing belly, and heard it in his voice when he whispered to them in Russian, believing I was asleep and couldn't understand his tender promises. He called you his legacy, I tell the empty cribs, smiling slightly at the memory. Not his empire or his wealth or his power, but you 5, his true legacy. Zena finds me there, as morning light begins filtering through the curtains, sitting in the rocking chair beside the window with my hands resting on my belly. "Bad dreams again?" she asks softly, leaning against the doorframe with shadows of sleeplessness beneath her own eyes. I nod, not bothering to hide the evidence of tears on my cheeks. I keep thinking there was something I missed, some sign or warning that might have prevented. My voice trails off, unable to complete the thought. She crosses the room and kneels beside the chair, her hand covering mine. "There was nothing you could have done, Will. My brother's choices were made for him long before he met you. The violence of his world. It was always going to end this way." Is that supposed to comfort me? The question carries no heat, just weary acceptance of a truth I've been avoiding. No. Her honesty is refreshing in a world that has become shrouded in half-truths and comforting lies. But understanding it might help you forgive yourself for surviving when he didn't. The gentle accusation strikes closer to home than I want to admit. Part of my grief has been tangled with guilt that I left him behind, that our argument might have distracted him, or that I somehow contributed to whatever miscalculation led to his death. Irrational thoughts, but grief follows no rational path. I don't know how to do this without him, I say, voicing my deepest fear for the first time. 1 baby would be challenge enough, but 5? When they don't even have a father? They have me. Zena's voice carries the same certainty I once heard in Max. They have Leonid. They have a small army of Vorobev loyalists who would die for Mac's children without hesitation. That's what terrifies me. I meet her gaze directly. I don't want them growing up in a world where dying for someone is considered normal. I don't want security details and bulletproof glass and the constant fear that shadowed your childhood. She doesn't flinch from the truth in my words. Their birth alone makes them Vorobev's will. We can change names and locations. But blood is blood. Some realities can't be escaped, only managed. The practicality in her assessment reminds me so strongly of Mac that my heart contracts painfully. They share more than physical resemblance, including the same clear-eyed assessment of difficult situations and the same unflinching acceptance of harsh realities. "Then we'll manage it," I finally say, drawing strength from the determined set of her shoulders. Later that day, Dr. Wilson arrives for my weekly checkup, his weathered face creasing with concern as he measures my blood pressure. Still elevated? He notes, making a notation in my chart. And you're not sleeping. It isn't a question, so I don't bother denying it. The evidence is written in the dark circles beneath my eyes and the trembling of my hands. The babies are active at night? The babies are active because you're stressed. He sits back, regarding me with the direct gaze of a man who has delivered thousands of infants and brooks no nonsense from anxious mothers. Grief is understandable, Will, but you're carrying 5 babies who depend on your physical well-being. I need you to try harder. The gentle reprimand cuts through my self-pity, reminding me of my responsibilities. I'm not just a grieving woman, but a vessel for 5 developing humans who didn't ask to be created in the midst of a Mafia war. What do you suggest? I ask, straightening slightly in the examination chair. Mild sedatives would be my recommendation in a normal pregnancy, but with quintuplets. He shakes his head slightly. We need alternatives. Meditation, perhaps, gentle exercise, and you need to talk about him. I blink in surprise at the unexpected suggestion. Talk about Mac? Bottled grief festers. He begins packing his medical bag with efficient movements. Speak his name. Tell stories about him. Acknowledge what you've lost instead of trying to contain it. The advice stays with me long after Doctor. Wilson departs, echoing through my thoughts as I walk along the private beach that afternoon. The wind whips my hair around my face, and the sand shifts beneath my bare feet, providing natural resistance that Dr. Wilson assures me is excellent exercise. The words come hesitantly at first, then with increasing fluidity as I describe the Mac I knew. He had nightmares too, I say, remembering how I would sometimes wake to find him standing at the window, shoulders rigid with tension from whatever demons pursued him in sleep. He never spoke of them, but I think they were about his childhood. Your grandfather wasn't a kind man. The talking helps, just as Dr. Wilson suggested, speaking Mac's name aloud and describing him to the children who will never know him directly, somehow makes the loss more bearable. I'm not erasing him or pretending he never existed, but preserving his memory in the only way I can. That evening, as Zena and I prepare dinner together in the safe house kitchen, I share stories about Mac that make her laugh despite her grief. He actually said that? She nearly drops a knife she's using to chop vegetables when I describe Mac's confused reaction to my explanation of pregnancy hormones. Word for word. I smile at the memory of his bewildered expression. You're crying because the commercial showed a puppy? Is the puppy injured? Did something happen to the puppy? He looked so alarmed. That sounds like him? She shakes her head fondly, completely fearless in the face of armed enemies, but utterly lost when confronted with normal human emotions. He was learning, though. The observation comes with a pang of what might have been. He was trying to understand things outside his experience. That's more than most people ever attempt. We fall into companionable silence, the shared memories of Mac creating a bridge between us that rises above our grief. Briefly, I can see beyond the immediate pain to the future that awaits us. A future where these children will know their father through our stories, where his legacy continues not through violence and fear, but through the lives who carry his blood, and perhaps the better parts of his nature. As my body grows heavier with their development, I begin to find small moments of hope amid the grief. I plan how I'll tell each child apart, imagine first steps and words, and picture Xena as the aunt who will teach them languages and history. The future remains uncertain, but the tiny lives depending on me provide reason enough to continue moving forward, one difficult day at a time. One night as I prepare for bed, I remove the first ultrasound image from my nightstand drawer of all 5 babies together, their tiny forms barely distinguishable as human at that early stage. I trace each outline with my fingertip, marveling at how much they must have grown since then, developing distinct features and personalities even within the womb. I wish your father could see you now, I whisper, a familiar ache spreading through my chest at the thought of all Mac will miss, their birth, first smiles, first words, and all the milestones that parents treasure. He would have been amazed by you. The grief remains, a constant companion I suspect will never fully depart, but alongside it grows determination. These children deserve more than a mother consumed by sorrow. They deserve joy and security and the knowledge they were wanted, that their creation was the product of a connection that, however brief, contained genuine love.
Chapter 25. Marca. The abandoned textile factory on the outskirts of Queens bears no resemblance to the luxury I've surrounded myself with for decades. Water stains mark the concrete ceiling, and the persistent drip from rusted pipes creates a metronomic backdrop to our operation. This decrepit industrial shell, invisible to the world that thinks me dead, has become the command center from which I systematically dismantle everything I spent 15 years building. I scratch at the beard I've grown as part of my disguise. The constant itch, a minor irritation compared to the hollow ache of separation from Will and Xena. Across the makeshift war room, Leonid and the 4 lieutenants start to move. Computer screens illuminate their faces in the dim light, each display showing a different aspect of the Vorobev empire now crumbling under my deliberate assault. The Brighton Beach properties have been liquidated, Leonid says, placing another folder in the completed stack. The funds were transferred through the Cayman Shell corporations and reinvested in the legitimate holdings, as instructed. I nod, examining the offshore account statements with clinical detachment. The empire that once defined me now represents nothing but columns of numbers to be redistributed and assets to be converted into a future untainted by blood. The shipping company? Sale finalized yesterday. The German firm took the bait. They believe they're acquiring a simple import-export business with excellent Mediterranean connections. Leonid smiles. They've no idea the routes were primarily used for weapons. And those weapons? Disappeared. Some sold to third parties, and others surrendered anonymously to federal authorities through untraceable channels. He hesitates before adding, "Your cousin's been trying to locate the Atlantic City cache for 3 days." I suppress a smile at the thought of Fedor's growing frustration. He won't find it. The warehouse was emptied the night before eclipse. For a moment, silence falls as we both consider the massive explosion that officially ended Makarij Vorobev's existence several weeks ago. The news coverage has finally begun to fade, though fascination with my death continues in certain circles. Conspiracy theories abound. Some claim Kazanov involvement, while others suggest internal betrayal. All are convenient distractions from the truth. We've an update from the safe house. Leonid's voice pulls me from my thoughts, his tone carefully neutral as he hands me a tablet displaying Dr. Wilson's latest medical report. All 5 fetuses developing normally. Goal delivery is 32 weeks, though with quintuplets, earlier delivery is possible. I study the ultrasound images with hunger, searching for changes since the last report. The babies are more defined now. Tiny fingers and facial features visible in the images. I fight the urge to trace their outlines on the screen, aware of Leonid's watchful presence. And Will? Physically healthy, though her blood pressure remains elevated. Dr. Wilson notes continued sleep disturbances and symptoms of depression. Leonid pauses, weighing his next words. She grieves you deeply. The knowledge cuts deeper than any physical wound I've suffered. Each report confirming Will's pain both sustains and torments me, evidence that her feelings run deeper than I dared hope, yet a reminder of the suffering my deception causes. I know the necessity of this separation, but understanding does nothing to ease the guilt. Zena's completed the nursery, Leonid says, offering this detail as a small comfort. 5 cribs arranged in a semicircle facing the ocean. She's painted a garden mural on one wall. I close my eyes briefly, picturing my sister's artistic talent creating beauty for the children I've yet to meet, in a home I've never seen. The garden was a good idea. Yes. His normally impassive face softens momentarily. Will spends hours on the beach since there's no real garden at the safe house. I hand the tablet back to him, forcing myself to refocus on the task at hand. Personal longing must wait. First, I have to complete this dismantling to ensure no enemies remain who might threaten my family's future. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can return to them, if Will have me after all I've put her through. My plan unfolds with perfect precision, each piece falling exactly where anticipated. The power vacuum created by my death has thrown the entire ecosystem of New York's underworld into chaos, with rival families scrambling for territory while internal power struggles erupt among those who remain. Fedor, in his desperate attempt to control what he never fully understood, makes increasingly reckless decisions that alienate longtime allies. By morning, 3 more laundering operations have been quietly shuttered, their assets liquidated and records destroyed. Using Leonid as an intermediary, since I'm officially dead, I call in debts from influential figures across the eastern seaboard, judges, politicians, and business leaders, who've benefited from Vorobev protection or financing over the years. These connections, once the backbone of my power, now serve a different purpose as I leverage them to sever ties permanently rather than transfer loyalty to new leadership. The accounts in Cyprus and Liechtenstein have been emptied, says Sasha, our financial specialist. The funds are now rerouted through the established channels into the trusts for Will and the children. I nod in approval. These legitimate investments, established years ago during moments of longing for a different future, will support my family for generations without criminal connections. The irony doesn't escape me of blood money transformed into college funds and healthcare trusts for children who'll never know their father's true business. But it would be ridiculous to give it all away and consign my family to struggling. Days blend together in our underground operation, my existence reduced to systematic destruction of everything I once valued. Every account and operation Fedor's ever touched is methodically uprooted. His new alliances undermined through anonymous tips to federal authorities or rival organizations. Weapons caches are dissolved, distribution networks are dismantled, and protection agreements are quietly terminated as I erase the Vorobev presence from New York's underworld like a cancer being excised. The personal cost of this work manifests in small ways, like the growing tension in my shoulders, the headaches that come from too little sleep, and the way I sometimes catch myself staring at nothing, lost in memories of Will's smile or Zena's laugh. I permit these moments of weakness only briefly before forcing myself back to the task at hand. Soon, the first rumors surface. A bartender at a Brighton Beach establishment frequented by Bratva soldiers reports a customer claiming to have seen me alive. The story spreads through the underground networks like wildfire, dismissed by most as wishful thinking or alcohol-induced hallucination. Fedor's reaction proves more interesting. Our surveillance captures his increasing paranoia as he interrogates the bartender personally, demanding descriptions and details with barely controlled fear disguised as skepticism. He begins executing suspected traitors without proof, alienating longtime allies with rash decisions that bear no resemblance to the leadership I cultivated for years. The once feared Vorobev name starts to become associated with unpredictability and brutal desperation, exactly as I anticipated when crafting this plan. Fedor destroys from within what I couldn't dismantle completely from without, his fear-driven leadership accelerating the organization's collapse. A string of sightings, but none are verifiable. A bartender swears he saw someone matching your bill duck out the Eclipse's side door before the explosion. 2 captains say they've heard your voice on burner phones. Fedor doesn't believe in coincidence anymore. That's the beauty of a well-fed rumor. It creates nothing concrete. Just enough smoke to send a man like Fedor chasing ghosts. He's demanding loyalty oaths from all captains, Leonid continues. Anyone refusing is executed. He's lost 6 lieutenants this week, 3 to bullets, and 3 to desertion. He's imploding faster than anticipated. I can't keep satisfaction from coloring my tone. 3 days later, intercepted communications reveal Fedor's frantic attempts to verify rumors of my survival. His inquiries becoming increasingly desperate as more sightings are reported across the city. Each report is false, strategic misinformation spread by my remaining loyalists. But together, they form a pattern leading Fedor exactly where I want him. The Eclipse nightclub, or what remains of it after the explosion, becomes the focal point of these rumors. Witnesses claim to see a figure resembling me moving through the ruins at night, while others report strange lights in the condemned structure. Urban legends form around my ghost, haunting the location of my supposed death. Fedor takes the bait precisely as anticipated. He's going tonight, Leonid says after monitoring Fedor's communications. Alone, except for 2 bodyguards. He wants to see for himself. I rise from my chair, checking the weight of the gun holstered beneath my jacket. Then we shouldn't keep him waiting. The ruins of the Eclipse stand as a monument to destruction, the once opulent nightclub now a blackened skeleton of twisted metal and shattered glass. Yellow police tape cordons off the area, ignored by the homeless, who occasionally shelter in its periphery, and the curious, who come to photograph the famous disaster site. In darkness, it becomes a different place entirely, haunting and surreal, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the skeletal remains of the roof. I enter through what was once the service entrance, but is now a jagged hole in crumbling concrete, and make my way through debris-strewn corridors that bear no resemblance to their former elegance. Glass crunches beneath my boots despite my attempts at silence. The explosion spared the main floor, but smoke damage and structural instability left everything coated in soot and silence. The stage stands crooked, one corner buckled, and plaster peels from the ceiling in brittle curls. I position myself behind what remains of the VIP section's back wall, what used to be an exclusive mezzanine before it partially collapsed in the blast. The charred remnants of luxury booths still cling to the perimeter. From here I can see the main entrance without being immediately spotted. Leonid signals from his position across the room, confirming Fedor's arrival. My cousin enters cautiously, his flanking bodyguards scanning the ruins with professional thoroughness. Fedor appears haggard, his normally impeccable appearance diminished by weeks of paranoia and stress. Dark circles shadow his eyes, and his hand twitches occasionally toward the gun concealed beneath his jacket. Spread out, he instructs his men. Check every corner. I remain motionless as the guards begin sweeping the perimeter, their flashlight beams cutting through darkness and dust. Waiting for the perfect moment requires patience, which is a quality I've honed through years of calculating risks and opportunities. When the guards split to check opposite wings of the ruined building, I make my move. Stepping from shadow into moonlight, I position myself directly before the collapsed stage, where Fedor stands examining something on the ground. Looking for ghosts, cousin? Fedor whirls, weapon drawn before recognition registers in his widening eyes. The gun remains pointed at my chest, but his hand trembles visibly now. Mark? You seem surprised. I step closer, noting how he takes an instinctive step backward. Surely you didn't believe I'd die so conveniently for your ambitions. You're dead. His voice catches between shock and accusation. The DNA results can be manipulated, as you well know. I spread my hands in a gesture of mock humility. Yet here I stand. The initial shock in his expression transforms rapidly into calculation as he processes this new reality. Always the opportunist, Fedor's mind visibly races through possibilities, seeking advantage even in this moment of revelation. You faked your death, the explosion, the collapsed building. You orchestrated everything. I learned from the best. I move in a slow circle, forcing him to turn to keep me in sight. Our father always said the most effective attack is the one your enemy doesn't see coming. I replaced your explosives with my own. Fedor's laugh holds no humor, just brittle acknowledgement. And I walked right into it, didn't I? While I've been ruling over ashes, you've been, what? Dismantling everything from the shadows? The truth reflects in his face as he connects the events of recent weeks. The missing shipments, the lost cells, the federal raids, and our accounts emptied overnight to all you. All me. I stop circling, standing amid fallen chandeliers and charred remnants of luxury that symbolize the empire he coveted and helped destroy. Though you've done an admirable job destroying what remained, your leadership has been instructive for our allies. Rage flashes across his features, but it's quickly suppressed. You could have killed me at any time. Why this elaborate game? Death would be too simple for what you've done. What I've done? Indignation colors his tone as he gestures expansively with his free hand, the gun still trained on me with the other. I protected the organization while you were distracted by a pregnant nurse and domestic fantasies. Everything I did was for the Bratva, including sending men to kill Will in her apartment. My voice remains deadly calm despite the fury building beneath my skin. Orchestrating the attack that killed her friend. His expression shifts, abandoning pretense as he recognizes the futility of further denial. The girl was collateral damage, unfortunate but necessary. Necessary. The word tastes bitter on my tongue. Yes, necessary. His posture straightens, confidence returning as he commits fully to his justification. Your woman and those bastards were making you weak and vulnerable in ways our enemies could exploit. I did what was required to preserve our strength and our legacy. Our legacy. I repeat the words, letting them hang in the dust-filled air between us. Yes, our legacy. The empire our fathers built, that we were meant to expand together. His voice gains intensity, eyes gleaming with conviction. I've watched you grow soft, distracted by domestic delusions when you should have been focused on business. Those children and that woman were making you forget who you are. No. I step closer, ignoring the gun still pointed at my chest. They helped me remember who I was before all this. before I became what our father wanted. Fedor studies me with something approaching pity. And what exactly do you think you are without the bratva? Without the power, the respect, and the empire? You're nothing. Perhaps. I allow a small, genuine smile. I'm willing to find out. Confusion replaces condescension in his expression. What are you saying? I'm saying goodbye, Fedor. I spread my hands, encompassing the ruins around us. To all of it. The bratva, the business, and the blood. I'm done. For the first time, genuine fear flickers across his features as he processes the implication. You can't just walk away. People don't leave this life. I already have. I meet his gaze steadily. Makari Vorobev died in this club. The man standing before you wants nothing of his former life, except justice for Giselle's death and the attempt on Will's life. Desperation creeps into his expression as he realizes the full extent of what's happening. With sudden clarity, he understands that I've not just been dismantling the organization, but erasing it completely, burning it to ash with no intention of rebuilding. Wait. He lowers his weapon slightly, eyes calculating even now. We can salvage this and restructure together, as partners rather than rivals. You handle the legitimate operations, and I'll maintain the traditional business. We were always stronger as a team, Mac. The transparent plea for self-preservation might be pitiful if it weren't so predictable. Even now, facing the consequences of his betrayal, he seeks advantage rather than redemption. Partners. I say the word like I've tasted something spoiled. After you tried to kill the mother of my children? Business, he insists, desperation edging his tone. Nothing personal. I did what I thought necessary for our future. But I can see now I was hasty, mistaken. A lesser man might derive satisfaction from this moment of Fedor Vorobev, proud and ambitious, reduced to bargaining for his life amid the ruins of his machinations. I feel only a hollow certainty that this final act of violence is necessary to ensure my family's safety. Some mistakes can't be forgiven. I draw my weapon. Some betrayals demand payment. His expression hardens as he recognizes the futility of further negotiation. With surprising dignity, he straightens his shoulders and meets my gaze directly. You know they'll come for you. No one walks away from this life. Let them come. They'll find nothing but ghosts. The shot echoes through the ruined building, followed almost immediately by a second. Fedor's body crumples among the debris, the expression of resignation frozen on his features. Blood pools beneath him, indistinguishable from the dark stains already marking the charred floor. I stare at my hand, still gripping the warm gun, and realize this is the last life I'll take in service to an empire I no longer want. The Vorobev legacy of blood ends here, amid the twisted metal and broken glass that once represented everything I valued. Leonid steps out from the haze near the mezzanine debris, face set in grim finality. Sasha moves silently behind him, wiping down a suppressed sidearm with methodical care. His men? I ask, though I already know the answer. Leonid nods. Clean, quick. They saw too much. I don't look away from Fedor's body. They always do. He doesn't argue. There's nothing to say. The decision was made the moment Fedor walked into this trap, flanked by loyal eyes. It's done then, Sasha says. Almost. Outside, the night air feels cleansing after the dust and memories of the ruined club. I breathe deeply, feeling lighter despite the violence just committed. The final bridges are burned, and the last connections are severed. I've destroyed my kingdom methodically and completely, and cut the last cancerous ties to the world that claimed my humanity piece by piece. Now, I'm ready to return to what matters. What's always mattered more than power or wealth or fear, my real home, hoping will take me back. The thought of facing her, of explaining my deception and the agony it brought her, fills me with more dread than any enemy I've confronted. But I owe her the truth, and myself the chance to become the man she believed I could be. The father my children deserve rather than the monster I was raised to become. I slide into the waiting car, leaving Makari Verabov's metaphorical body cooling amid the ruins of his former glory. The Bratva boss is truly dead now. His legacy ended not with glory, but with quiet resignation. In his place sits just a man, flawed but hopeful, bearing the weight of past sins, but finally free to create something untainted by blood. Take me home, I tell Leonid, thinking not of mansions or penthouses, but of a coastal safe house, where the only treasures that matter await.
Chapter 26. Well, time crawls in the coastal safe house, each day marked primarily by the expanding curve of my abdomen and the increasingly dramatic shifts of 5 active babies beneath my skin. My body has transformed beyond anything I could have imagined, stretched and strained in ways that defy medical expectation. The simple act of rising from bed now requires strategic planning and considerable effort. My center of gravity so dramatically altered that tasks I once performed without thought have become complex challenges. The fact that you're still mobile at all is remarkable, Dr. Wilson tells me during his weekly visit, measuring my blood pressure with a furrowed brow. Most women carrying multiples would have been confined to bed rest weeks ago. I was a nurse, I remind him, wincing as baby C delivers a particularly aggressive kick to my ribs. I've seen what extended bed rest does to muscle tone and circulation. I'll rest when absolutely necessary, but not before. He shakes his head with the weary resignation of a doctor whose patient refuses sensible medical advice. Which will be now. Your blood pressure's climbing again, and the cervical changes we're monitoring suggest you need to minimize physical stress. He scribbles notes in my chart. Complete bed rest for the remainder of your pregnancy, with bathroom privileges and short-seated periods for meals. I sigh heavily but nod, thinking about hours and days of confinement before me. Mac's absence feels heavier suddenly. After Dr. Wilson departs with promises to return in 3 days rather than his usual weekly schedule, Zena helps me settle on the living room sofa with pillows supporting my lower back and swollen ankles. Bed rest doesn't have to mean the bedroom, she says pragmatically, arranging supplies within my reach. Books, water, my phone, and the remote control for the television I rarely watch. At least from here, you can see the ocean. I'm grateful for her presence and for knowing me so well now. The rhythmic crash of waves against the shore has become my primary comfort, a constancy I cling to when grief threatens to overwhelm me. The ocean doesn't care about Bratva politics or deaths or pregnant women carrying quintuplets. It simply continues its eternal dance with the shore, indifferent to human drama. We still need to finish the nursery, I say, frustrated by this new limitation. The mobiles aren't complete, and I still have no idea for the plaques. I'll handle it, she says, her confidence tempered with gentle understanding. You've already done most of the planning. Just tell me where you want everything for the final touches, and we can always do the plaques once we're back home and know their names. I nod, knowing she's already come up with a workaround since I seem paralyzed on name choices. Using her artistic talent, Zena has painted delicate flowering vines around each crib, and each one is a soft pastel shade as we discussed. She's personalized them with subtle variations in the blooms: roses for crib A, lilies for crib B, violets for crib C, daisies for crib D, and wildflowers for crib E. These distinctions will help us differentiate between the 5 identical beds, just as we'll need to find ways to recognize the individual personalities of 5 babies who may look strikingly similar. The peaceful scene we've created carries an undercurrent of melancholy that neither of us acknowledges directly. These preparations should have included Mac, and his absence haunts the careful arrangements we make. But I've found moments of joy in the process, too. I doze fitfully through the afternoon, waking to the sound of tires on gravel. Leonid, who arrived earlier in the day and will stay a few hours if he follows his usual pattern, moves to the window with professional alertness, tension visible in his shoulders until he recognizes the vehicle. "Mail delivery," he says, relaxing fractionally. I'll retrieve it. These deliveries are rare at our isolated property. Leonid has arranged for essentials to reach us without compromising our location, but correspondence is strictly limited. And even grocery orders arrive on an irregular schedule to prevent establishing patterns that might be tracked. Each delivery undergoes thorough inspection before reaching us, which is evidence dangers haven't entirely disappeared despite Mac's death. Xena brings me tea as he returns with a small stack of envelopes, which he examines with a methodical care, checking for tampering or other security concerns. The process would seem paranoid if I hadn't already experienced firsthand the violence that follows the Vorobev name. "Bills," he says, setting aside several envelopes. "Grocery delivery confirmation." Another envelope joins the stack. He pauses at the final item, his expression shifting subtly. "And this?" He holds out a plain white envelope, addressed simply to W in handwriting I don't recognize. There's nothing to indicate its origin. Something about the simple initial makes my stomach clench. "You've checked it?" asks Xena, suddenly alert beside me. Leonid nods. "No chemical traces and no suspicious materials." He hands it to me with uncharacteristic hesitation. "It was hand-delivered to our mail drop." My fingers tremble slightly as I tear open the envelope, uncertain what additional grief could possibly await me inside. 2 items slide out onto my lap: a copy of my very first ultrasound from when I discovered the quintuplets, and a plain sheet of paper bearing a brief message written in elegant, precise handwriting. The ultrasound image is unmistakable, but it's the handwriting on the note that stops my breath entirely. I've seen this penmanship before, on documents in Mac's study, in notes he left for staff, and in the margins of books in his private collection. The message is simple, but devastating. "Wait for me." The paper slips from my suddenly nerveless fingers, floating to the floor as recognition jolts through me like an electric current. Xena notices my reaction instantly, crossing the room to retrieve the fallen note. She reads it over my shoulder, and her sharp intake of breath confirms I'm not hallucinating. "It's his handwriting," she whispers, voice tight with emotion. "It's Mac's?" We stare at each other, absorbing what it means. Mac is alive. His death was elaborately staged for purposes at which we can only guess. I've been grieving a man who never died at all, crying myself to sleep night after night, only to discover it was all part of some grand strategy he hadn't trusted me enough to share. Relief wars with fury in my heart, emotional whiplash leaving me dizzy and nauseated. The babies respond to my surging hormones with increased activity, unleashing a chorus of kicks and rolls that physically manifest my internal chaos. "He's alive," I manage to whisper, still struggling to process this seismic shift in reality. "He's been alive this whole time." Xena's expression cycles through the same emotions churning within me: shock, relief, anger, and confusion, before settling into something more calculated. She exchanges a meaningful glance with Leonid, whose carefully neutral expression suddenly seems suspicious. "You knew," I accuse, studying his face for confirmation. "You delivered news of his death knowing it wasn't true." He doesn't flinch under my glare, but something shifts in his stoic demeanor. Not guilt exactly, but acknowledgement. I followed my orders as I always have. Orders to lie to me? To let me believe the father of my children was dead while I grieved him for weeks? My voice rises with each question, anger providing temporary strength. To watch me cry myself to sleep while knowing the truth? To protect you. He corrects, his tone remaining flat despite my bubbling anger. Both of you. What you didn't know couldn't be forced from you. Forced? The word hangs ominously between us. If Fedor suspected Max survived, you would become targets again, this time for information rather than elimination. His bluntness is somehow more frightening than evasion. Your grief had to be genuine. The clinical assessment of my emotional suffering as a tactical necessity sends a cold shiver through me. This is the world Mac inhabits, where even love and grief become strategic considerations, where human emotions are weaponized or neutralized according to operational requirements. Did you know too? I turn to Zena, whose expression reflects genuine conflict. She shakes her head, tears gathering in her eyes. No, I mourned him truly. She examines the note again, tracing her brother's handwriting with trembling fingers. But I suspected something wasn't right when Leonid was too accepting of certain reports and too calm about Fedor's takeover. For several moments, I can't breathe properly as my mind struggles to reorganize everything I've believed for the past months. The babies respond to my emotional turmoil with increased movement, as if they too sense the seismic shift in our reality. I press the ultrasound photo to my chest and cry again, but these tears are different. Confused, hopeful, and angry all at once. Why now? I finally ask, addressing Leonid directly. Why tell me now that he's alive? Because the danger is nearly past. His typical economy of words reveals little, but the implication is clear. Whatever Mac has been doing during his supposed death is approaching completion. What's he been doing all this time? Zena asks the question before I can form it. Leonid's expression closes further. That's for him to explain when he returns. When, not if. The simple word choice confirms what the note already suggested. Mac intends to come back to us. The realization brings a complex wave of emotions I'm too exhausted to untangle. The father of my children is alive, but he deliberately put me through weeks of grief. He's coming back, but he didn't trust me enough to include me in his plans. He wants me to wait for him, but he gave me no choice in whether to participate in his deception. How could he do this to us? I whisper, not really expecting an answer. How could he let us believe he was dead? Because my brother has only ever known one way to solve problems, Zena says, her voice gentle but unflinching in its honesty. Completely and alone. The assessment strikes me as painfully accurate. For all his complexity, for all the glimpses of tenderness and vulnerability I witnessed in our brief time together, Mac remains fundamentally a man shaped by violence and isolation. His solution to threats against his family wasn't to collaborate or communicate, but to fabricate his own death, severing all connections to protect us through deception rather than partnership. Exhaustion crashes over me suddenly, the emotional upheaval draining what little energy my pregnancy-taxed body contains. Leonid retreats tactfully as Zena helps me to bed, arranging pillows to support my unwieldy form. The day's revelations press against me as heavily as the babies themselves. Should I be happy or furious? I ask her as she draws the curtains against the setting sun. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. Be both, she suggests with the pragmatism that sustained us through these difficult months. He's alive, which is worth joy. He deceived us, and that deserves anger. You can hold both truths at once. She leaves me to rest, understanding my need for solitude to process this revelation. But sleep remains elusive as my mind races through consequences and possibilities. If Mac is alive, What exactly has he been doing these past months? What danger necessitated such an elaborate deception? And most importantly, what happens when he returns? As night falls, I'm drawn once more to the ocean-facing window. Despite Dr. Wilson's instructions for bed rest, I ease myself carefully into the window seat, needing the comfort of the familiar view. Waves crash against the shore in hypnotic rhythm, unchanged by the human drama unfolding nearby. I rest my hand on my belly, feeling the familiar patterns of movement from the lives who connect me irrevocably to Mac, whether he's dead or alive. For the first time in months, I speak to our children about their father in present tense. Your father is alive, I tell them softly, still adjusting to this new reality. He's the most confounding, complicated, infuriating man I've ever known. A particularly strong kick presses against my palm as if in agreement with my assessment. I smile despite myself. He thinks he needs to protect everyone by himself. He makes unilateral decisions and expects everyone to fall in line. Another kick, this one gentler. But he loves fiercely, and he's fighting for us in the only way he knows how. The admission brings unexpected clarity. Mac's methods are questionable, but his motivation seems genuine, to create safety for his family by whatever means necessary. The deception hurts deeply, but I understand its roots in the violent world that shaped him. And somehow, despite everything, I whisper to my unborn children, I still love him. The words settle over me with surprising lightness. Whatever happens next, whatever game Mac is playing with his apparent death and cryptic messages, these children will know the real man behind the myth, both his darkness and his capacity for love. Whether he returns tomorrow or months from now, whether I forgive him instantly or make him work for redemption, he remains the father of my children and the complicated man who claimed my heart, despite every rational objection. It's not blind forgiveness. It's a choice, and a hard one at that. I choose to have him in my life when he returns, though I might kill him for real after I get done embracing him.
Chapter 27. Marka. Dawn breaks over the ruins of my former life as I stand for the last time in the abandoned factory that served as headquarters for my ghost operation. The concrete floors are swept clean, the computer equipment has been dismantled, and sensitive components were destroyed. Every trace of our presence has been methodically erased. Nothing remains to connect this space to the man once known as Makary Vorobev, Pakhan of the Russian Bratva of my territory in New York City. The final arrangements are complete, says Orlov, handing me a manila envelope containing new identification documents. Leonid has gone ahead to the safe house, and Sasha departed hours ago for his flight to Indonesia, his new identity ready to be lived in. The estate has been transferred to the Shell Corporation as instructed. All accounts are either closed or redirected. I nod, examining the passport bearing my face but a different name, one unremarkable and unmemorable, which is perfect for disappearing into ordinary life. The photograph shows a stranger with shorter hair and no beard and eyes less haunted than I remember seeing in mirrors. And Fedor? The body was discovered yesterday morning. Police are treating it as gang-related violence. Yakov shares that, and his expression remains neutral, but satisfaction colors his tone. Time to go, I say to them, surveying the empty space one last time. It's all been burned to ash. Yakov nods, understanding my metaphorical directive. All digital records are destroyed, all connections are severed, and all trails are obscured beyond recovery. The man I was ceases to exist from this moment forward. The life I built through blood and calculation is abandoned as completely as this industrial shell. In the parking lot, we take separate vehicles. Yakov doesn't share his destination, But Orlov has talked about New Orleans many times with longing, so I wouldn't be surprised if his new life starts there. I won't know, though. We won't stay in touch. It's the safest way for all of us to stay dead and be reborn, so the less we know about each other's plans, the better. My transformation continues methodically in a nondescript motel 30 miles from the coast. I shave my beard with careful strokes, watching dark stubble disappear down the drain along with the last vestiges of Makari Vorobev. The face that emerges appears younger and more vulnerable, and somehow almost unfamiliar after months of hiding behind facial hair. I cut my hair shorter than I've worn it since childhood, the style decidedly average, neither fashionable nor dated, and designed to draw no attention whatsoever. Designer suits and Italian leather shoes have been replaced by plain clothes purchased from department stores. Jeans, cotton shirts, and a weathered jacket that suggests honest work rather than criminal enterprise. I study the stranger in the mirror, this ordinary man who could be anyone from anywhere, and wonder if will see through the new face to the man I've finally become. From my discarded jacket, I retrieve the only item I keep from my former life, a small velvet box containing a ring commissioned months ago, but never offered. The solitaire ruby catches light from the bathroom's fluorescent fixtures. 5 small diamonds surround it in a delicate setting, representing our children. I won't be able to give it to her for a while, not until I've earned forgiveness, but I couldn't bear to leave this behind. Someday, I hope it will be on her finger all the time. Rain falls as I drive toward the coast, the rhythmic sweep of windshield wipers marking time like a metronome. The roads grow narrower and less maintained as I approach my destination, civilization giving way to wild coastline and scattered homes built to withstand Atlantic storms. I've never visited the safe house personally, knowing its location only through coordinates and surveillance photos, yet it feels more like home than any property I've owned. I abandon the car a mile from my destination, continuing on foot through dense coastal forest, rather than approaching via the monitored main road. Night has fallen completely, cloud cover obscuring moonlight and stars, which creates perfect conditions for moving undetected. The path is treacherous in darkness, with roots that threaten to trip me, and branches whipping against my face. But I navigate by instinct and memory of topographical maps studied in preparation. The house appears through the trees, perched on a low cliff overlooking the ocean. Lights glow behind drawn curtains. I approach from the beach access, keeping myself in the darkness. This early into my new life, old habits are impossible to break even when unnecessary. The security system acknowledges my biometrics despite my altered appearance, disabling the sensors and alarm automatically when I reach the door and press my palm to the panel. I don't knock, but footsteps approach immediately from inside. I recognize Leonid's distinctive tread, long and alert. The door opens to reveal my most trusted lieutenant, his expression revealing nothing as he takes in my new appearance. For a moment, we regard each other silently. Then he steps aside with a nod that acknowledges everything words would only diminish. "They received your message," he says simply. "The only confirmation I need that Will knows I'm alive." Before I can respond, movement in the dim hallway catches my attention. Zena appears like an apparition, frozen momentarily as if seeing a ghost. Recognition dawns in her eyes, followed by a complex wave of emotions before she throws herself forward, arms encircling me with bruising force. Her quiet sob breaks the tense silence, the first sound beyond the omnipresent crash of distant waves. "You're really here," she whispers against my shoulder, her voice muffled and thick with emotion. You're alive. I hold her tightly, allowing myself to acknowledge how deeply I've missed my sister. When she steps back, she scans my face with careful scrutiny. Without words, she takes my hand and leads me through the darkened house, past a living room containing evidence of comfortable domesticity. The hallway deepens, spilling light from a partially open door at its end. She squeezes my hand once before releasing it, stepping aside to let me continue alone. Will stands in the doorway of what must be the nursery, silhouetted against soft blue light that casts the room in gentle shadows. Her small frame has transformed completely, dominated now by the magnificent roundness that cradles our 5 children. One hand rests protectively over her belly, while the other braces against the doorframe for support. Even in profile, I can see the changes pregnancy has wrought. Her face is fuller, and her posture has adjusted to accommodate her altered center of gravity. Her entire being radiates both strength and vulnerability. She turns at the sound of my approach, and for a moment, we simply stare at each other across a distance that suddenly feels both too vast and too intimate. Her face is radiant despite the tear tracks still visible on her cheeks, her expression cycling through multiple emotions as she absorbs my presence. Shock, relief, anger, uncertainty, and something deeper I dare not name for fear of presumption. Neither of us speaks at first. Words seem inadequate for all that has transpired. Then Will walks toward me with deliberate steps, her movements careful but determined despite her unwieldy shape. Her hand remains protectively on her belly as she approaches, cradling our children between us like the precious miracle they are. When she reaches me, she studies my face with unflinching scrutiny, as if searching for evidence I'm truly the man she remembers, and not some imposter wearing his features. Without warning, she hits my chest once with a closed fist. It's not hard enough to hurt, but it has enough force to communicate months of grief and anger. I accept the blow without flinching, understanding it as the minimum penance for what I've put her through. Then her expression crumbles, composure dissolving as she collapses forward into my arms. I catch her weight easily, wrapping her in an embrace that must accommodate the roundness of her belly between us. Her familiar scent surrounds me that I've carried in memory through months of separation. I bury my face in her hair, inhaling deeply as tears I've denied myself for too long finally fall freely. I might be late, I whisper against her temple, the words woefully inadequate for all we've endured. But I'm finally home. She shakes with silent sobs against mine, fingers clutching the fabric of my shirt as if to verify my solidity. You were dead, she manages between shuddering breaths. I thought you were dead. I know. The words catch in my throat, thick with regret for pain I caused, believing it necessary. I'm sorry. You let me grieve you. She pulls back slightly, eyes flashing with renewed anger through her tears. For months, I cried myself to sleep thinking you were gone forever. It was the only way to keep you safe while I finished what needed to be done. The explanation sounds hollow even to my ears, a justification rather than a true apology. I couldn't risk Fedor discovering you knew I was alive. He would have... I don't care about Fedor. Her voice rises with emotion as she presses her hands against my chest to create separation between us. I care about being lied to. I care about being treated like I couldn't handle the truth or make my own decisions. I care about you deciding what was best for me without giving me any choice in the matter. Each accusation lands with surgical precision, exposing the arrogance underlying my protection. I wanted to shield her from danger, but in doing so, I denied her agency. In trying to protect her, I repeated the patterns of control that defined the world I was supposedly leaving behind. I still believe it was safer if she didn't know I was alive, but I should have discussed it with her, even knowing the risk. I realize now that if Fedor had found her or Zena, he would have tortured them regardless. Instead, I inflicted a different kind of pain, slow, consuming, and deliberate, on the two women I love most. You're right. I offer no excuses. I was wrong. My simple acknowledgement seems to catch her by surprise. She blinks, perhaps expecting the defensive response of a man unaccustomed to admitting error. Instead, I give her the unvarnished truth. I've spent my entire life believing protection means control. I reach cautiously to brush tears from her cheek. I thought keeping people safe required making decisions for them. I was wrong, and I'm sorry for the pain it caused you. Her expression softens fractionally, though wariness remains in the set of her shoulders. That doesn't fix it, Mac. You can't just apologize and expect everything to be okay. I know. I withdraw my hand, respecting the boundary she establishes. I don't expect instant forgiveness, only the chance to earn it eventually, and to show you through actions rather than words that I'm trying to change. Something shifts in her gaze, anger giving way to cautious assessment. Before she can respond, a sharp intake of breath interrupts her thoughts, and she cradles her side. What is it? Alarm courses through me as I reach toward her without thinking. Nothing. She waves away my concern, grimacing slightly. Just enthusiastic acrobatics from your offspring. They're particularly active tonight. My offspring. The simple phrase sends a wave of emotion through me so powerful I nearly stagger beneath its force. Despite knowing intellectually that Will carries our 5 children, the reality strikes me anew. My children are my legacy in the truest sense of the word. Not an empire built on blood and fear, but new lives created in a moment of connection with the extraordinary woman before me. May I? I gesture tentatively toward her belly, uncertain of my welcome. She hesitates momentarily before nodding, guiding my hand to the left side of her abdomen. For several seconds, nothing happens. Then I feel a distinct pressure against my palm, like a deliberate push from within that can only be a tiny hand or foot testing the boundaries of its world. That's baby A, Will says, the clinical designation softened by unmistakable affection in her voice. The most active of the bunch, always the first to respond to noise or touch. Another movement ripples across her belly, visible even beneath the loose fabric of her nightgown. I watch in wonder as the perfect dome of her abdomen shifts and distorts with autonomous movement from within. I've been telling them about you, who you really are, not just what you've done. The knowledge nearly overwhelms me. While I've been dismantling my empire, destroying the legacy of violence that defined me for decades, Will has been constructing a different narrative for our children that acknowledges my darkness but doesn't reduce me to it. She's given them the father they deserve rather than the monster the world knew. Thank you. The words seem wholly insufficient for the gift she's offered. For not letting them think I was just a murderer, a criminal. She completes my thought with characteristic directness. They need to know all of you, Mac. The man who kills without hesitation and the man who built me a greenhouse because he saw how much I needed growing things around me. The Bratva boss and the brother who protected Xena from your father's cruelty. They need the whole truth to make their own decisions about who you are to them. Her wisdom humbles me. While I've been operating in absolutes, complete destruction of my former self and total reconstruction of a new identity, she's been navigating the complex middle ground, where most of life actually occurs. She offers not absolution, but understanding. I want to be worthy of them, I say, the confession easier in darkness. Of you. I don't know if I can be, but I want to try. Her expression softens further, some of the wariness falling away. All any of us can do is try to be better tomorrow than we were yesterday. A sound from the doorway reminds us we're not alone. Zena has returned and stands watching us, tears streaming unchecked down her face. When our gazes meet, she crosses the room to join us, completing the circle of our strange, fragile family. Her arm slides around Will's shoulders while her other hand grips mine tightly. "We should get you off your feet," she tells Will with gentle authority. "Dr. Wilson would have my head if he knew you were standing this long." "Doctor." Wilson is unnecessarily cautious, she mutters, though she allows herself to be guided toward the living room. I'm perfectly capable of standing for a conversation. "You're carrying quintuplets," Zena counters with fond exasperation. "Standing for extended periods isn't advisable regardless of how stubborn you are." The familiar bickering between them reveals the bond they've formed in my absence, a friendship forged through shared grief and daily challenges. I follow them to the living room, taking in the comfortable domesticity they've created together, with Will's medical journals stacked beside Zena's literature texts, and the practical arrangement of furniture to accommodate a heavily pregnant woman's needs. As Will settles on the sofa with Zena's help, I remain standing, suddenly uncertain of my place in this home they've built without me. The velvet box weighs heavy in my pocket, its presence a reminder of intentions I have no right to assume are still welcome. I certainly won't be offering the ring right away, so I'll need to find a safe place to keep it. "Sit," says Will, patting the space beside her. "You're hovering, and it's making me nervous." I comply, maintaining careful distance until she sighs impatiently and shifts closer, her shoulder touching mine in tentative reconnection. The simple contact makes everything real far more effectively than anything else could. I'm here, she's here. Our children grow between us, and the immediate future contains possibility rather than threat. "Tomorrow," she says quietly, "we'll talk about everything. Where you've been, what you've done, and where we go from here." She takes my hand cautiously. "Tonight, just stay." I squeeze her hand gently. "I'm not going anywhere. I promise." The words a vow more binding than any oath I've ever sworn. Not again. Her head comes to rest against my shoulder, the weight a comfort I've dreamed about during long nights of solitary purpose. Across from us, Zena curls into an armchair, her expression peaceful for the first time since I arrived. Outside, waves continue their eternal conversation with the shore, indifferent to human dramas resolved or continuing within these walls. For the first time in months, perhaps the first time in my life, I allow myself to inhabit the present moment completely. Not planning, not calculating, not anticipating threats or opportunities, but simply existing in the quiet company of the only people who matter. I'm home.
Chapter 28. Will. The quiet intimacy of reunion doesn't last long. As we sit together quietly in the living room, a familiar tightening sensation wraps around my abdomen. I've felt these practice contractions with increasing frequency over the past few weeks. But something about this one feels different. It's sharper and more purposeful. I shift uncomfortably, adjusting my position to ease the pressure. Mac notices immediately, catching the subtle change in my expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Just Braxton Hicks. I offer a reassuring smile that feels unconvincing even to me. The body's way of practicing for the real thing. Xena watches me with narrowed eyes, far more knowing than I'd like. She's witnessed enough of these episodes over the past weeks to recognize when I'm downplaying discomfort. That's the third one in 20 minutes. Before I can respond, another wave builds, stronger this time and impossible to disguise or dismiss. I breathe through it, applying the techniques I've taught countless expectant mothers during my nursing career. When it passes, 3 pairs of eyes study me with varying degrees of concern, as Leonid has joined us from his watchful position by the door. Let's move to the kitchen. I need to stand and move. I could use some tea. Mac helps me to my feet with careful hands, his touch tentative as if I might break or reject his assistance. The physical contact is a reminder that he's truly here after months of absence. We make our way slowly to the kitchen, my pace necessarily deliberate with my altered center of gravity. Xena fills the kettle while I lower myself onto a stool at the counter, since the hard surface provides better support than the soft cushions of the living room. We talk about practical matters. Mac's new identity, the legal documentation prepared for the children, and another coastal property purchased under a shell corporation that will become our permanent home once the babies are stable enough to travel. Midway through explaining the intricacies of the trust funds he's established for each child, another contraction seizes me, stronger than before, and it lasts longer too, lasting nearly a minute, and demands my full attention. Xena's voice cuts through the fog of discomfort as the contraction finally eases. That's not Braxton Hicks. No, I can't deny it any longer, nurse's instinct overriding wishful thinking. I think it's the real thing. Mac's face drains of color. His composure, maintained through gunfights and betrayals, falters completely when confronted with the prospect of imminent childbirth. But it's too early. You're not quite 32 weeks. Quintuplets rarely make it to full term. I grimace as another contraction begins building, the timing confirming what I already know. They're coming now, ready or not. The calm professional nurse in me takes mental inventory. Contractions approximately 7 minutes apart, lasting 50 to 60 seconds, and increasing in intensity. My water hasn't broken yet, but the pattern is unmistakable. Active labor has begun, weeks earlier than a singleton pregnancy, but not catastrophically premature, especially for quintuplets. Leonid's pragmatic voice cuts through the moment of stunned silence. We need to go. The center is 40 minutes away in good traffic. I'll call Dr. Wilson. Xena already has her phone in hand, stepping away to make the necessary arrangements. The next contraction hits with stunning force, driving a gasp from my lips despite my determination to remain composed. Mac moves with gentleness, supporting me as my knees threaten to buckle. Breathe through it. He mimics the deep breathing pattern I've unconsciously adopted. That's it. You're not alone. The tenderness in his voice nearly undoes me more thoroughly than the pain. After months of grief and anger after the shock of his return, this moment of crisis strips away pretense between us. His fear is naked in his eyes, but so is his determination to remain steady for me. Everything accelerates after that. Xena returns with confirmation that the center is preparing for our arrival. Leonid brings the hospital bag I packed weeks ago from its place by the door. Mac helps me into a coat despite the warmth of the May night, his overprotectiveness manifesting in practical concerns about temperature regulation and shock. The drive is simultaneously endless and too brief, passing in a blur of pain and fear, punctuated by moments of crystal clarity. Mac drives with the steady precision that once commanded a criminal empire, though his knuckles whiten on the steering wheel each time I gasp with a new contraction. Zena sits beside me in the back seat, timing contractions on her phone while offering counter pressure against my lower back when pain peaks. 5 minutes apart now. The tremor in her voice betrays anxiety she's trying to conceal. Lasting about 70 seconds. The transition's happening faster than normal. I force the words between controlled breaths, medical knowledge both a blessing and a curse in this moment. Multiple births often progress quickly once they start. We arrive at the private clinic Mock arranged months ago when letting me go to the safe house. It's a discreet facility, specializing in high-risk deliveries and staffed by specialists who've been monitoring my pregnancy since our arrival at the safe house. Despite the middle-of-night timing, the medical team mobilizes quickly. Dr. Wilson meets us at the entrance, his usual calm demeanor a stabilizing force amid mounting tension. 31 weeks, 4 days is excellent for quintuplets. Their lung development looked good on last week's scans, and you've had the steroid shots to develop their lungs since your scheduled C-section is next week. I nod through his explanation, understanding intellectually that nearly 32 weeks gives us excellent odds for healthy outcomes, while still harboring the instinctive maternal fear of complications. The rational nurse and terrified mother wage war within me as another contraction crests, stronger than any before. We've already prepped the operating room. Dr. Wilson directs his comments to Mac without formal introduction, moving efficiently alongside the wheelchair a nurse has brought for me. We'll need to move quickly, but we're well prepared for this scenario. Mac's expression reveals both relief and renewed anxiety, comfort that medical professionals stand ready, and terror at the reality of what's happening. His holds my hand as I'm wheeled toward the operating suite, his grip firm despite the slight tremor I feel in his fingers. Stay with me, I manage to say between breaths as another contraction begins building. I'm not going anywhere. The promise carries weight beyond this immediate crisis, like an answer to the separation that preceded it, and a commitment to what follows. The next half hour passes in controlled chaos. Nurses efficiently prep me for surgery, attaching monitors that display 5 distinct heartbeats, each slightly out of sync with the others. An IV line delivers fluids to combat the slight dehydration caused by hours of early labor. The anesthesiologist explains the spinal block procedure, though I could recite the process from my nursing days. Mock stays beside me through it all, following instructions to don surgical scrubs and mask without question or complaint. In the harsh fluorescent light of the pre-op area, I notice details missed in the emotional tumult of his return. New lines etched around his eyes, silver threading his temples that wasn't there before, and a weariness beneath his vigilance that speaks to months of solitary purpose. You're not alone, he promises, as the anesthesiologist administers the spinal block that will numb my lower body. The medication works quickly, warmth spreading through my legs, followed by blessed relief from pain and increasing numbness. I'm right here, and I'm not leaving again. A blue surgical drape is raised across my chest, creating a barrier between my upper body and the surgical field below. The anesthesiologist adjusts my position, ensuring my comfort while maintaining proper exposure for the surgical team. Mac settles on a stool beside my head, his eyes above his surgical mask, revealing both terror and wonder. Talk to me, I request, as the numbness spreads higher, bringing with it the strange floating sensation of regional anesthesia. About anything, just keep me here. Mac leans closer, his voice low and intimate amid the professional commotion surrounding us. When I was 10, Xena got chicken pox. She was miserable, covered in spots and fever. My father was away on business. His hand strokes my hair away from my face, the gentle touch anchoring me as doctors prepare for the first incision. I read to her for 3 days straight. Fairy tales mostly, the kind with happy endings our family never seemed to have. My voice gave out completely, but she finally slept. The unexpected story draws me away from my anxiety, offering a glimpse of the brother behind the hardened exterior. You've always protected her. It's the only thing I've consistently done right. His smile is visible only in the crinkles around his eyes above his mask. Until now, I hope. The surgery proceeds cleanly, the team working efficiently to bring 5 new lives safely into the world. I feel pressure and movement, but no pain, the sensations distant and dreamlike through medication and exhaustion. Mac continues to talk, and his voice becomes my focal point while the room blurs around us. "First baby coming," Dr. Wilson says, his professional tone unable to completely mask excitement. "Baby A, it's a boy." The pressure increases briefly, followed by a strange sense of release. Seconds stretch into eternity before a thin, indignant cry pierces the operating room. Our first child announcing his arrival with surprising strength for his size. Tears spring to my eyes at the sound, the primal maternal instinct overwhelming even through medication. "Is he okay?" Mac's voice cracks with emotion, his composure finally breaking. "3 pounds even," calls a nurse from the assessment station, where they've taken our son. "Excellent size for a quintuplet and strong lungs." Before we can process this miracle, doctor, Wilson is already delivering our second child. Baby B, another boy. Another cry joins the first. This one's slightly higher in pitch, but equally determined. The surgical team works with increased urgency now, knowing that once the first babies are delivered, the remaining 3 must follow quickly to prevent complications. Baby C, a girl. Baby D, another girl. And finally, Baby E, your third son. Each announcement brings another distinct cry, 5 voices creating an impossible chorus that fills the operating room with new life. I drift in and out of awareness as the surgical team completes their work, closing the incision while the neonatal team assesses each infant. The medication and exhaustion combine to create a dreamlike state where only fragments remain clear. The pressure as each baby is lifted from my body. Mac's face above his surgical mask as he watches with wonder, and most vividly, the blessed sound of 5 small cries that somehow remain distinct even through the haze of medication. They're all doing remarkably well, Dr. Wilson assures us as the procedure concludes. Most are around 2 pounds, with baby A being 3 pounds, which is great for quintuplets at 32 weeks. They'll need some time in the NICU, but their initial assessments are excellent. I struggle to stay conscious, desperate to see my children before they're taken to intensive care. The nurse must understand because suddenly, a tiny bundle wrapped in blue is brought close to my face. Our firstborn son, his features scrunched in newborn indignation, dark hair plastered to his head. One by one, each baby is briefly introduced before being whisked away for more thorough assessment and care. Mac watches the procession with stunned reverence, tears streaming unashamedly down his face. When the last baby is taken to the NICU, he turns back to me, pressing his forehead against mine in a gesture more intimate than any kiss. "Thank you," he whispers, the simple words carrying the weight of everything unsaid between us. They're perfect, all 5 of them. I want to respond, to share this transcendent moment properly, but exhaustion finally claims me. As consciousness fades, I'm aware of Mac's hand still holding mine, his presence the last anchor to reality as I drift into healing sleep. My last coherent thought before darkness claims me is wonder at how 5 tiny beings, not yet an hour old, have already reshaped our world more completely than all the violence and power Mac ever commanded. In their first breaths, they've accomplished what seemed impossible by transforming a former Bratva boss and a stubborn nurse into a family bound by love rather than fear or obligation.
Chapter 29. Marka. The NICU is silent except for the rhythmic beeping of monitors and the soft hum of medical equipment. I stand before 5 glass-enclosed incubators arranged in a neat row, each containing a miracle I had no right to expect in this lifetime. my children. The word itself feels foreign in my mind, unfamiliar yet instantly precious. They're impossibly small, but perfect. Each tiny head sports a shock of dark hair that undeniably marks them as mine. Despite the tubes and monitoring equipment connecting their fragile bodies to machines tracking every breath and heartbeat, they're all alive, safe, and thriving. 3 identical boys and 2 identical girls, distinguished for now only by colored bands on their wrists and ankles, blue, green, and yellow for the boys, and pink and purple for the girls. The weight of my past disappears in an instant as I stand watching them, overwhelmed by the purity before me. You can touch them. A nurse approaches quietly, her movements suggesting years of guiding shell-shocked parents through this experience. Just through the incubator openings here. She demonstrates it gently, showing me how to slide my hands through the circular ports in the side of the first incubator. I hesitate, suddenly aware of the contrast between these innocent lives and the hands that have ended so many others. The nurse misinterprets my reluctance as fear of hurting them. Don't worry, you won't damage anything. Babies are more robust than they look. She smiles encouragingly. This is baby A, your firstborn. He's the largest at exactly 3 pounds. Carefully, I slide my hand through the opening, my movements slow and deliberate as if disarming an explosive rather than touching my own child. My fingertip connects with his arm. His skin is softer than anything I've ever felt, and his tiny hand reflexively opens, then closes around my finger with surprising strength. Something breaks open inside me at this simple contact. This child knows nothing of violence or betrayal, nothing of the blood that has stained these hands or the empire I've burned to ash for his sake. He simply exists, pure and untainted. They're doing remarkably well for quintuplets, the nurse continues, moving to the next incubator. They're small but mighty, as we like to say. At 32 weeks, their lung development is excellent due to optimal prenatal care and the steroid injections your wife had recently, though we'll keep them on supplemental oxygen for a few days as a precaution. Not bothering to correct her assumption that Will is my wife because I like the idea too much, I follow her from incubator to incubator, learning the subtle differences that distinguish my children despite their identical appearances. Baby A has an assertive grip and strong cry. Baby B is calm and steady, his heartbeat the most regular of the 5. Baby C, our first daughter, is the smallest at 2 pounds, 1 ounce, but fiercely active and constantly shifting position. Baby D, our second daughter, and second biggest at 2 pounds 14 ounces, already has dark, watchful eyes. Baby E, our youngest son by 8 minutes, has a birthmark like a small crescent moon behind his right ear. Would you like some time alone with them? The nurse's question startles me from my observations. I'll be just outside if you need anything. When she leaves, I'm suddenly uncertain. What does one say to newborns who can't understand, yet will somehow absorb the emotion behind the words? I've commanded men with absolute authority and negotiated million-dollar deals without hesitation. But speaking to my own children renders me speechless. Finally, I lean closer to the first incubator and begin speaking softly in Russian, the language of my childhood before violence and power colored every interaction. Ya tvoi otets, I whisper, telling them I'm their father. The simple truth feels monumental, a declaration more binding than any oath I've sworn. I continue in the language that once connected me to better things, offering ancient blessings my mother taught me long ago, and promises they will know only love and safety, never the violence that shaped my own childhood. I move from one incubator to the next, speaking to each child individually. When I reach baby E, the smallest of my sons, I find myself making an explicit promise. "You'll never know the man I was," I say in Russian, watching his tiny chest rise and fall with perfect rhythm. "That man died so your father could live." A soft sound from behind alerts me to another presence. I turn to find Xena watching from the doorway, draped in a sterile gown, with her hair in a blue net. It matches the gear I had to put on when scrubbing up to enter the NICU. Her eyes are rimmed with tears, since she understands every word I've spoken in our mother tongue. "They're beautiful, Mac." She approaches cautiously, as if the babies might vanish if she moves too quickly. "I never thought we'd have this. A future not defined by the past." Neither did I. I make room for her beside me, watching as she examines each child with wonder. "This still doesn't feel real." It is real. She reaches through an incubator port to touch baby C's hand, smiling when tiny fingers curl reflexively around hers. Will's awake. They're bringing her here soon. The mention of Will propels me from the NICU toward the recovery room, now that Xena is there to watch over the children. I need to see her before she sees our children for the first time. The hospital corridors blur as I retrace the path I've walked a dozen times since the birth hours ago. I find her propped up in bed, still pale but alert, her eyes brightening when I enter. She looks simultaneously exhausted and radiant, the physical trauma of emergency surgery softened by the knowledge of 5 healthy babies. "You've seen them?" Her voice is hoarse, likely from the breathing tube during surgery. I nod, unable to formulate words adequate to describe the experience. Instead, I take her hand, bringing it to my lips in a gesture more reverent than passionate. "They're perfect. All 5. Will's eyes fill with tears she's too exhausted to fight. I need to see them. Within minutes, nurses arrive to transfer her to a wheelchair, arranging blankets around her still numb legs with efficient care. I follow as they wheel her toward the NICU, where the staff have rearranged the 5 incubators into a semicircle to accommodate her visit. They make Will scrub up and cover her hair, but she isn't put in the sterile gown. I have to strip mine and repeat the process since I left the NICU, but I soon rejoin her and the babies. Despite her medical training and months of preparation, Will's face reveals the same overwhelming emotion I felt upon first seeing them. She reaches through the first incubator port, stroking our firstborn's cheek with a gentle fingertip. "Hello there," she whispers, her professional nurse's detachment nowhere in evidence as tears stream freely down her face. "I've been waiting to meet you." She spends time with each baby, speaking softly and examining monitors with a professional's understanding while touching them with a mother's tenderness. The neonatologist who assisted with the delivery arrives to discuss their progress, explaining that while they'll need to remain in the NICU for several weeks, all vital signs are promising, with no immediate concerns beyond the typical challenges of prematurity. "You've got a strong bunch here," she concludes with unmistakable satisfaction. Quintuplets at almost 32 weeks with no major complications is something of a medical miracle. A nurse approaches with a clipboard and 5 identical forms. "We'll need names for the birth certificates." The question catches us both unprepared. Throughout the pregnancy, we've referred to them by their medical designations, baby A through E. With our separation, we didn't get a chance to discuss names, and judging by Will's worried expression, she hasn't settled on any in my absence. Now, Faced with 5 healthy children needing identities, we look at each other with mutual uncertainty. "We should name one daughter Giselle," she says finally, her voice steady despite the emotion visible in her eyes. "To honor my friend." The suggestion strikes me as perfectly right, honoring the woman whose sacrifice delayed Will's execution until my men could get to her that awful night, ensuring these children would survive and have a mother to love them. "Baby C," I suggest. "She's the fighter of the group." Will nods, her hand finding mine in silent connection. "And one son should be Leonid." I glance toward the doorway where Leonid stands at respectful attention, donned similarly to the rest of us, but still a quiet sentinel. His normally impassive face shows rare emotion at this unexpected recognition. His quiet loyalty protected both Xena and Will when I couldn't, making this honor deeply deserved. "Baby B," I decide. "The steady one." For the remaining 3 children, we choose names that are meaningful without being weighted by the past. Names that can belong to anyone, that don't carry expectations or legacies. Alexander for baby A, our firstborn, Natalia for baby D, our second daughter, and Michael for baby E, our youngest son. As I sign the birth certificates with my new legal identity, Max Smith, the last remnants of Makari Vorobev, Bratva boss, fall away completely. In their place stands only a father, a partner, and a brother, roles defined by love rather than fear or power. Hours later, after Will has been returned to her room for much-needed rest, I'm drawn back to the NICU. The nurses have dimmed the lights, creating a peaceful atmosphere for their tiny charges. I stand between the incubators, watching 5 perfect chests rise and fall in asynchronous rhythm, each breath a small miracle. "You can sit if you'd like." The night nurse gestures toward a rocking chair positioned nearby. Many fathers find it comforting to stay close, especially the first night. The word father still causes a strange tightening in my chest of equal parts terror and joy. I settle into the chair, which is surprisingly comfortable given its institutional setting. From this vantage point, I can see all 5 incubators at once, a guard position that satisfies some primal instinct to protect. "Talk to them," the nurse says before retreating to her station. "They know your voice already." I don't argue with that or tell her I've been absent for months, so I doubt they know my voice, but I want them to learn it. So I talk, switching between English and Russian as thoughts come. I must doze in the chair, because I wake to find Xena beside me, her hand gentle on my shoulder. "Go be with Will," she says softly. "I'll watch them for a while." In Will's hospital room, the monitoring equipment creates a different symphony of soft beeps and electronic hums. She sleeps deeply, her body recovering from both major surgery and the months of carrying 5 lives within her small frame. I pull a chair close to her bed, careful not to disturb her rest. In the dim light, I study the woman who has irrevocably changed the course of my existence. She saw through my carefully constructed facade from our first meeting, recognizing the man I could be rather than the monster I had become. I take her hand gently in mine, marveling at how someone so physically unimposing could possess such enormous capacity for healing. These hands that will tenderly care for our children once tended plants in a Brooklyn apartment, creating beauty from nothing, just as she's created a family from the broken pieces of my existence. As Will sleeps, I allow myself to believe for the first time that redemption might be possible, that the blood on my hands won't stain the lives we've created together. Perhaps the man I was truly did die in that nightclub explosion, leaving behind someone worthy of this extraordinary woman and the 5 perfect beings we've brought into the world. For tonight, at least, I permit myself to hope love might prove stronger than violence, that creation might balance destruction, and a future might exist untainted by the past. Watching over Will as she sleeps, I'm simply grateful for second chances, new beginnings, and the miraculous possibility that even someone like me might find his way home.
Epilogue. Will. 4 years pass like a dream, sometimes achingly slow, and sometimes so swiftly I can barely catch my breath. Our sweet countryside estate with a slowly recovering vineyard we're tending after years of neglect, nestled among rolling hills, feels worlds away from both Manhattan's noise and the coastal safe house's remoteness. The early morning sun makes the ruby ring on my left hand sparkle. I've worn it since the quintuplets were 6 months old, and Mac proposed to me. The wedding was quick, but weddings were never my thing anyway. The rose bush that I've tended from my mother's clippings for years occupies a spot of honor nearby. I finally moved it into the ground from a pot when I embraced the knowledge we wouldn't have to move again. Through the open door, I watch Mac lying in the grass, eyes closed in feigned exhaustion as 5 energetic preschoolers crawl over him like a jungle gym. He groans dramatically when little Alexander tugs his hair, the sound punctuated by Michael's delighted giggles when he attempts to eat a dandelion plucked from the lawn. Mac's protests are entirely for show. I recognize the contentment in his relaxed posture, and the joy barely concealed beneath his pretend suffering. "Papa, wake up." Giselle pokes his cheek with determined precision, her dark curls bouncing with each movement. At 4 years old, she's already the natural leader of the pack, organizing her siblings into increasingly complex games with the same authoritative air her father once used to command an empire. Beside her, Natalia copies her sister's actions with identical determination, their twin expressions revealing the shared DNA that makes them physically indistinguishable to strangers. Only those of us who know them intimately can see the differences. Giselle's perpetual motion versus Natalia's thoughtful pauses, the slight scar on Natalia's chin from a tumble last summer, and the way Giselle always leads while Natalia considers options. The boys are similarly identical in appearance, but distinct in personality. Alexander, our firstborn by 8 minutes, barrels through life with fearless enthusiasm, always first to climb, jump, or challenge boundaries. Michael, our youngest, approaches the world with wide-eyed wonder, collecting treasures, interesting rocks, fallen feathers, and unusual leaves that fill his pockets in our windowsills. Between them, Leonid, called Leo so as not to be confused with Leonid, who lives in the guest house and still watches over our family, is our quiet observer, who notices everything. He currently sits cross-legged beside his prostrate father, studying a ladybug with intense concentration while chaos unfolds around him. "Papa's pretending," Leo says without looking up from his insect examination. "His breathing's different than when he's really sleeping." That observation, so precise and thoughtful, brings a smile to my face. Though they're all developing at remarkable rates, Leo's perception sometimes catches us off guard with its acuity. It reminds me of Mac's ability to read people, but without the dangerous edge that skill once carried. As if hearing my thoughts, Mac opens one eye to peek at Leo with mock offense. "Traitor, you've ruined my escape plan." The accusation sends all 5 children into fresh attacks, climbing and poking with renewed determination. With an exaggerated roar that somehow manages to sound simultaneously fierce and gentle, Mac wakes up fully, snatching children with playful growls that send them shrieking with delight in all directions. From the porch swing nearby, Xena lowers her book to watch the chaos, iced tea forgotten in her hand, as she shakes her head at the display. "You've created monsters!" she calls to Mac, though the affection in her voice belies any criticism. Unlike Mac, whose transition to civilian life required conscious effort and occasional struggles, Xena has flourished in our new existence. She teaches languages at a nearby university. her academic credentials established through an elaborate backstory Leonid created during our transition. Recently, she's been spending time with a literature professor who knows nothing of her past. It's a burgeoning relationship she approaches with cautious optimism. Uncle Leonid! Alexander spots Leonid emerging from the barn with gardening tools and abandons the game to race toward him, the others following in an enthusiastic wave. Leonid sets down his equipment to brace for impact, his weathered face breaking into a smile that comes easily these days as 5 small bodies collide with his legs. Though he officially serves as our groundskeeper, his role encompasses far more: unofficial uncle to the children, vigilant guardian of our family's new identity, and the final remaining link to a past we've otherwise abandoned. There are no bodyguards patrolling our property, no guns hidden in strategic locations, and no bulletproof windows or panic rooms. We're just a family, living the quiet life that once seemed an impossible dream. The most sophisticated security system we maintain is a standard alarm connected to the local police station, being more concerned with ordinary burglars than vengeful Bratva enemies. The Smith family has no reason to fear all that. I finished misting my prized Phalaenopsis orchid and set down the spray bottle, surveying my botanical domain with satisfaction. My garden has expanded beyond what I ever imagined possible in my Brooklyn apartment, or even that exotic greenhouse outside New York City, now encompassing everything from vegetables for our table to flowering trees that mark the property's boundaries. Each plant receives the same careful attention I once gave to premature infants in the NICU, though the stakes now are pleasure rather than survival. I smile as I watch Mac corral the children for a game of tag, his laughter joining theirs in the summer air. The man who moves with such gentle playfulness among our children bears little resemblance to the cold-eyed Bratva boss I met at Eclipse. The transformation wasn't immediate, of course. There were nightmares in the early days, or moments when a car backfiring would send him into protective stances, and instances when he would check and recheck locks with compulsive thoroughness. Thankfully, time and love are powerful healers. Each day spent focused on diapers and first steps rather than territories and alliances helped ease the hypervigilance. Each night spent beside me rather than planning operations or neutralizing threats gradually softened the hard edges of his personality. The children especially have been his salvation. Their unconditional love and complete acceptance, allowing him to see himself through their innocent eyes rather than through the blood-tinted lens of his past. This isn't the life I originally imagined for myself when I was a dedicated NICU nurse, with a small apartment garden and a carefully structured routine. The path that led here contains more darkness than I care to remember. Giselle's death, months of grief believing Mac was gone forever, and the fear of bringing 5 children into a world that seemed determined to harm them. Yet standing here now, watching my family thrive in the light rather than hiding in the darkness, I'm happier than I could have ever imagined with what happened to Bloom from that one impulsive night at Eclipse. Mama, come play! Natalia waves frantically from her perch on Mac's shoulders, her small face alight with excitement. Mac catches me watching and flashes a real smile that contains no trace of the coldness that once defined him. The man who once commanded fear with a glance now engages in tickle fights and bedtime stories, his strength channeled into protecting rather than threatening, building rather than destroying. I set down my watering can and moved to join them in the sunshine, leaving the shade to embrace the bright future we've created together. As I cross the lawn, Mock transfers Natalia from his shoulders to Leonid's care and meets me halfway, his arms encircling my waist with casual intimacy that still sometimes surprises me after our complicated beginning. The orchids look happy, he says, glancing toward the greenhouse that serves as my personal retreat. Your mother's rose bush is getting huge. They're all thriving. I rest my hand against his chest, feeling the steady heartbeat beneath my palm. Like everything else around here, his expression softens as he looks past me toward our children. now engaged in an elaborate game involving pine cones and imaginary castle defenses under Xena's watchful eye. "I never thought I'd have this," he says quietly, the vulnerability in his voice still rare enough to feel significant. "Sometimes I wake up certain it's a dream." "Not a dream." I rise on tiptoes to press a kiss to the underside of his jaw, rough with weekend stubble. "Just a very different reality than either of us expected." In the distance, a car approaches along our private drive, the sound of tires on gravel barely audible above the children's laughter. Mac's body tenses slightly. Old instincts are never completely forgotten, but relaxes almost immediately as he recognizes the vehicle. Doctor?" Wilson's early. He checks his watch with an amused expression. Still keeping doctor's hours even in retirement. The familiar sedan parks near the house, and our former obstetrician emerges with the slightly stooped posture of advancing age. Though officially retired, he makes monthly visits to check on the Quintuplets' development, his professional interest in their remarkable case evolving into genuine affection over the years. "They've grown again." He shakes his head in mock dismay as he approaches, medical bag in hand despite this being more social call than official visit. At this rate, they'll outgrow my measuring charts entirely. The children abandon their game to swarm him with excited greetings. Unlike most medical visits children typically dread, Dr. Wilson's appearances are cause for celebration. His pockets always contain suckers. His examinations incorporate enough games to seem like entertainment rather than healthcare. And his genuine delight in their progress radiates from him. "Have they been behaving themselves?" he asks me with twinkling eyes as we follow the children toward the house. "Perfectly awful," I respond with our usual exchange. "Perfectly wonderful." Inside, our home is alive with the chaos of quintuplet life. Toys throughout the open living space, cute little photographs all over the walls, and child-sized furniture arranged to accommodate 5 simultaneous activities. It's nothing like the sterile luxury of Mac's former mansion, or the bare functionality of the safe house, but something uniquely ours. As Dr. Wilson conducts his examinations, I watch Mac assist him, handing out stethoscopes and reflex hammers. Later, after our visitor departs and the children settle for afternoon naps that grow increasingly rare as they age, Mac and I steal a moment of quiet on the back porch. "Any regrets?" he asks softly, the question one we revisit periodically as a check-in rather than from genuine concern. I consider the question seriously, as I always do. I miss Giselle, and I miss nursing sometimes. Other than Xena, we don't have official jobs. Caring for Quints takes a village, as they say, and we work on the vineyard while raising them. I occasionally miss the simplicity of only being responsible for myself. His arm tightens slightly around me, acknowledging these truths without defense. I turn to meet his gaze directly. "No regrets about us or this life we've built." The relief in his eyes, though subtle, reminds me that beneath his confidence remains the man who once believed himself unworthy of happiness. Even now, with years of evidence to the contrary, part of him still waits for everything to disintegrate and for the past to reclaim him. "We're not going anywhere," I remind him, the words of familiar reassurance. "All 7 of us are staying right here." He nods, kissing my forehead with gentle reverence before his expression shifts to something more mischievous. "Even when Alexander inevitably becomes a teenager and tries to steal the car?" "Even then, but he probably won't wait until he's a teenager." I laugh at the thought of our fearless firstborn behind a wheel. "We might need to invest in better insurance." Mac's laughter joins mine, the sound carrying across the garden, where new life continues to bloom under careful tending. Like my plants, our family has required patience, attention to changing conditions, and faith that what appears dormant is merely gathering strength for future growth. The darkness of our beginnings has transformed into something beautiful, not erased or forgotten, but incorporated into the rich soil from which our present happiness grows. This is the true miracle of our story, not the statistical improbability of quintuplets or the unlikely pairing of a NICU nurse and a Brava boss, but the simple, profound truth that love, given proper conditions, can bloom even in the most unlikely places.